Micronation. Forward. To whom it may concern. I have often been attributed the act of saving the world. Nothing could be further from the truth. I have made numerous attempts to correct this misconception, but thus far my efforts have been in vain. Thus, I feel it is in the interest of posterity and my own sanity to finally tell the true story from as neutral a perspective as possible. In this case, I shall use the collective writings, ravings, and musings of Chester R. Artherson, the best witness available for these events where possible. And in the closest personal acquaintance of Mr. Artherson, I am the best person to convey these in a manner I believe he would find appropriate. Most importantly, I think he would trust me to do him justice. As with most accounts, it could have been divided in many ways, but I chose the formation of his character and the subsequent involvement of the events on a larger stage. But the divide between my personal interviewing and note-taking versus Chester's actual writings takes place considerably earlier. Nevertheless, I have made a personal choice to continue the narrative from Chester's perspective, since I feel it is his story in his own words as far as they can be approximated. There are a few small sections told from my perspective, since they could not conceivably be told from Chester's, whereas my narrative style blends with Chester because I am human. I'm certainly not the writer Chester is, though I have had considerable help from any number of wonderful volunteers whom I thank most profusely. I have avoided requests thus far to narrate my life from my own perspective, since I do not think it appropriate for someone of my current charge. When my ward comes of age, I may change my mind. In the meantime, this is the truth as I see it. Lady Amberlove de Aurora. Part 1. Elementary. Chapter 1. Watson to the nut job. I'm a sidekick. This is not the kind of profession one dreams of when they were a child, and I'm not entirely thrilled with it now. However, it carries some excellent fringe benefits, and I hear they're adding a dental plan next year. I came to learn of the man named Quissence Prow after I had completed a contract documenting the procedures for a meatpacking house. It had not been a pleasant job. Ever since my first job at the taco shack, I had promised that I would do whatever it took to avoid any form of work that involved slime whatsoever. The gap between contracts started simply enough at first. I always enjoyed them. If you could ignore the fact that you had no money, they almost seemed like a vacation. Then the days started to become weeks, and I slowly began to go nuts. Thus, you can imagine the state of mind I was in when I returned to my small, innocuous house on the Upper East Side and found the letter offering me employment. I initially dismissed this as some kind of scheme to gain money from me regarding resume blasting. However, upon reading and rereading the details, it seemed to be the real deal. I had never heard of a company called Transparent Cube. Whoever they were, they had to be small. This, by itself, was not a bad thing. Permanent jobs with small companies were often comfortable and cozy, far different than the you-are-furniture feeling of a contractor's life. It appealed to me. But I suppose I was suspicious of the fact that the company of such a small size would possess the confidence and resources to hire a person that they had never met. Could it be some old college schoolmate who had looked me up on an internet database? I found that unlikely. While I am genuinely amicable, I do not form long or lasting friendships, and have long since lost any remaining family except a few distant relatives in Nova Scotia. 2 long flights in a rental car later, I found myself standing in front of a large steel door in the desert of California. I found out later that it had been originally designed for a post-apocalyptic movie set, but Quissence Prow had since bought the place and had it renovated. You could see the large glass dome that focused the intense heat of the desert sun on me. The metal door opened with a hiss as the supercooled air escaped gleefully into the world beyond. An attractive strawberry blonde winked and pulled me inside with surprising strength, leaving my luggage to bake without me while she slammed the door shut with a hiss. "Hi, you must be the new technical writer. I'm glad I found you. I thought Memo 929 on the rescrubbing of dynamic air filters was a masterpiece. She sighed demurely and batted her eyes at me in a fashion that made me most uncomfortable. She was treating me as if I were some kind of rock star. At this point, the reader might believe I have taken dramatic license on the facts of the story. This is both true and false. The specific actions took place. The motives to which I assign behind them are potentially subjective, but then again, I was there. You were not. She did say she actually admired my work. She said, "It wasn't easy finding someone he could work with. He's a great man." We walked into a room in which every square surface of wall was covered with books. The room itself was part of a hollowed-out section of canyon. It was like someone had dragged the library from a few community colleges and put them inside an indoor football field. The astroturf was mixed with plants and flowers, an immaculate garden. A hedge maze almost obscured all kinds of mini-rooms within the huge structure. Carved large oak and ash ladders lined each of the structures of the 100-foot-high ceiling. As she led me further inside, I could see at least a dozen labs, mostly chemical, but a few that had unusual electronic equipment as well. They had to be labs by the way all the equipment was strewed about, yet I could tell there was a fabulous order to it. Each of the stacks of papers was placed in the most meticulous fashion. The cubicles had a wide number of machines that carried on the work of at least a dozen well-paid assistants. It was almost as if the man ran the entire thing himself. It was only after a few moments of intuitive shock that I realized he probably did. I could hear someone playing the violin, but playing it very badly. I also heard, and then shortly saw, a small orange basset hound howling at the playing. He seemed to concentrate on the same stanza of music over and over again rather than attempting to finish it, but eventually he seemed to reach some sort of sense of satisfaction about the violin. "My name," Quissence Prow said, "is Quissence Prow. This required no introduction, for while I am supposed to be a clueless soundboard for which Quissence bounces his brilliance, I'm getting ahead of myself. It didn't take a rocket scientist to know that only someone named Quissence would dress in circa 1930s trench coat, deerstalker cap, and prosthetic ball cap like the kind of actor in a mystery theater production might wear. "I imagined that might be the case," I said. "Good. I told you he was sharp. Didn't I tell you he was sharp, Darla?" Prow looked at her like he was trying to prove something. Darla smiled. "Actually, I told you he was sharp. Details, Darla. Details. Now, please, go and fetch us some tea." Prow motioned her away dismissively. Darla looked at Prow coolly for a moment, then smiled mildly. "I don't do tea, Quissence. You know that. Fine. Go and fetch us some coffee." "Certainly, Mr. Prow. I'll be right back." I watched as she deliberately swayed in an alluring way out of the room in which we found ourselves, moving around several of the potted plants and towards what I presumed was some kind of kitchen. "Isn't it obvious?" he said. I really didn't think I was going to have to spell it out for you. Do the words elementary, my dear Watson, pray chance ring a bell?" "You can't be serious." "Oh, but I am. Enough supercilious chit-chatter. Do you want the job or not?" "What exactly might that job be?" I asked stubbornly. The tiny voice in the back of my head that was screaming denial already knew, but I wanted to hear it out loud. "I want to live the life of Sherlock Holmes. I want to be him, you understand. But to do that, I need a sidekick. I need someone who is going to provide me with the inspiration and ideas that will fuel my brilliance and document it for the world to see." Quissence nibbled his toast. "So you want me to write down what you do?" I found this moderately interesting. "And put it in fictional form. That is correct." He sipped his coffee. "Given the pay rate," I said with some amusement of the situation, "I accept. I still do not know entirely why I did this." "Excellent. We shall proceed immediately. There's an assignment in the north of Alaska, Point Sorrow. Apparently, Darla's initial attempts at marketing have borne fruit. Someone has asked us to look into an experimental station that was ruined by the death of a distinguished physicist. He died before he could better explain what exactly it was he was up to." "So you've been hired to figure it out?" I asked. "Elementary, my dear Watson. You have the rights of it. My name is not Watson." Psst, 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 psst. "I know we are... I think we all know what your name is, after all. I did have Darla run an extensive background check on you. Think of it more as an honorific, more akin to the title of Caesar in ancient Rome. I am Holmes, and you are my squire, my right-hand man, my Watson." "Great," I said sardonically. "When do we start?" "Right now," he said. And so we did. Scene. We flew on his private plane, which Darla piloted, north. The entire trip took 5 hours. It wasn't until we landed that I realized I hadn't brought any clothing for the trip. "Not to worry, Watson. I took the liberty of packing clothing for you myself. My name is... It's nothing, really. I find that an idle mind is a waste of time. Point Sorrow was a small mining town just short of the Arctic Circle. We arrived in the summer, so it was remarkably pleasant, though it's still a little chilly. The trees were large, primal, and uncut. We landed at the airfield, and I saw that we were not the only flight that had recently arrived. We began to taxi towards our designated parking spot. Who are they? I asked. They're here doing some exploratory drilling in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. He waved in their direction. And how exactly is that relevant to our investigation? I asked. It isn't. It is what certain experts on Holmes like to refer to as a red herring. I've already thoroughly checked it out. He looked at an emergency exit light above the door of the jet and then back at me. And by that you mean you had Darla check it out? I smirked. Yes, just so. He ignored my sarcasm and checked his notebook. A thought occurred to me. You know, now that I think about it, you haven't really shown superb detective skills yet. I mean, aside from calling me Watson and acting like you know anything, you haven't shown any amazing powers of deduction. It was my first real inkling as to what my future held in store. Elementary, my dear Watson, I will. Really? I said. Yes, he looked very confident. Like what? You shall soon see. I waited. He didn't do anything. We both continued to stare at each other until the plane stopped and Darla came back, looked at both of us patiently. She looked more at Prow. Eventually, this got boring, and I turned to look at the flea's eye view of the airport. A large cargo plane had obviously been here to deliver a 6 4-wheel drive trucks loaded with equipment. The runway was mostly crushed gravel, and the control tower was more of a shack than anything else. I could see the town farther up the hill, about 200 yards away, sprinkled amongst the trees. Unless it was hidden from me, there was no road visible out of the place. I felt trapped somehow. I like civilization. It was at this point that Quissence came up to me proudly and stated, I have the whole of you now, Watson. You are 5'6" with brown hair. You have brown eyes. You were a citizen of the United States of America, specifically the state of Wisconsin. But that is only because you never bothered to renew any license in any of the places you live. You have a preference for strawberry jam, poorly written in science fiction stories, the Beatles, and I Wish You Were Here So I Could Kill You by Ambrielle Juilliard. For a brief moment I was stunned. Then I looked from him to Darla. I recognized the title of the book he just told me. I'd never wanted any such thing. I had given it as a present to my sick cousin over a year ago when I'd bought it and then forgotten about it. Indeed, the only way he could have known about it was to get a purchase list on a website that I'd bought it from. You had Darla look me up on the internet. I had her do the preliminary research, yes, but I was the one who put it together. He sounded quite proud of himself. So what you're saying, I said, pausing deliberately for dramatic effect, is that you possess no intuitive deduction skills at all, and that you're simply paying Darla to do the research for you. Quissence looked hurt. I'd hardly say that, old chap. Old chap, you're not even English. Who is more the fool or the fool who follows him? Who are you now, Obi-Wan Kenobi, in addition to Sherlock Holmes? I didn't follow. You paid me to come here and watch you be an idiot. I came to solve a mystery. Come, the game is afoot. There it was. The man had no sense of shame. Indeed, the one time I'd actually managed to get through to him was when I insulted his sense of deduction. Fine then. The precedent was set. I would rinse, revel, and repeat. We drove into town. Rather, we raced into town. Darla had apparently found out that the town had no local speed limit, thus she drove well over 115 miles an hour. The town was a rustic blur in which we somehow did not plaster any hapless inhabitants or bystanders on the windshield of the straining Land Rover. We managed to stop in front of a modern-looking house with solar panels and a sort of Art Deco design mixed with postmodern 60s look. It was all curves and pastels. It made it impossible for me to fix my eye on any one spot. We had gone from one kind of blur to another. We walked up the winding stairs on the sharp hill, the smell of pine in my nostrils, and Quissence put the key in the lock and turned. The house had obviously been left largely intact. There was no large human-shaped structure etched in tape on the floor, and I looked at my employer. You said he died. Was this a murder scene? No. I specifically requested that them to set this up so we'd learn how he died. Prow wiped the doorknob with a handkerchief. And this is important because... Why? I continued looking around the room. He said, every clue in a mystery is a vital one. Overlook nothing. I noticed in great detail how he made a major show of looking at the carpet, the furniture, and the books of the house. It was hard to see how any of this had any relevance to what we were doing. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Rather, I gave Darla the benefit of the doubt, since she was clearly the one who had the brains of the duo. Eventually, we managed to get to the lab. I was technically adept enough to know a wide range of equipment, but I must admit that it wasn't what I expected it to be. I had been expecting a large proliferation of glass beakers, but instead there were only reams of paper and 3 very large mechanical structures in the room hooked up to about a dozen well-salvaged antique personal computers. The first corner held what I presumed to be some kind of accelerator, primarily because the words Dynamus Accelerators was on the right-hand side. The second was a cylindrical device that seemed frightening. What impressed me the most was the third unit, obviously some kind of ring, yet it was made of something that looked like fiber optic cables. The intricate work with which it had been meshed together was not done with the seamless practicality of corporate technology. Whatever it was a lab of a specialist and someone who wanted to run experiments on their own. There were no food containers anywhere. There were no papers strewn about. "This room has been cleaned," I said finally. "That's true," Quissence said, though I admit Darla had already informed me of that fact. Darla said, "Well, we are here to learn how this machine worked instead of trying to determine who killed him. After all, I doubt that he had some special method of putting his papers down on the table or some such thing. Though if the doctor is making notes, I'm rather surprised he never actually mentioned what it was he was doing in them." "He took very detailed notes," Quissence said as he shrugged his shoulders, "but he never actually put them together in any kind of coherent whole. Notes indicate that he was experimenting with something involving quantum particles, but they did not specifically say what." "Well, how do you know that since they disrupted the scene? What if there was some kind of notebook or something?" "Elementary, my dear Watson. 2 reasons. First, because if the people who hired us had not wanted us to know what the machine did, they would have just burned the house. Second, because the very people who found the body summoned us here. It seems that the good Professor Zixby had no next of kin. As such, the town lawyer assures us that whatever this device is, they own it. They're willing to offer us a 10% stake if we can figure out what it is. Sounds reasonable, and by reasonable I mean it sounds like you'll make a lot of money then. Maybe. You have the right of it, but you too, my dear Watson, for you are entitled to 10% of my discovery fees, as is Darla. 10% of 10% is 1%, Darla added helpfully. Actually, when you factor in the cost I subtract for overhead of the business, I only retain," he smirked, 7%, which means that each of you gets 0.7%. I groaned. I concentrated on the papers before me. There were a lot of numerical formulas, and indeed, quite frankly, the mathematics involved was far beyond my ability to comprehend. I think I recognized one of them as something that looked like a differential equation, but the rest of it was odd. Prow looked quite happy, and he took it to like a Scottish duck to money. Apparently, he could do something after all. "So what is it?" I asked. Prow continued to walk among the wires and stacks of paper, and finally said, "I believe it is a time machine." "Okay then, that's special. I have no trouble taking a steady paycheck from the mad." Darla smiled and chimed in. Adding a bit of drool would help." Yes, it would," I smiled at her. She smiled back. Prow seemed actually annoyed at this. Indeed, it seemed that it would be the first time I'd actually gotten through his pectoral tendency to remain forever self-confident and resilient. Good. "No, it is a time machine because of the combination of data. Here," he pointed to the sheaf of papers, "are datum tracking several quantum particles. However, they are clearly descending in a reversing order. Their stacks over here contain numerous archaeological data, which suggests that this is a laundry list of items he intends to steal through time." "And how exactly does he intend to go back in time?" "Well," he paused thinking a moment, "most likely he creates a wormhole through this loop here." He said he pointed to an unusual-looking metal circle on the table, and then pulls the item in question through it. Darla said in a mock documentary voice, "A wormhole is currently believed to bridge 2 overlapping sections of space that fourth-dimensionally transcend space-time. Unless he invented time travel, anti-gravity, and wormhole technology all in one blow, I find that theory unlikely." Prow seemed indignant and stared at Darla. He went into a long-winded speech about great physicists throughout history. He explained that some of our greatest discoveries had come from people who had been the least expected to be able to succeed. This went from a history lesson to objectivist philosophy that turned that in turn rolled around to literature. Eventually, he ended it by saying, "So, let's keep solving this mystery, shall we?" Darla, by this time, was asleep in the couch in the living room next door. Prow seemed not affected by this in the least, and turned to me to ask, "So, Watson, who do you think the good doctor was? Why did he come up here on his own to do these experiments? What did he have to hide?" I was surprised that he could ask such a good question after a long dance he kept to keep from looking like an idiot. "Well," I said, thinking aloud, "I think that he had to either be rich or have a secret backer for the project." "Yes, good, go on." "I think that, contrary to popular belief, most good science generally works when you have the best people helping you with it, though it isn't required. However, by the look of this place, he was working alone. He probably didn't have a backer." I paused and thought some more. "Or the backer didn't know what they were doing." "Go on," Prow said, sounding attentive and eager. I thought about this for a few moments and finally shrugged. "Sure, it could be possible your theory could be correct, but you'll pardon me for saying this, but if he only had a vague hint of it, surely he would have told someone else. The guy seems to have enough academic credentials that he really did have some holy grail, that if he really did have some holy grail from the physics world, he would have quietly been able to get funding from somewhere." Of course, I realized that I hadn't really answered the question and was about to say so when Prow spoke again. Prow pondered and looked at Darla, who was still sleeping. "I admit you are probably right. Indeed, now that you mention it, if he did have a patron, surely they would have sent someone to check it out by now. Maybe they did. The door looked like it hadn't been used in some time," he said. "Then maybe it is we. Maybe we are the people that someone much larger than the town in the middle of nowhere sent to examine this." "Possibly," Prow conceded. "In truth, I'm not entirely sure how she got this job for us, in the first place. Why not call someone from a university?" Prow looked troubled, but was obviously pretending not to be. "Perhaps Darla simply convinced them that we would be better. She can be awfully convincing, after all." Darla smiled, looking over from the couch. "Thank you, Quissence. I appreciate that." What do you know about the person who hired us?" I asked. "Practically nothing. Quissence asked me to find the very specific kind of job. I learned everything about our subject, the town, or research in his previous areas of study you'd care to know. But Quissence never asked me to look into who was paying for it, so I didn't. I mean, this was never really about profit anyway, so I didn't even think about it." She put the stacks of pages on a shelf. Prow took some time to think and said, "Well, this is silly." Direct, though verbose as ever, he continued, "Darla, can you get the phone number of our current employer?" "Easily." She checked her Palm Pilot. "Wait a second," I said. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Prow's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? Look, they sent us here to find out what this guy is doing. No offense, but you have no reputation as an academic or even a scientific investigator. They had to know that or didn't care," I said. "Maybe they already tried to the more established universities and none of them were interested?" Darla asked. "Sure, but if they're paying us at least enough to cover your time and expenses, right?" I asked Prow. "Yes, I might have my own funds, but such an enterprise must be self-sustaining or it isn't proper." Prow checked his notebook again just to be sure. "Right, well, scientists are, by their nature, curious. They like to ask questions and find things out. It's true that there are some exceptions, but our investigatee had sufficient credentials that they should have been able to find something." I had my hand under my chin thoughtfully. Prow thought a great deal about this and said, "Yes, I believe you are right. I believe I may have a proposal that might fit your theory and the points you raised." "And what might that be?" I asked. Prow snapped his fingers. "I believe that the good doctor was attempting to disprove carbon dating by showing a varied rate of temporal decay at the quantum level. The idea being that if time flows at a certain level in various different quantum states, then there would be certain parties that could use it as evidence for the fallacies of carbon dating." Where in the hell did that come from? It was like Prow had been talking about encyclopedias and then switched to mongoose. Would these things necessarily be related? I didn't get it. Maybe, I don't know. Then again, with some of these people, evidence is not exactly a requirement. Prow continued to think, tapping his foot nervously against a pile of paper, slowly moving it towards complete collapse. What do you mean by those people?" Darla asked incredulously. "You know, primitives, the superstitious, people who believe in the Bible." "I believe in the Bible," Darla said, her voice raising an octave. "Well, sure, lots of people believe in the Bible, but you also believe in evolution, don't you?" Darla said, "I believe in science. I believe that what can be proved is what is. Some things science can't explain. That's where God fits in." Prow frowned. So he only fills in the crumbs of your soul, whatever little gray areas there might be left over. That's it? No, you're putting words in my mouth. She was getting angry. I ignored the two of them and began looking around the room. It was a crazy theory, but it was at least something. I noticed what appeared to be a logbook amongst the papers and pulled it slowly out, trying not to dislocate anything. It was a journal. I began looking through it, trying to determine what it was. It wasn't just written in normal language, and yet it was. It was a dream journal, had been following a subconscious ramblings of a loony. It was not until I read the last entry that the hairs on the back of my neck stuck out. The eyes of darkness are upon me, and I find my usefulness to them is at an end. Once that happens, they will send me to the next life, and I am unprepared to meet my maker. Okay, so I was wrong. This didn't seem like a dream journal to me, and I rather quickly realized he had written the entire thing in some kind of code. Whatever he discovered here, he did not want someone who was watching him to figure it out. Someone whose gaze was, quote, always upon him, end quote. I told Prow, I think I know what might have happened, but I need to show you outside. Really? What is it? He seemed curious and excited. It's not in here. I have to show you outside, I said. Why do you have to show me outside? Because I do. I jerked my head to the door. You're just as thick as a brick, aren't you? I beg your pardon. It was at that point that the three dancers showed up. I called them dancers because they all wore fashionable black suit with immaculately sprayed hair and small red bow ties that looked like a chorus dancers that had made it difficult to distinguish between them. They each had a small silver pin that said JDFLT. They smiled and spoke in unison. Thank you for finding what we were looking for, Mr. Prow. You may go now. None of us had really heard them walk into the room. Prow smiled. Really? That's marvelous. What precisely did I find? The book contains all of Professor Zixby knew about the device was constructing for us. We are appreciative. Really? Well then, mystery solved. Come on, Watson. Darla shrugged, smiled at me, and began to walk outside. I was incredulous. What? The three of them said nothing. Darla and Prow were gone. This was the man's life work. This was the man's life work. Apparently he didn't want you to have it, whatever it is. I'm not so inclined to give it to you. I couldn't believe this. It was insane. Who are you people? I finally asked the interlopers. We are people you can trust, they all winked. What does JT or JDFLT stand for? Something, they smiled, said, and looked around at each other conspiratorially. I only realized several days later that they had deliberately dressed and spoken in such an odd fashion to discourage anyone from remembering anything specific about them. If one of them had walked up to me on the street and slugged me, I wouldn't recognize the proper face. All I could do was remember the bow tie, the slick-backed hair, the idiot grin, and the perfectly sinking voices. I still don't get how they all walk together like that. Finally, I put the book down in disgust and left. Prow and Darla were waiting for me outside the car, but I passed them and started down the road. Eventually, they drove by me. The hotel in Point Sorrow was really more of a rented upper attic and hadn't been used in 19 months. They had to move 3 moose heads and a nest of outraged starlings. A short while after midnight, I heard something outside my window. Quietly, I got up and saw Prow trundling up the isolated roadway that led to the house. I noticed he was carrying something over his shoulder. I looked closer and noticed that it was kerosene. I went back to sleep. I didn't want to know anything about what I had just seen. About 4 or 5 in the morning, there was a knock on my door. It was Darla. You might want to leave town with us, she said. Why would I want to do that? Well, Quissence honors his contracts. He takes them very seriously. On the other hand, he doesn't like to be played for a fool either, so a few hours ago, he went back and burned the house to the ground. They might have the book, but they don't have the equipment that goes with it. I was still waking up, but something told me that the logic of this was not entirely sound. However, the part she said next woke me up entirely. They might think you did it. I felt it only fair to warn you. Also, Quissence has been terribly depressed since you left. I've missed you too. I sighed. I had to choose between a potentially pitchfork and torch-bearing villagers or Quissence Prow. I decided to go with Prow. Later, back on the plane, I asked him, so what do you think that device really did? What was worth going back and burning the place down for? Well, I think it is obvious, Watson. Elementary, you see. Declining dates, streamed particles, the machine was able to look backwards in time. It wasn't a time machine at all, but a time viewer. I confirmed my theory while you were arguing with three unpleasant gentlemen who duped us. I figured turnabout is fair play. Excellent distraction, by the way. So it was, Darla yelled back from the cockpit. Yes, it was. She sounded amused and annoyed at the same time. Prow continued, imagine, if you will, what would happen if such a device became public. All crime would end, but people would also use it to spy on other people. By gazing into the past, people could not only unlock secrets that many thought long buried, governments have a vested interest in keeping secrets. I wasn't about to let that kind of power fall into the wrong hands. Interesting. Had we just stopped the bad guys? I wanted to know more. I would have been wiser to leave right then, but before I became trapped with Prow for other reasons entirely.
Micronation, Chapter 2. The Case of the Cockroach Robot. I considered leaving the nutjob, I really did, but he paid twice the usual money for a fourth of the hours. It also had all kinds of nice perks, like watching Darla. It was simply too sweet a deal to pass up, despite the robotic insanity. Thus far, the only thing worth writing about had been the disastrous trip up to Alaska that had only raised more questions than it answered. We found what might or might not have been a profound scientific discovery, only to have it whisked away by mysterious forces. After that happened, we'd spent the better part of 4 months waiting around doing nothing. Prow fumed and bugged Darla to find us a case. She kept setting the bar lower and lower until finally we were reduced to a solid month of walking around tailing cheating husbands and bail bond jumpers solely for something to do. Darla, it turned out, was remarkably good at chasing down would-be runaways. Still, she slept a lot of the time, and Prow had to use his nose always had his nose in a mystery novel. I had 24 hours a day to waste in the middle of a desert in Prow's bizarre house with nothing but time and thousands of mystery novels. Thus you can imagine my state of mind when I looked Darla up on one of our typical Saturdays. She wore emerald green colored contact lenses because Prow liked her eyes that way. I preferred blue. She was in a mechanic's jumpsuit. You've obviously been working on something, I said. I had a habit of saying things that were obvious. Yes, I've been expanding the greenhouse. I have a few ideas about doing a small biosphere, and Prow is willing to fund them. Then again, he's willing to fund just about anything if you approach him the right way about it. Is that so? I said, feigning curiosity. Darla was quite attractive, but that didn't mean I was into all her kink-no-techno hobbies. So how's work? Any new cases? Certainly strange. You should mention that. I've got one, but I haven't mentioned it to Prow, she said. What? Why not? He'd probably take a lost dog at this point. I looked at a puddle of oil shaped like President McKinley's head on the floor. She tugged her earrings nervously. Well, it involves an old acquaintance of mine. Prow has a rule that we can't have any cases that involves relatives or friends. Huh? I don't understand it myself. Something about maintaining the purity of the work, she shrugged. Right. He's an idiot. What's your friend's name? She perked up, a little hopeful now. Professor Yolentab. He was one of my chemistry teachers in college. We get along great, and we still keep in touch. When he found out what I was doing, he mentioned that he had an unusual situation that he could use my opinion on. I nodded. Well, that sounds more than an email to me, or that sounds more like an email to me rather than a case, but that's beside the point. You know the good professor's name. One could almost say that we're long-lost friends in a matter of speaking. I suspected this was one of Prow's stupid rules. He had a lot of stupid rules. I don't understand. Darla crinkled her nose in that particularly cute way. It's simple. Professor Lentab is now my old acquaintance, and you will introduce him to Prow as such. I put my fists on my hip with my elbows wide, but his rule, I snickered. But remember, I'm special. I'm the Watson, and therefore the rules, whatever the heck they are different with me. Look, just tell him. It'll work. You'll see. She gave me a doubtful look, but shrugged and waved me inside. We wandered past the stacks of books and headed towards Prow's den at the center of his little self-built maze. I tried not to look up at the glaring fluorescent lamps that lit the cavernous interior, but couldn't help it. It was like the inside of a Titanic warehouse. Prow had bought the whole complex on the cheap, since it had once been a movie set for a disastrous failed movie no one had ever heard of. Prow sat in his chair reading The 7% Solution for what I would guess probably the 1,000th time, and looked up at me smiling. Watson, so good of you to come. Please sit down. I come bearing a case. There was a curious and highly disturbing look in Prow's eye that I had at that moment that I had not hitherto now seen.
Oh? Do tell.
Well, see, there's this old friend of mine, a professor back at my old alma mater, I said. I felt a tiny bit of sweat on the back of my neck as the nut job looked at me with those weird, ghoulish eyes of his. He's got a problem with the robot. However, since it's a lot of techno-mumbo-jumbo is beyond me, I asked Dartle to look it up and have him explain the details to her. It was the lamest attempt at diversion in the world. Fortunately, with Prow, it didn't really take that much, and as he watched Darla, he didn't seem to have the slightest amount of suspicion. Totally guileless. That didn't make him an innocent. Well, Darla said, coughing to bite back the laughter she was holding back. The professor was working with a robot. It's been acting very strange. The software guys can't figure it out, and it seems to be accepting stimuli from outside of its parameters each time they run the experiment.
What would that experiment be? Prow asked.
They're attempting to make a combat-capable humanoid robot, basically a robot soldier. Darla looked at me. Not economically feasible, I said. Even if they could make it, each one would cost hundreds of thousands. Actually, Darla said, you'd be amazed at how expensive training and equipping a human soldier can be. And the fact is, this program never even thought about replacing human troops. It's more about supplementing the ability of existing ones to go into dangerous places.
I must admit, Prow said, I'm not entirely enthusiastic about helping with a war project. Don't get me wrong. I love explosions as much as the next man, but quite often these things have a habit of having all kinds of shadowy strings attached, Darley replied. That's where the research money is. Each good scientist knows you get money from that and divert it into a more peaceful and useful projects that you label as tangential or incidental research. I was about to agree when I remembered the luck we'd had with our last employer. Giving up any pretense of knowing my former buddy, the professor, I asked, so what does chemistry have to do with a robot that isn't behaving the way it should? How did he become involved with it? Smell, Darla touched her nose. Beg pardon, I said curtly. Her looks were not enough to belie my extreme distaste for nonsensical, non-committal answers. Sight is a lot harder for a machine to do than you might think. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been poured into trying to refine visual recognition programs. So? She pulled out a magazine and pointed to a recent article. So as good as they've gotten, they're still really primitive, at least as far as making them autonomous. The idea is to take a sense of smell and add it to the visual sensor to add it to its sophistication. Smell is in some ways a lot simpler problem for the machine to break down. Case in point, to program an infinite shapes of the human body can take a lot of questions for a processor to ask. Software is pretty good at identifying those at this point, but it can be slow. Smell is much simpler. Is there a human being nearby? Yes or no. Is there gunpowder nearby? Yes or no. I thought about it. All right, I guess the speed would be a pretty important factor for a combat robot. Darla nodded. I shrugged. Anything would be more interesting than hanging around this place regardless. So do we take the case or not? Prow said without hesitation or surprise. We will definitely take the case.
What about your policy of never taking a case from a friend? Darla asked.
I've decided I was wrong.
Darla sighed. I could tell from the look on her face it felt like it's because I'm a female thing is an issue, isn't it? Issue. She didn't press her case. Prow lived in his own little world, and arguing with him was about as useful as sending a friendly text message to a brick wall. Walls have an excuse. They don't own cell phones. Prow had 17 cell phones. He had to, quote, keep in touch, he said. He had never used one in my sight during our 6 months association.
Darla, please make all the arrangements, Prow said enthusiastically.
Of course, Quissence.
We're off to help the professor. The game is afoot.
Scene. Darla flew us to Springfield, Missouri. I would not have considered Springfield to be the cusp of major technological resource, but I was wrong. The professor's office was in the chemistry building. It was a rat hole.
Thank heavens you've come, he smiled and looked at us each quite gratefully. We've had another incident.
His large, white, bushy eyebrows went up to his forehead for a moment, then slid back down. He wore a white lab coat and had a distinguished professorly sort of air about him. It was somewhat comforting to know that television stereotypes can be vindicated in real life. This guy was a capital professor of the mad but kindly variety. Darla hugged him and said, "We'll do everything we can to help. Can you give us more details about what's going on?"
"I can do more than that. Show me. I can show you. Please come this way. One of the classrooms has excellent video equipment for teleconferencing, and I think it's the most appropriate place."
We followed him into a large white-tiled room with desks arranged in tiers that gazed down upon the lecture podium. A large white screen in the south side of the room rose up. The podium lowered into the floor through a separate trapdoor. We all sat down in chairs and watched the screen as the professor started the footage he wanted us to see. The robot was pretty funny looking. It was a lot bulkier than those crowd-pleasing humanoid robots shown in the car companies, but it was definitely humanoid. Its legs were actually surprisingly squat, and it seemed to flare out when it walked, while its arms were longer and spindlier.
This is Aorta. I've been working on the basics of the design for about 5 years, but it kept running into problems with the autonomous portion of the robot. It isn't functionally autonomous. Indeed, a good chunk of its more advanced programming is embedded in the mainframe. However, because the robot will often be in situations where continuous radio broadcast will be impossible, it has to be able to operate for at least a few hours with no link to the mainframe at all. This is why they ordered my help. Order is not really designed for fighting. It was configured as though it is configured with a heavy caliber pistol. Its primary purpose is to act as a scout or a decoy in a hostile situation. Yes, Prow said with annoyance. We all know about that. What we want to know is the mystery. Tell us why it's acting strangely.
The professor seemed somewhat nonplussed by Prow, but nodded politely and skipped past several technical diagrams. Given the speed at which the professor was moving, I actually became grateful for Prow's bluntness. The screen showed a wider area that looked almost like the grounds of a rodeo. It had a heavy dirt floor with a few poorly constructed fake buildings and large metal cages. It was obviously some kind of converted stadium. Aorta began slowly moving through the broken bits of metal and wood in its way, going from one end of the field to another. The pistol looked strange in its elongated, delicate fingers, but I watched it shoot the pistol at the designated targets. It hit a fair percentage at a time. It wasn't too good with targets that moved out of the way, though. Every motion it took emitted no sound whatsoever. This is the way Aorta was performing 5 weeks ago. It had room for improvement, but progress was steady but impressive. Now, if you look carefully, you can see what's been happening. The screen changed and Aorta was slowly moving around the wall. At first, it looked like someone had programmed it to imitate a mime doing an impression of running into an invisible wall 3 feet from an actual one. Then it started moving around in circles as if it were trying to find something. Then it scurried over to the exit and waited. It waited there for about 20 minutes before shutting down. Now first, the professor sighed, let me cut you off the obvious. It can't be a virus. We know because we built the entire internal CPU 5 times from scratch with spare components, and it's always done the same thing. We can't replace the mainframe, but we scoured every inch of code and used backups from 6 weeks ago. We've run the system without any outside contact, and things went fine until a week went by, and then it started acting up again. It did the exact same thing every time. Could someone have delivered a virus through some other method, a wireless network or something, I asked? We don't think so. Since this is a military project, we've had access to some pretty sophisticated electronic monitoring equipment, most of which I'm afraid are classified, but I can tell you that the only signals coming in and out of Aorta are the ones that come from the mainframe. Have you considered artificial intelligence? Prow asked. I rolled my eyes. Darla would have too, except she was asleep. She did that a lot. I don't blame her. This was pretty boring. The professor smirked. Artificial intelligence. Yes. It uses self-teaching techniques, but don't expect it to go all HAL on us if that's what you mean. How do you know? Because it's, quite frankly, if it had a problem of that magnitude, I'd be a very rich and very lucky man. All kidding aside, the code is behaving in an irrational fashion. That hardly means it's coming to life. Though you do bring up a good point. That's why I wanted to talk to you, Darla. By now, they're quite confident it isn't a software problem, which means that the things it are doing are a direct result of the stimulus we placed for it to adapt to. Is it artificially intelligent? Yes, it is. Now we need to figure out what's making it malfunction. Maybe it's trying to communicate with you, Prow asked. The professor gave Prow a rather odd look and then looked at Darla, who was still asleep. A rather awkward silence filled the room for almost 2 minutes. I could tell the doctor really didn't want to dignify Prow with a response and had written him off entirely. Darla was the one he'd asked for, yet he seemed strangely reluctant to wake her. Fortunately, I had no such compulsion and poked her in the ribs. Who, what, where? She blurted as she slowly and lively sat up. Are you ready to look at it? The professor said hopefully. Oh, she blushed. Yes, I am. Didn't apologize for it. Darla didn't apologize for a lot of things. I liked that about her. She was who she was. You either Accepted it or you didn't. That, and when she said she was sorry, you knew she meant it. The actual site was off campus. It was about a 45-minute drive to a semi-rural compound about 12 miles away from the highway. We passed the entire time in an eerie, unsettling silence. Darla slept. Prow was making all kinds of crazy notes on his notepad, probably something involving tinfoil. I enjoyed staring at Darla while she slept. She's quite pretty. She woke up at one point and smiled, but rather looked disturbed at the same time. I couldn't have upset her too much because she went right back to sleep after that. At least, I think she was. She might have had one eye open. The building itself was pretty innocuous. Just some kind of large warehouse, but apparently it had a much larger complex underground. The professor didn't bother to explain to us what it had originally been used for, but for some inexplicable reason, I found myself wishing I were wearing something in fashionable lead. Iota looked at us much more menacing in person than it had in the film. The robot was actually quite tall, but some of the erector set components that made its arms and legs were visibly sharp. That, and that primal animal part of the back of your mind that knows when something is dangerous, kept screaming at me to get away from the thing. Of course, since me and mine have never actually been the torch-wielding, pitchfork-hauling set, I just let it be. Suck it up, soldier. The professor walked to a large spot on the dirt floor and said, "Here, this is where it's been walking in circles. That exit over there is where it heads towards, but never actually leaves. We think we have set up every kind of scanning equipment we could think of. You're welcome to use it. I'll be in the lobby grading some papers if you need anything." He seemed to trust Darla, but I couldn't help but smile at his nervous glances he gave Prow. I ignored the ones he kept giving me as he left. I looked from Prow to Darla and then back again. "So what now?" I asked. Darla, being the incredible practical sort, moved up to Aorta and began examining it. She didn't touch any of the special equipment that the professor had left. Prow continued looking at his notes. I just stood there. I mean, what else was I supposed to? I'm just an observer anyway. No one said anything. That was fun. I yawned and joined Darla in examining the robot. It had a very intricate circuitry, but I couldn't see anything unusual about it. The truth of the matter was that I couldn't recognize anything I saw in it anyway. I did, however, quite clearly recognize the on button. Since no one else really seemed to have anything to do, I pushed it. The horrified shrieks of, "What are you doing?" and "Are you out of your mind?" told me that apparently they had been doing something after all. Aorta made a sound like a high-pitched lawnmower as the internal mechanisms flared to life. Its eyes looked at us, but eerily did not change. Instead, aside from the noise and its animation, I couldn't tell the difference between the two states. It walked towards Prow and touched him with one of its arms. Prow said, "Don't do that," indignantly, and took a step back. It was at this point I noticed that Iota still had a pistol in its other hand. Great. Fortunately, Darla was thinking clearer than I was, and definitely ran up to press the off switch. This was an excellent idea in execution, except for the minor detail that it failed to deactivate the robot. Luckily, it did not try and shoot any of us, but it began its unusual miming dance 3 feet in front of Prow. As Prow took a step back, it took a step forward in almost a dance-like fashion. Its incredibly sharp arms came just inches from his face, and then he took a step backwards. Prow continued to step back until Darla shouted, "Stop!" Prow did so. The machine continued its unusual ritual, slowly taking a step around Prow and then forming a circle around him. Prow stood stock still, but its robot's arms got no closer than they had before. I could see Darla grab a piece of metal from the bucket of stuff that the professor had left and slowly advance on the robot. She gauged things for a moment, then tossed a piece of metal that landed between its flailing arms, entangling them. The robot stopped flailing its arms about, but moved to the right, away from both of them. Darla jumped for joy, but then missed her footing and collapsed in a heap. Graceful as a gazelle, but she had 2 left feet. Odd. Aorta hadn't quite stopped, however. It might be only a prototype, but it was a prototype combat robot, and apparently whatever Darla had done had activated its defensive mechanisms because it turned around when its tangled arms and aimed the pistol straight at Darla. I grabbed the tray that had all the equipment and held it up as an impromptu shield. In retrospect, it was an incredibly dumb thing to do, but I wasn't always the brightest bulb in the box. The pistol flared and a bullet bounced off a nearby concrete pillar, spraying dust on Darla and I. Prow ran up and tackled the thing, grabbed its arm. I still don't know how I managed to grab it without getting hurt. There was a loud crackling sound followed by utter silence. Darla managed to sit up and gave a cry in despair and ironic amusement. I turned and looked up and saw Prow slowly get up. Well, the robot might have been tougher than the average plastic toy you'd buy at a toy store. It was not designed to support the full weight of a large man like Prow. Its left and right arms were snapped in 3 places, and its right leg was twisted behind its head in an impossible angle as it lay on the floor. The lawnmower noise that now sounded like someone was trying to drown a robotic kitten. It hadn't shut down entirely, but it only had 1 leg remaining, and it was making it flail about in circles. The worst of it was that Prow actually seemed quite proud of himself.
Well, that's taken care of then.
Pardon me, Sherlock. I use the term extremely reluctantly, for I fear that Prow would think I was giving him an honorific instead of calling him stupid. But the fact that you kept it from killing us also ignores the point that now we can't really figure out what it's been trying to do.
Oh, elementary, my dear Watson, never fear, for I have the solution to what it has been trying to do.
Oh, I said, mildly amused.
I believe that the robot is in fact intelligent, and that it was trying to communicate with us.
And your train of reasoning on this would be?
Elementary. The creature was imitating the mating dance of several African beetles. I've studied quite thoroughly up on them, you know. Indeed, well, I'm not reading mysteries. I make it a policy to read anything and everything. You'd be amazed at the power knowledge can give you.
You should consider asking for sponsorship from the Literary Council of America, I said sarcastically.
Really? I've been thinking about the same thing myself.
Please continue, Darla said, smiling.
What? Oh, yes. Well, the fact of the matter is that the dance clearly matches the mating dance of several beetles. The computer had access to those files. Therefore, I believe it was trying to prove to us that it was intelligence.
Why not just speak English? Its code is written in English, I asked.
Ah, but you probably don't... You see, it probably didn't comprehend English. It probably didn't comprehend any language at all. Can you read your own DNA? And even if it could, and you can't read your file, I've read your file, you could you tell what your kind of DNA, the DNA codes was for your hair color? No, the robot spoke to us in a language it understood. It found an insect that resembled itself and was trying to communicate with us.
Darla thought about this and then patiently asked, What was it trying to communicate? Prow pondered this. You don't have a clue, do you?
Of course I do. It was life and the greater meaning of it all.
So we have an insane theory about it with very little evidence in a broken robot. That's great. Who wants to tell the professor his beetle is dead? I said in a tone indicating that it clearly wasn't my job.
Watson, you're brilliant.
Oh, I sighed.
Am I? Yes. It wasn't a beetle at all. It was a cockroach, metaphorically speaking. Well, metaphorically speaking, it could have been a beetle, but a cockroach comes more to mind.
Ew, Darla said, making a face. Could we avoid the cockroach metaphor unless absolutely necessary?
I'm afraid it is. You see, cockroaches are nature's ultimate survival machines. They seek out their own kind. It was trying to acknowledge something outside itself.
Actually, Darla said, thinking about it, it is remote, but it might be theoretically possible. I mean, if something did become self-aware, seeking signs of external intelligence is a logical step. We told the professor. Needless to say, at first he didn't believe us. However, since apparently we'd taken the case for free, and Darla and I presented a more detailed case analysis of the whole thing, he passed it up the chain of command to his bosses. While writing the case analysis, I was actually surprised that it was at least remotely possible. The AI routines they were using were in fact deliberately patterned as much after life as possible, including some kind of virtual reality programming I barely understood. What I did understand was that after about 3 days, a bunch of military people showed up, packed everything into boxes, and made us swear that we would never, ever talk to anyone about anything regarding aorta again. It had been a kind of terrible embarrassment or terrible success, and given the nervous glances by the officers in charge, I tended to think it was more of the latter.
Chapter 3, Mean Sink. My real name is Chester Artherson. He calls me Watson as an honorific like Caesar. I don't even know if he remembers my name anymore. Darla came into the room with a rather thick manila folder. I think I've got something, she smiled. So what's the damage this time? I asked. There's a department store where people have started to act really weird, Darla said. Define weird. Weird as in trying to mate with walls? Prow frowned. He was obviously not happy with their experience with the robot. Darla said, They have begun to act like people on television. Any kind of show you can think of, they've begun to imitate it. Show me the file, Prow said, somewhat intrigued. Darla obliged and handed it to him. I waited with amusement for Darla to fall asleep like she always did, while Prow did something boring, only she didn't this time. Taking speed or something, I asked. She looked at me with annoyance. I don't believe in medication. I had surgery recently. Surgery? What for? Didn't you know? She said incredulously. Didn't I know what? I asked. I'm narcoleptic. At least I was narcoleptic until just recently. It's a highly experimental treatment, but I got to the head of the list. She sounded a little guilty. You mean I've known you for a full year now, and you haven't said anything? I scratched my head in confusion. Well, first, I didn't see how it should be your business anyway, and second, I think it should have been obvious. She flicked invisible dust with her finger. I do, Prow said, sticking his head up from the folder, and I will take the case. It wasn't obvious to me. Many things aren't, Watson, but I still like you anyway. I will take this... Many things aren't, Watson, but I still like you anyway. I will take this case. Come, the game is afoot. And with that, we were out the door and to the hangar of Prow's plane. Again. Scene. Hack's department store was run by a disaffected ex-VP with something to prove. He had left the main chain store, Have Mart, and decided to do things his own way. The store was filled to the brim with programmable display cases that obviously cost tens of thousands of dollars. It was incredibly clean. This was doubly impressive by the fact that we had met the owner, Hack, a few minutes after the store had closed. Clean place, I said. We have over a dozen people on janitorial staff each shift. Hack straightened his tie and smiled. He did a quick visual inventory of his domain and smiled wider. How many does a normal department store have? I asked. Usually just one, he admitted. That must run up quite a bill. How do you make any money? Hack's was originally just a prototype. I never really expected to make money with this one. It was just supposed to serve as a template for later cheaper stores. Now, though, we've been making money hand over fist. Under normal circumstances, that would not be a problem, but as it stands... Yes, I've seen the file. Very interesting, Prow said. However, did you collect that much data in the first place? Hack sighed. You'd be amazed at how much even a regular store collects from the security footage and other sensors located around the store. Hack's is a step up even from that. To be honest, you are not the first people we called. Aside from mere academic curiosity, none of them seemed to find our customers' behavior to be a problem. Half of them didn't even believe us. They thought it was some kind of elaborate publicity stunt. Darla said, Most people wouldn't call a lot of people buying stuff at your store a problem. They call the way they're behaving good. For a moment, Hack wavered, as if not convinced by these arguments himself, but he shook his head and said, Look, one of the reasons I left Half-Mart is because I understand that the real health of the industry depends on the long-term relationship that we have with our customers. The quick fix is going to boost next year's profits, but often at the expense of long-term gain. And, Prow said, Hack shrugged. Prow pondered and finally nodded. Yes, you have a point there. I suppose the first thing we should do is examine your store, and very heavily, and search for clues. Clues? I asked. Yes, clues. Perhaps I should start for looking with the kitchen knife or the socket wrench? I turned and looked at Hack. Do you have a billiard room? Prow smiled at me, perfectly serious. That's the spirit, as if he had no idea I was mocking him. He took out an old-style magnifying glass and began wandering towards the jewelry section. Perhaps he in turn was mocking me. I rather doubt it. So I began to look around the store for clues. It's funny, but I'd never had a kleptomaniac impulse in my life, yet there was something strange about wandering around in a store after dark that almost made me want to reach out and snarl something. I saw Darla asleep on one of the shelves in the furniture section. Apparently, the surgery hadn't been that effective. A tiny voice in the back of my head said that she might have just been tired, and now was not a normal time to sleep. I ignored that voice. So I wandered around looking for clues, but amazingly enough didn't find any matchbooks that said Evil Mind Controller's Hotel Room 405 or a slip of cloth that belonged to my long-lost great-aunt. Prow had collected a whole basket full of stuff that he proudly dumped in front of me after 5 hours of searching. Among his treasures were 7 pieces of used chewing gum, $4.55 in loose change that had been dumped in various locations, a sweaty headband, 3 small children's left socks, a half-eaten candy bar, and a ticket to I.O. from the movie theater in the mall. Most of that will be primarily useful for DNA samples later, but this ticket was rather of particular interest to me. Really? I said, pretending interest. Yes. You see, Io is a science fiction movie. It's about evil aliens that are trying to take over the Earth. You don't say, I said. I briefly wondered if I could eat the candy bar and not get sick. I do. And did you know that there are no mind controllers of any kind in that movie? Shocking, I said, trying not to pay attention as I began to unwrap the candy bar. Don't you realize what this means? He raised his voice. No clue. Ah, but it is a clue. You see, the complete lack of any kind of mental influence in the movie indicates that it is a subtle camouflage for the real subliminal messages that are being used to influence these people. He pointed a finger upward, directly in front of his own face. You only found one ticket stub, I pointed out. Prow used his don't bother me with logic voice. I'm sure we'll find more, but the first thing we need to do is analyze that movie frame by frame to find some subliminal messages. Scene. Dawn came. A sleepy, blurry-eyed theater manager let us in and allowed Prow to begin examining each frame by hand. How Prow managed to convince the theater manager to do this, I will never know. I mean, I saw it. I simply do not comprehend it. Darla was still asleep back at Hacks. While Prow examined each and every single frame by hand with his magnifying glass, I took some time to read the file. It was both interesting and frightening at the same time. Apparently 90% of the customers that returned always exhibited clothing and word choices that matched a popular television show. Indeed, most of the time it was multiple television shows. All of the clothing sold at Hacks had a tiny bead in it that identified when a customer came and went. These tied in directly with sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the store, which compared what they said and analyzed it for patterns. What if simply filtering out all the people coming into the store except for those that are copying things that do on television? I asked Prow. Prow said, without looking up from his frame-by-frame analysis, an astute thought, Watson. However, I think you'll notice the details provided by the program. You would notice that Emilius Koffenheimer created it. He's one of the best programmers in the field of consumer dynamics, so I find his work will no doubt be impeccable in regards to this program. That, and when you compare the chip data to the data recorded on the voices, the numbers indicate that it is all of them, not just a significant number. Well, what if it's the chips themselves? Prow shook his head. I thought about that too, but the transmitter on these chips is rather primitive. It has an incredibly short range and basically consists of nothing but a radio reflector that identifies who the consumer is. They don't transmit in any form. I mean, think about it. It would be cost prohibitive to make it for every person in the world. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. Assuming that they are in their right stage of mind and assuming that it is, in fact, difficult to produce, I smiled. Possible, but improbable. As compared to subliminal messages in a movie. Yes. Now you're starting to see the logic of it. Such was my job. We spent the better part of the day looking through the film. He didn't find anything. Darla didn't find anything after she woke up. I didn't find anything. To be fair, I didn't find anything because I wasn't looking for anything. I absolutely refused to watch at all until the 9th time he'd gone through the film, uttering something about subconscious symbolism of aliens and our hidden interferes. It had been my hope that if I did what he wanted, then he would just give up. Sometimes he actually listened to me. This wasn't one of those times. If this were a fictional account, I would be tempted to call Prow a two-dimensional character. In reality, he's more of an omnidirectional, one-dimensional character. He gets something in his mind, and then pursues it as long past the area that most sane men would. He then randomly stops and moves on to something else. Somehow, I'm a vital part of this process, but I have yet to discern how it works. What I do know is that he did eventually stop sometime around 54 tries. I lost count around 31, but he was averaging 7 an hour up until that point. He was going so fast with the film, I honestly don't know how he could see anything anyway. He did so without getting upset about it. He simply stated matter-of-factly, "This is not the right path. We need to return to the shop and look for clues." The store was closed, and the gates were chained shut. At last, a chance for that much-needed sarcastic comment. "Darn it," I said. "It looks like we'll have to sleep after all." Darla smiled. "And sleep at night at that. Now that I have to sleep at night, I can catch sleep any time I want to, or not." "Most people can," said Prow as he looked through the gates. I could tell he really wanted to break in there, but was afraid the security guard might have an issue with that. "Actually, yes and no. Depends on how tired I am," I shared, not that anyone had asked me. "It's an act of willpower. Anyone can do it. It's like being able to make your heart stop." Prow looked at the fire alarm. "You can do that?" Darla asked wearily. Yes, I frequently do. I learned how with the biofeedback machine initially, but now all I need to do is my pulse, so I make sure to stop it at least 3 or 4 times a day just to maintain the ability, Prow beamed. Why? Darla said, her voice cracking. Well, you never know if you might be locked somewhere in an area that has a heartbeat sensor you need to get past. And for a glorious moment I thought Darla would awaken from the love spell the demon had cast on her, and see the light of day, i.e. me, but alas, such was not to be. What if your heart gets stuck like that? I'm far too competent for that, he scoffed. What if you get ambushed while it was stopped? Darla said. That's what my concealed handgun permit is for. Armed? Prow was armed? The world suddenly felt like a much less safer place to be in. Don't get me wrong. I'm somewhere between let's melt them all and let's have a free bazooka at school day crowd in that area, but the idea of Prow with a firearm made me distinctly uncomfortable. What if you were ambushed while you were asleep? Darla didn't let it go. Why would I be stopping my heart while I'm asleep? What if you had a dream that you were practicing stopping your heart and got ambushed and woke up before you could get to the gun? She looked perfectly serious and calm. He thought about it for a moment. You have a good point. Do you have Hawk's phone number? Right here, she beamed, quite relieved that she handed him a piece of paper. I couldn't help but notice he hadn't actually promised to stop stopping his heart, but she seemed to consider the matter finished. 20 minutes later, a very confused security guard led us into the store. 4 hours later, the janitorial staff awakened us all and began to clean again for the morning crowds. Prow's technique of hunting the carpet for clues hadn't helped any of us stay awake. Prow rubbed his eyes and yawned. Curse it all, I should have taken something. Time is of the essence. Why? I asked. Because after reading the file, I believe this behavior is increasing. We have to find out exactly what is causing it, or it might be irreversible. Well, all right then. What next? I really don't know. Prow almost made me believe him. Prow said, Perhaps the janitorial staff. This place is incredibly clean. I believe the right combination of cleaning supplies might be able to produce a mind-altering effect if it was used correctly. Should I call OSHA? Darla asked. He shook his head. Not without more evidence. We need to get a chemical sample from each of the areas near the store. I hated this. Collecting samples for Prow to analyze was the worst part of the job. Once, we had analyzed over 700 wood samples before we finally became convinced that the thing disrupting the satellite dish was an ant chewing at the electrical wire like we said it was. At any rate, we slept in the plane that night, and Prow was obviously annoyed. He'd not made any progress and seemed at a loss of what to do. Have you considered going in during the day? I asked. Can't, he replied. And why not? Because we might be affected by whatever is affecting the others. He pointed to the file. I said, You didn't seem to care about that while we were looking at the subliminal messages or mind-affecting carpet fibers. Darla smiled. He's got a point, Prow sighed. He threw up his hands and said, Fine, we'll go. There was not much room to move inside the store. It was the middle of September, and suddenly I found it feeling like the day before Christmas. I now understood Prow's desire to avoid the scene. It was one thing to read about it in a file, but it was something else entirely to see it fresh. The people around us were all sporting brand new and very fashionable clothing. Most of it was subtle enough that I never would have noticed on my own, but there were exceptions. Everyone was wearing a Kiwi Cabana friendship bracelet, which had just been the subject of a recent Life with Smucky episode. Amusing stuff. They all seemed to be using a vernacular I barely understood, though as I listened it began to make more sense. The weirdest thing was the way they all moved the same way. It was minuscule but present, like a soft wind on a wheat field. Their clothing consisted of basically 5 types. Normally this much variety might not stand out if you were passing the crowd, but when you studied it as much as we did, it became downright disturbing. The females either wore a white and silver or blue skirt with a gold, green, or gray blouse. The men wore either a t-shirt and jeans or a business suit. The t-shirt always contained an advertisement for Hack's department store. The suit was always black. The most disturbing thing about them was the way they talked. They used words like, I sail so sunset never happens, or dance to death, baby. They used these words interchangeably with ordinary everyday objects in a way like someone else might say, that thing over there with the thing, instead of they said, that dance of death, baby, over there, well, with this I'll sail so sunset never happens. We elbowed our way through the crowd and ended up near the jewelry counter. A pretty girl with black hair and piercing green eyes stood in the middle, desperately trying to help 7 or 8 people at once. She waved to Dollar and smiled. Oh, hey, I wondered when you were going to show up.
"We've been here a while, but working odd hours," Darla yelled back over the crowd. There was a tone of nervousness in her happy greeting.
"Do you know each other?" Prow asked.
"Yes, actually," Darla said. Prow pretended not to hear over the crowd. "What did you say?" "Yes, I know her. Her name is Amberlove," she said a bit louder with a tone of worry, almost shame.
"Is she the reason we learned of this case?"
Prow looked accusingly at her, invading her personal space. Darla paused for about 10 seconds, the clamor of the crowd making the silence impossible. She stammered, "Yes."
"And how exactly do you know her?" Prow loomed over her.
"We both met through the narcoleptic.net network. It's a support group for those who had it. She said the last part quickly in correction. Prow was obviously angry.
"You lied to me. I told you no cases that have a personal..."
And then he stopped in mid-sentence, a look crossing his face.
"Has she had the surgery, the one you had?"
Darla looked at Amberlove, who nodded.
"Interesting," Prow thought. "When exactly did she get this surgery?"
"She got it around the same time I did, 5 or 6 weeks ago."
"Which just happens to be the same time things started happening here," Prow mused. "I find that not to be a coincidence."
"Well, what are you suggesting?" I asked. "That somehow she developed psychic powers and is mind-controlling everyone?"
"Don't be ridiculous. I believe in science, not stupidity. Even if there are such things, any phenomena thus demonstrated has been pathetically weak. No, I think this is something else."
Prow began to pace. "What?" I asked.
"I don't know yet. I need to watch and do some research, but I think it would help if Amberlove took the day off."
He inspected his magnifying glass.
"Should I go too?" Darla asked.
I think for now, yes. The best thing is for me to observe how these people behave, both with the two of you here, and with each of you here individually, and also without either of you here at all."
"Will I get paid?" Amberlove said. It was obvious that while Hack splurged on janitorial staff, he was not quite so generous with the retail side of things.
"I will speak to Hack. If he doesn't, I will."
She smiled at this. She had a very nice smile, but not as nice as Darla's. The next several days involved a great deal of hurried activity as Prow tried every combination of Darla and Amberlove he could think of, but to no tangible result. He insisted that he could detect subtle behavior shifts with each combination before he finally announced a solution. "And what would that be?" I asked.
"It is difficult to put into words. I think it best to make one up. Meme sync should do here."
Prow wrote the word on a whiteboard.
"What? Meme. Borderline psychological concept involving fads, ideas, or mass hysteria, passing from person to person in a self-replication fashion akin to a virus. Sync to come in tandem with, often used in conjunction with the idea of nullification."
I blinked and tried to take all that in. The sync thing I get. What exactly do you mean by a meme?
He put his hand under his chin. "Thought virus, like the Macarena. It's an idea of putting a biological perspective on ideas that look at the mental plane."
I asked. "You mean like Republicans are elephants and Democrats are donkeys?"
"In rough equivalent, totally inadequate way, kind of."
"That's a pretty vague answer," I said.
"My mother raised me to be polite. As I was saying, I believe Darla and Amberlove, indeed any narcoleptic who's had this surgery, was a meme sync, only now they're not. They've become the opposite."
"What, you mean like super alpha female types?" I asked. He began to pace.
"In a manner of speaking, yes. They can't, I believe, influence at a conscious level. But at the mid-range of thought between conscious and the id, the dreaming mind, yes, I most definitely do."
"And how exactly do we confirm this theory of yours?" I asked. He stopped pacing.
"An interesting question. I think the first thing that we have to do is figure out how to get them to influence people in a subtle way."
I looked at the security monitors viewing the store. "Well, she works at the jewelry counter. We could give them some kind of new ring or something and have people ask to try it out."
"Brilliant as ever, Watson. I'll contact Hack and let him know."
Darla thought the entire thing was stupid, but she respected Prow's insistence that she not tell Amberlove. Thus, when Amberlove received specific instructions from Hack to push small, cheap, and pretty ring charm, she did so with her usual stoicism. Nothing happened at first. Of course, Darla had to help out at the jewelry counter to allow Amberlove to actually work the special sale. I could tell that Amberlove thought this was weird, but the bizarre schedule Prow had set up for them on the last week made the unusual seem usual at this point, and so eventually she started relaxing and selling the rings. The more relaxed and natural she became, the more fascinated people got. The larger the crowd grew, the more people were interested in the rings. What I found particularly interesting, though, was the way people were interested in the rings in the mall after they left Amberlove. It wasn't just a case of her being super persuasive somehow. No, it was the idea of her pushing the rings that got people excited, so excited that they shared the sentiment with other people. Pretty soon we ran out of rings, but Prow was convinced, and so was Hack.
You're brilliant, pal, Mr. Prow. That's all I can say. Thank you, sir. But you do me much kindness. The fact is, now that we know, I'm a bit of a remiss of how to find a solution. Why don't we ask Darla or Amberlove, I asked, because they might influence our thoughts. Whatever they said was a good idea would probably be acceptable to us as the best idea possible. Prow seemed particularly disturbed by this idea. He was, after all, a rugged individualist. All right, maybe. On the other hand, what do you expect them to do? Live in isolation the rest of their lives? I need to think about this. I also need to think more about the surgery. We don't have time, I shouted. People are getting their brains fried. This, it turns out, was a mistake. You're absolutely right. Good thinking, Watson. We need to test this out right away. Come with me. I'd been joking. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. Now my sarcasm was coming back to haunt me. Are you sure about this? I mean, what about practically dragging me with the strength I didn't know he had? He pulled me into the next room with Darla and Amberlove were waiting. Girls, Prow said, diplomatic, I have something disturbing to tell you. That we have mind control powers, Darla said. You have. How did you know? We had telepathic powers, Amberlove said, smiling. You are now our hopeless slaves. Prow said, Never! I shall fight you with my with every lance ounce of... Darla mock-smacked Amberlove and smiled. We don't have telepathic anything. We heard you in the other room. Willpower and Prow blinked a moment and finally said, Then, well, I propose we test this theory. That's already done, too. Explain, Prow said curtly. His face barely contained mask of boiled emotions. Darla said, pointing at me, Chester, look at him. What has Watson got to do with this? Prow said. I looked at myself. I seemed normal to me. Darla giggled. He's dressed like Ika Jika Jiwi from Crush Dusters 5. Prow looked me over, thought a moment, and said, Yes, I suppose he is. Now that I gave it serious thought, I suppose the long, bright red rubber trench coat with the plaid moon boots probably wasn't my usual style. And you were just noticing this now? I've been wearing this for days. It took me a while, Amberlove said. I didn't notice until Darla pointed it out. And why didn't you say anything? I cried indignantly. Well, we didn't want to ruin the experiment. I never volunteered to be experimented on, I shouted. Darla smiled. So it's okay for us, but it's not okay for you? Prow said, interrupting my clever and deadly retort. What was the result of the experiment? Know then, gentle reader, that what I would have said at the moment was, I'm not a genetic freak, so huzzah! Or perhaps, you ate what for breakfast? Needless to say, I felt like a complete tool. Amberlove rubbed my shoulder. It happens to the best of us. I wasn't so sure I agreed. Prow rambled on. I think that there's a part of us that is hardwired to respond in groups. If you've ever been in a crowd when it goes crazy, or a crowd when it starts to do the wave, there's a part of you that is almost primal that wants to join in. I think that part of us is what makes memes work on. And I think that some people are naturally good at connecting to this part of who we are. Animal magnetism, natural leaders, call it what you will. However, I think that narcoleptics are natural counter to this. Namely, I think they have, until now, kept these memes from growing out of control. So essentially what you're saying, Darla said, is that without narcoleptics, society is doomed. Think of it this way. Narcolepsy has only been medicated in the last century or so. As narcoleptics ceased to sleep, the amount of fads that caught on began to exponentially increase. That's balderdash. That's more of an increase in the sophistication of media, I replied. True to a degree. It's difficult to point out where one ends and one begins, but I don't think media alone is sufficient to account for the bizarre habits of humanity that they've taken in the name of conformity. That missing part, I believe, is taken up in narcoleptics. Indeed, I'm willing to bet that the gene for charisma is the same one that causes narcolepsy. Our most potent leaders and charismatics, in fact, have been allowing society to think for itself by sleeping. Darla and Amberlove seemed to like the idea and smiled, though Darla said, But does that mean we can't use the surgery? Prow thought and then said, Complain about side effects and the FDA will demand further testing. Indeed, while talking to them, I imagine they'll believe you. You should have the surgery reversed. Oh, we don't need to do that, Amberlove pouted. It's the ethical thing to do, Prow frowned. What she means is that it requires multiple treatments. Once we stop, our regular symptoms will reappear. Darla was obviously not happy at this idea. You're going to stop being narcoleptic again? You're going to start being narcoleptic again because of this idiot? I said. To save Earth. Yes, I will, she sighed. And so she did. The FDA believed it. I almost blew the whistle on it all, but when Darla pointed out the rather draconian NDA I'd signed, I'm fairly certain that there were all kinds of laws that would protect me from that. But she had me sit on it with her super persuasiveness until I noticed that she'd started sleeping again. By then, the study had been postponed and a new kind of cure was being sought. Prow had gotten together with several researchers to begin quietly studying emetics, idiously. The woman I loved was being kept in chains of sleep by the ranting of a madman. The effects on those people in the store began to wind down. The store went national. Amberlove decided to stay around. She's not as pretty as Darla, but she's marginally more intelligent. She agrees with me that I should file a complaint with the FDA, but thinks I should wait until the right time. She helps Darla a lot with the secretarial stuff. Prow put her on the payroll. The two of them giggle a lot, and Prow has more business coming in. Chapter 4. The Case of the Nut Job, the Dog, and the Pottery Nook. I found myself reading another book in Prow's sitting room, while Darla presented him with the files she thought he was most likely to choose. After the third one, he opened it up and shouted with delight, "Eureka!" Quissence Prow was by now my most hated enemy. This was primarily because of Darla. She's the paragon of all femaleness, and she happened to be in love with him. He doesn't return the favor. Stupid. It was all stupid. I looked up from my book. Oh, and what might that be? I hated myself for what I had become here. I had always been a little sarcastic, but now everything that came out of my mouth was dripping with bitterness. Initially, I'd taken the job because my life previously was miserable. Later, I stayed because of the chains of love. The Russian playwright Chekhov once said, "A shotgun introduced on page 1 must go off before the end of the story." So I deliberately put the gun over the fireplace in hopes that he might kill himself with it. Prow said, "This case is set in Alaska. I have been hoping to go back there for some time." I was floored. I had thought he'd completely forgotten about Alaska. "Is this about those JDFLT people?" He looked at me curiously for a moment and smiled. "Oh no, I'm still working on that, old chap. Alaska is the last place we're likely to find out about them anyway. Only the stupidest of criminals return to the scene of the crime. No, I have been meaning to acquire a Toby. I am interested in a particularly rare breed of dog that is only found in the most Arctic climates and bred by the locals. They are quite possessive of them, and thus the dogs are difficult to export. I figure we might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone." "What about the last dog?" I asked. "He died," Prow replied sadly. "When did that happen?" "About 4 hours ago, when he accidentally got run over by a car." Ah, the sentimental fool. You could tell he was really torn up about the loss of his pet. All he really cared about was having a dog because Sherlock Holmes had a dog. If Sherlock Holmes had a dog, then so must Quissence Prow. Idiot. I asked, "So you expect to get one of these dogs by going up there in person, even though they won't let anyone else who goes up there in person get one?" Prow nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, of course. I rather doubt that anyone has asked them politely before." "Right," I sighed. "When do we leave?" "Right now," Prow smiled at Darla. "Fire up the plane. The game is afoot." Scene. As you might have guessed, we found the dog in the first few hours upon arrival. It was young, only a year old, and superbly trained. Its owner, Martha, was an older woman who was nearing death, with no family and only a few friends who already had dogs of their own, so she was more than happy to offer to get home. There was, of course, a society that forbids this. However, it turns out that Prow had been old college roommates with the director, and so in a matter of another 45 minutes of furtive phone calls, they had bent the rules, since he was one of the family anyway. "Of course." "Well," Prow said as he paced the room, "now that that's over with, let's go about solving the case. Martha has been kind enough to let us use her home as a base of operations while we go looking about. So, Darla, what are the details?" He fed the dog a biscuit, which ate it savagely. It looked at me as if expecting me to have one. I did not. It growled a little. Darla said, "It's an unusual case, which of course explains why it interested you. Apparently there was a military unit that survived with only 1 loss while they were deployed in the Middle East, and now suddenly 7 of them have died under very mysterious circumstances. The Pentagon is eager to find out what's going on. Their own investigations haven't turned up anything." "Ergo," Prow said, "they called us." Did I mention how much I hated him? I mean, the man had everything handed to him on a silver platter. He was rich, smart, and I admit he's smart, even if he's insane and an idiot, and had the most beautiful female on the planet at his beck and call, which he routinely ignored. The dog was what turned the tide for me, though. Of course, gentle, non-Prowian reader, by now you find me as annoying as Quissence Prow in my vacillation about Prow. Is he a genius, or is he an idiot? I still don't know the answer, but I'm quite fairly certain he's an idiot savant. He has the ability to find answers to problems in ways that make no sense. He's extremely intelligent in some ways, but utterly lacking in common sense in others. Were he to live alone in the desert, away from anyone else but me as an observer, I would conclude he was an idiot. Yet somehow, he has everyone around him convinced he is amazing, competent, and intelligent, that I am forced to constantly remind myself what my own eyes have seen. You might guess that by now I am writing this and making threats that I am, by the end of this yarn, still working for Prow, and that neither of us is dead. It could, I suppose, be a Shyamalanian ending in which we were all dead and I was recollecting the entire thing as a festering corpse from the grave. The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out, but dead men tell no tales. That's about the size of it, Darla replied. Though I have to admit I now believed in fate. Fate had allowed Prow to find the dog. Fate had allowed Prow to find one house in the 20-square-mile area that was right next to the base commander's house. We met with the base commander at daybreak, spring in Alaska. The head of the small battalion met in the mess hall where we were treated with a breakfast of MREs. I'm quite glad that no one of the twisted and strange paths of my life took me into the armed forces. I'd rather eat Twinkies for breakfast. The man's name was Pope. He spoke in a gravelly voice that commanded respect, even though it was relaxed. Doesn't make any sense. Do you know that, until now, people always called us the lucky ones? Despite all the death and the dying over there, we only lost one member of our unit. Now, all of a sudden, they're dying like flies for stupid things. Now they're saying that credit is come due. Superstitious lot. You'd think them more 18th century sailors than 21st century soldiers. I need someone with a clear head and a firm belief in science, not mumbo-jumbo, to find out what's going on here. The dog licked Pope's hand. Maybe it thought he had food. Prow nodded. I can respect that. Normally we handle cases that involve diagnosis. No different here. I want you to find the problem and deal with it. Prow nodded. Yes, but that didn't involve murder. Pope was shocked. Murder? You think someone's killing my men deliberately? Surely the military police investigated it, Darla asked. Pope pounded his desk. They already did. If you think I'm going to allow any of them to keep turning my base upside down when I overheard them talking about ghosts and fate, you better think again. After the third death, my men started getting spooked. I don't want any more nonsense. You seem like you got cold feet, Prow. If you don't want the job, why'd you come here? To get a dog, I smiled, happy to provide accurate information. What? Pope looked at me incredulously. Prow coughed. Darla, as usual, came to his rescue. I think what Prow is concerned about is that, while the idea of diagnosing a disease that no one else has been able to discern is something that interests him, on the offhand possibility there is foul play involved, he might like someone besides me there who can shoot a gun. The dog growled a little at me. I think it could sense my hostility towards Prow. Pope chuckled. Well, why didn't you say so? I'll assign Ryans to the job. Prow looked annoyed at Darla, but did not contradict her. Pope left a short while later, and our bodyguard showed up. Ryan's was a thick slab of meat that looked like the male equivalent of a female video game protagonist. He was more comic book superhero than human. I noticed Darla glanced at his arms admiringly. Not surprising. Even the most besotted can get tired of unrequited love. I should know. Well, how do, folks? What's the sit rep? What can I do for you? Ryans asked. Prow thought about this a great deal and said, I understand that we are to have access to pretty much anything we want. Is that correct? That's right, Ryan said. Anything you want. I want access to the personnel files. Prow pointed at the file cabinet marked office supplies. Ryan's frowned. I don't know. See, there's not a question of top secret versus secret or something like that. Only certain people are supposed to have access to certain things at certain times when it comes to those files. It's supposed to be private and need to know. Prow showed him the letter that had brought us here. Ryan nodded. All righty then. This way. We walked out of the mess hall and down a very cracked and broken asphalt path to the building that was a throwback from the 1950s. He saw the look on my face and nodded proudly. Yep, been there since WW 2.0. The dog looked at Ryan's and whined a bit. Ryan smiled and took something out of his pocket and fed it to the dog. I considered whining. I hadn't had lunch yet. The dog looked at me and glared, Perhaps it's that I too was thinking about food. Can dogs really glare? That must take quite a bit of repair work, I said.
Not as much as you might think. They built things right back in the day, Ryan beamed.
Why was back in the day always so much better than anything they built now? I asked. I thought most of the things they built then were temporary aluminum buildings like the kind that Goldmer Pyle slept in.
That was the Marines. His voice had a twinge of annoyance in it.
Well, sure, but you still use the same lunchbox buildings in the Army.
Chester!
Darla shouted at me. Just talking to Ryans, I grinned innocently. Well, stop it and help us look through these files. Darla pointed at a rather thick stack of papers. And so we spent the next several hours looking through files. The truth of the matter was that we were supposed to be helping Prow. He never, or almost never, told us what was going on in his bizarre thought process, so we ended up looking for
something unusual.
There were all kinds of unusual things. One of the people who died had an incredible love for dogs. Another had been nominated but ultimately rejected from receiving the Congressional Medal of Honor. Another had an intense fear of heights but had drowned in a foot of water inside of their bedroom. But the only useful thing I could get out of reading these files was that for once I actually did agree with Prow. These were murders, not disease victims. I looked up nervously at Ryans, who smiled at me. I couldn't read much into that smile. Perhaps he respected my ability to match wits with him in a verbal sparring. Perhaps he found me a likable fellow. Or perhaps he was staring at the thought of separating my head from my neck. Prow, only an idiot wouldn't think that these were murders, don't you? The deaths are just so coincidental.
Prow nodded. I take it you were referring to the young woman who drowned only in a foot of water?
Among others, yes. I eyed Ryans nervously. Ryans looked a little annoyed, squinting his eyes, and then smiled the same unreadable smile at me. The dog cocked its head and sniffed Ryan's leg. It growled a little. I squirmed. I don't really think this is something we should be handling.
The authorities would only botch this up, Prow said matter-of-factly.
My eyes bulged. What, now you think you're a better forensic expert than the FBI? Or the military police?
It's not a question of forensics. This is a question of flexible thinking, Prow said.
Dead people clues generally means forensics, doesn't it? Darla said. Technically, the definition of forensics is the art or study of formal debate, argumentation. The use of science and technology to investigate and establish facts in criminal or civil courts of law, according to dictionary.com anyway. I sneered. Thank you, Miss Internet. That still doesn't change the fact that there are dead people here and there are all kinds of official law enforcement people to investigate it properly.
Yes, but we have been requested to investigate it quietly, Prow replied.
So they can cover it up again just like they did the last time? I threw up my hands. There might be an occasion where covering up something is a good idea, Darla said. Like when? I looked at her, even if she didn't look at me.
Prow shrugged. An incident involving a biological weapon. If the wrong people got on their hands on it, it could be dangerous.
You think we're investigating a biological weapon? My voice was so shrill it could have broken glass. Why? What evidence led him to think that there was a bioweapon? It made no sense. And if people still thought Prow was a genius.
Quite possibly, Prow said. That's why we have to investigate.
Great. And so investigate we did. We wandered around the base for some time and met about 200 of its 400 inhabitants. The dog asked all of them for food. It succeeded about 25% of the time. The rest were either sleeping or out on leave. There really didn't seem to be much unusual about it. I mean, I'd never been on a military base before, but it seemed to me like a lot of bed, desks, clothing, and cleaning equipment. I did notice that they seemed to have an awful lot of paperwork. After we were done, I asked Prow, so what was the point of all that?
You mean investigating the base for
clues? Darla asked. It's what we do. That's why you get paid. I get paid to observe and write. He snickered. Then help solve crimes, too. Darla tapped her clipboard with her finger. So, was it a crime then? I ignored her finger tapping.
Prow stopped walking. Actually, Watson, I don't think it was a crime. At least, I don't think it was the conventional sense.
I tried to keep walking, but Prow didn't move. You got some kind of a clue then? I considered getting into an argument with Prow about murder versus manslaughter, but I thought better of it. The last thing I needed was for people to think Prow was Perry Mason, too.
You could say that. Yes.
Prow looked extremely concerned. When something actually concerned Prow, it concerned me. Please note that this was only because, being so oblivious to most things, if something actually made it through, then it had to be really bad. What is it?
I couldn't help noticing the inordinate amount of pottery wheels.
My eyebrows went up involuntarily. So they have a hobby. Some people have hobbies, true, but not to the degree that people do on this base. According to Tobin's Guide of America, roughly 1 in 20 Americans has an interest in pottery. Beyond that, over 75% of those are the ages 42. Thus, statistically speaking, it was an egregious anomaly I noticed. This, combined with Toby detecting higher than normal levels of radiation, caused me to believe that they had been making radioactive pottery. The dog detected higher than normal's levels of radiation, I blinked. Prow was stupid, but he rarely totally lied. Yes, Abercrombie Terriers are trained to detect over 40 different substances by their local trainers. They are among the smartest of canines and can learn at roughly 4 times the speed of any other breed. This is why they are never sold, for the trainers believe that they would dilute the gene pool. Not rational, I know, but I've had to sign several papers requiring me to bring Toby back here at least 1 month each year. The breeding association believed that if they let the dogs out of their control, they'd breed with other dogs that looked the same on the outside but were totally different inside. They also, I think, wanted to maintain an artificially high market value and mystery around the dogs by keeping them largely unknown to the world at large. All right. It took me a moment to absorb the silliness. I decided to believe it, at least the bit about radiation. He might have had a pocket Geiger counter with him for all I know. Stranger things had happened with and Quissence Prow had done most of them. Darla sighed out loud. So we're dealing with radioactive pottery here? That would explain why they might be dying of unusual causes. We should check the pottery and the clay they're using for trace amounts of radiation. That is an excellent idea. He smiled and winked at Darla. What was that? Prow usually barely even acknowledged that Darla existed. That and the fact that Darla was starting to give him ideas did not speak well for my job prospects. I was the guy that was supposed to do that. What if Darla learned to write stunning interactive fiction, too? So we spent the next 2.5 hours wandering around the base while the dog sniffed at pottery. The dog, of course, went berserk. I didn't care. After that, I insisted that we use an actual Geiger counter. I didn't know how to read the thing at first, but after Darla explained the base's radiation to me levels to me, it made me want to leave. It's everywhere here. It's a wonder these people still have any hair left, I shouted. Not that you can tell that easily when it's all shaved off. So what do you think we should do now? I asked. We should speak to the base commander, Darla said. Yes, we should, Prow nodded. We went back with our findings. Pope was not happy with our results. Where in the world is this coming from? If you're willing, I can collect samples, Prow said. Now more freaking samples! That won't be necessary, Pope replied. We can take it from here. There are procedures to be followed. As you wish, Prow sighed. He was clearly disappointed. We left, and it almost escaped when Pope's security came running after us. Wait, he wants to see you again, which caused all of us to pile out of the car and walk back to the office across the parking lot. Pope was waiting at his door. He looked shaken. Apparently I was wrong. You can go ahead and collect those samples now. Darla looked skeptical. Why did you change your mind? Instructions from higher up the food chain, way up. Darla looked at Prow. This doesn't feel right. She seemed to be having difficulty standing up. She always got that way when she got too emotional. It was cataplexy, a side effect of narcolepsy. She had to be a lot more upset than her face let on. We're taking the samples, Powell said dictatorially, yet with a tone of a stern, confident father figure. And so we began to take samples. We swabbed all kinds of areas all around the barracks first, but after a short while began to focus entirely on the clay. Prow was a wizard with a spectrometer. The tests he did were not garden variety mix and matching of chemicals to catalog reactions. He just DNA gel up a sample, put it in, and identify it based on the records read out in seconds. I thought at first he was faking, but much to my delight, he turned out to be actually good at something after all. Still, his skill at it meant that Darla and I spent more time gathering samples while he looked at what we brought back. I decided it was now or never. I asked Darla while we were alone, Darla, you want to go out sometime when we get back? What do you mean? She asked. Her expression on her face was unreadable. I thought maybe we could go to a movie or something. Are you asking me out? She smiled warmly. Yes, actually, I was relieved by her relaxed tone. If we have a conversation like this again,
I'm filing a formal charge of sexual harassment with the State Labor Board. She smiled and kept collecting samples. What? Well, part of what I said don't you understand, she said sweetly. Well, it seems a bit extreme. This is my job. I don't need to deal with this, she continued with her sample work. Oh, please. Like, this nonsense is a job in any normal sense. We are play actors for Prow. I consider it my job. I can't speak for you, she said. Are you attracted to him? So what if I am? That's between Prow and me, and you haven't seen me bring it up, have you? She looked dangerous. No, but good. Then shut up. She said that last rather hurriedly and pointedly, ignored me while she went on collecting samples. We got everything we needed and walked back. Prow smiled at us, looking at the spectrometer with a wide grin. I seldom saw him muse. If he detected anything of the tension between Darla and me, he didn't say it. I have figured out what it is. And, I asked, trying not to look at Darla, it's depleted duranium. Depleted duranium mixed with Kevlar and clay. What in the world? I scratched my head. I think they made body armor out of it, Prow said proudly. And I think that they're still making it. Indeed, I think they're making up a whole new batch. Why would they use depleted uranium and clay? Ceramics are a tough material. Properly heated and processed, it can be one of the most durable substances on Earth. Sure, and Kevlar and depleted uranium are also just armor, I replied, but they don't mix together. Kevlar is what they put is what it is because of fiber, not because of the actual material itself. It's a combination thing. I thought I'd read that in a book somewhere. Darla said, modern buildings have steel frameworks even though they are made of far flimsier materials. It doesn't make any sense, I replied. Prowl brought us a computer screen with pretty diagrams. Yes, it does, especially when you add the depleted uranium. No CO in their right mind is going to approve of soldiers mixing in body armor because of the liability and political issues. Radiation is not a popular subject among certain folks. I said, that's insane. And even if it were true, they're doing it to themselves. Yes, that's correct, Prow said. I tried to smile good-naturedly at Darla. She smiled back as long as Prow was looking, but as soon as he looked away, she gave me the stare of death. I stopped smiling. Darla thought for several moments and said, so there really are murders after all? They really were murders after all? Prow nodded. How did we go from radiation sickness to murder? Because low levels of radiation are harmful over the long term, but in short doses, not inherently dangerous. That doesn't mean that it's going to be approved. But if you found a way to improve body armor dramatically, and it meant life and death for the unit, which never got you the armor you wanted in the first place, would you tell them about it? Worse, what would you do if someone else started threatening to tell about it? 400 people is an awful lot to keep secret. It might work in combat in another country where it is you against everyone else, but it wouldn't really work once. Would it really work once they returned? Darla smiled and shook her head. Nope. She didn't seem disturbed by our earlier encounter, but I wasn't going to let it show. So what do we do now? Tell Pope, Darla said. How do you know they tried to tell Pope? Why were you allowed to tell Pope as much as you did then? What if they've been murdering all the other people around here that tried to tell Pope before? Do you really think they're going to try and let us talk to him, I asked? Yes, actually. I know they will. And why is that? Because they've been listening to us the entire time with their surveillance equipment and haven't done anything about it. What? I said. Why didn't you tell us? Prow calmly pointed to the window. Well, what good would that have done? You probably would have acted nervous and other such nonsense. We haven't got a thing to worry about. And why is that? Darla asked, herself now nervous. Prow pointed at us. Because each of you has a bug on you. And if they did anything to us, then the authorities would arrest them. Darla looked horrified. Wait, you've been listening to us the whole time? Oh, no, that would be impolite. I simply have it recorded back on the plane. Prow patted her head reassuringly. Darla ignored the condensation pat in her visible relief as Prow not having heard our conversation. At least that's what I assumed it was, given her deliberate desire not to talk about her thing for Prow. I said, I hate to be a party pooper, but have you ever heard of jamming equipment? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that the military has equipment that can make sure that our broadcast doesn't get out. Prow nodded. Yes, that's true, but they would have had to know about it in the first place. A squeal of tires could be heard in the distance.
What was that? I said, looking around for sniper fire.
That was the people listening in on us, driving to the plane to find the recordings I've made while they send a few other people around back to attack us, Prow said confidently.
That's not a good thing, Darla said. None of us have weaponry.
Nonsense. I'm always armed. Granted, one pistol is not much against most equipment, but we'll make do. Of course, we only have a limited amount of time until they discern that there is no black box recording our statement.
What? I said, looking out the window. I didn't say anything.
I lied, Prow said. I made it all up. Don't worry. They're jamming us now, so I can't call someone to have them hide the box.
And how do you know that?
Because my cell phone isn't getting any reception, he pointed at his phone. At that moment, the door burst open and two rather large gentlemen, Ryan's being one of them, pointed assault rifles at us and were about to pull the trigger. Prow shot the gun out of the hand of one of them. I think if it hadn't been for the fact that they wanted to make this look like another accident, we would have been dead. They shot me with a dart gun, and I could feel something pumping into my veins. There were all kinds of pretty colors welling up in my head, and I noticed them shoot at Darla, but she dodged out of the way. Things went in slow motion after that. I tried to fight them, but I was told afterward that it was more of a tap on the cheek of one of the soldiers. That made him giggle as he thrust me to the floor. Apparently it was at least enough of a distraction to allow an opening. It was the stupid dog that had been sitting there the entire time at Prow's feet that leapt up and bit one of the others in the most vulnerable space, forcing him to drop the assault rifle to the ground. It was just wrong. Wrong! Prow and Darla rushed the guy on top of me and thrust him to the ground. Darla took the dart gun out of his hands and shot both the soldiers point blank. I could swear she had the most sadistic grin I've ever seen on another human being. Time passed. Prow was mad as hell. You mean to tell me that we had a defense secret of national implications and my men, or
Pope was mad as hell. You mean to tell me that we had a defense secret of national implications and my men were sitting on it the whole time? Prow smiled.
I wouldn't worry about it too much, General. The best investigators that the military couldn't find it either.
Pump grunted. And you could.
A thorough collection of samples and a belief in the scientific method are invaluable in my profession.
I sat brooding back in the monolithic library mess that Prow called home. Pope had thanked Prow for his services and let us go. Nothing happened. There was no media coverage of it at all. It was like so many things we did, terribly anticlimactic. And yet it wasn't. I knew beyond any doubt that someone up the food chain had taken a recipe for tougher body armor and was trying to figure out a way to use it without the radiation showing up in a scan. Of course, I'd like to think that they were trying to eliminate the radiation entirely. Darla acted like nothing much happened. She was so relaxed around me that it made my stomach lurch. I finally figured it out. She had never cared for me, never even wanted to get to know me better. There was nothing. She'd only gotten annoyed when I brought it up because it reminded her of her situation with Prow. I found myself repeatedly eyeing the shotgun and trying to find ways to use it. I could bide my time. I had a new hobby in life. The destruction of Quissence Prow. Chapter 5. I am Watson. I am Moriarty. I am Moriarty. I am Watson. But I was a technical writer. My job was to chronicle the self-styled expeditions of would-be Sherlock Holmes named Quissence Prow. That was what he paid me to do. Along the way, he stole the woman I love. Thus, I was determined to destroy him. I returned his penchant for the unusual against him and expose him as a fool to the world. Little did I know that some of Prow's explorations into the fantastic were the real thing. Why am I writing this down now, you ask? My habit of writing my thoughts was forced at first, but now I find myself almost compelled to do it. I must write down what I do, no matter how much it pains me. That does not stop me from skewing things to my perspective. In truth, I've been doing that for some time. All Prow ever cared about was the fact that his adventures were being recorded. He never actually read them. He read a lot. Indeed, his bizarre home in the Arizona desert must have had thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of books. However, for all his learning, Prow is still a fool. He's a lucky fool, to be sure. Fate smiles on him in ways I do not comprehend, but then it gave me a true purpose in life, so how can I fault him for that? I do not wish to kill Prow, only to ruin him. The first time we'd gone to Alaska, we found a device capable of supposedly seeing into the past. It was there that I got the idea to fake a man from the future. You see, I now know something about him that other people do not. Quissence Prow lives to find the unusual. He wants to find alien spaceships or ancient Atlantean ruins. The world for him is a very boring place, so he makes up for that by being a consulting detective like one of his heroes, Sherlock Holmes. And thus it was I began to set my plan in motion. I was a bit timid at first. For all his foolishness, Prow was very competent, and the third member of our little trio, Darla, is even sharper still. Darla is intelligent, beautiful, and emotionally secure. She is the most perfect woman I have ever known. True, she is narcoleptic, obsessive-compulsive, and blunt, but I like that about her. Prow could not care less. He doesn't even see her, just like Darla doesn't see me. I asked her out once, and she shot me down cold. Then she pretended like it never happened. That was when I decided to destroy Prow. Darla walked in, as she had for nearly 2 years, and set several files in front of Prow. Prow's usual routine was to look through them, one at a time, and try and decide which one interested him most. This time was different, though. This time, he included a very special file I had maneuvered myself. "This is interesting," Prow said, examining one of the files that was not the one I had put there. "It apparently involves a giant squid off an oil drilling platform. They want me to consider whether or not it's a new species." My first reaction was to say how stupid that idea was. Prow was not a biologist. None of us were. Somehow, people kept hiring him to do all these things he had no expertise at. He kept solving them. I bit my tongue. Prow often used my annoyance to gauge how outlandish an idea was. I was his straight man. I had finally figured him out. He needed someone to tell him how impossible the task was to accomplish. I said nothing. Prow looked at me silently and then sighed. He continued looking through the papers. This is interesting. This person thinks that they've discovered King Solomon's mines. Are you Indiana Jones or Sherlock Holmes, Prow? Make up your mind. That's what I wanted to say. I still didn't reply. He took out another file. This person is apparently requesting independent verification of an event that occurred in upstate New York. There's no such thing as time travel, I blurted out. Oh, great. I had spoken too soon, curse it all. Prow looked at me startled. What did you say? He asked. They're probably talking about that idiot on the internet who claims he's from the future. He supposedly predicted when a meteorite would hit the ground in upstate New York. Interesting, Prow thought. Look, anyone could predict something like that. Something like what? Darla asked. Prow replied, well, apparently someone in upstate New York believes that they are being blackmailed by someone claiming to be from the future. Darla raised an eyebrow. Really? I don't remember preparing that file. I smiled. It must have been Amberlove. Amberlove was another narcoleptic friend of Darla's who had helped Darla with some of her coursework. Darla kept trying to fix this up. I think she felt guilty. It only annoyed me more. Darla frowned. Prow ignored her as he usually did and replied to my skepticism. Perhaps, but there are other, far more disturbing things here that are not so easily explained. Oh? I asked casually. Like what? Prow began to pace back and forth on his velvet carpet, ticking off points from his raised fingertips. 3 things. By themselves, they would be relatively minor, but together they are quite significant. First, the gentleman who sent me this file was visited by a so-called visitor from the future. He told the prospective client on the plane that he was going to crash into a nearby lake by accident at a precise date and time. That is public knowledge, and the FAA looked into the matter with little success. What other people, even the well-informed, do not necessarily know about are the death of the family from his uncle of a heart attack, and a public announcement of a cure for a rare but very nasty blood disorder called Cartick's disease. Anyone could have faked that stuff, I said. Darla had fallen asleep. She looked beautiful, but she was probably dreaming of Prow. Maybe, Prow replied. I concede that point. We have been fooled before, it is true. And yet, the idea that someone could have staged all 4 is preposterous. The resources required to do so would be astronomical. Furthermore, they would have had to have massive connections in the government and scientific industry, and be willing to commit murder to advance their cause. What kind of monster would be intelligent enough to pull something like that off, and yet simply desire to defraud the victim of some of his earthly possessions? Aha! So this visitor from the future is asking for money? It always comes down to that. It's not that simple. Yes, it would be expensive, but the time traveler is actually advocating that the victim place a certain amount in a well-regulated trust fund to acquire property for a certain sale. The would-be time traveler says that this site is going to become very important in the future, but that he cannot explain why. Wonderful thing about the future, it's always so vague. I read your horoscope today, Prow. It says that you shouldn't believe everything you read. Prow chuckled. I am not saying that we should not go into this without a healthy sense of skepticism. So you're saying that we should go into it with a healthy sense of disbelief? Darla asked, waking up. Yes, Prow snapped, annoyed. But I think it is worth checking out. Why? Darla asked. Because it is interesting, Prow smirked. Darla pointed to a rather large stack of files. You got lots of interesting cases. Patiently, Prow nodded and then pretended those files didn't exist. Yes, I do. But this one is more interesting. I don't like it. Since when did we determine which cases we took based on which cases you don't like? I didn't like the feeling of this. I tried to win Darla over. See? She thinks it's a bad idea, too. Why do you think it's bad? Just a feeling. I wondered if she had felt my bad feeling. I don't go on feelings, Prow said. It isn't logical. Logical? I shrieked. Since when has leaping to the most bizarre conclusion imaginable been logical? There's a difference between intuition and feeling. Those who understand that do great things. Whatever, Darla said, rolling her eyes. We're all off to such a lovely start. We are going. Pack, Prow commanded. That was the end of it. It was all I could do to conceal my glee. This had worked out better than I possibly could have planned. Upstate New York, it turns out, was very pretty in the fall when the leaves are 100 different hues. That explains why we had to go in the middle of winter in one of the worst snowstorms in memory. Time and climate matter little to Prow when he's solving a case, and this one proved no exception. Make no mind that the person who had requested Prow's help was not mentioned, in any way, shape, or form. The time was of the essence. I had arranged it thus, for, after all, what did time mean to a time traveler? Prow would have seen through it at once. Prow wanted to get there as quickly as possible, and that was that. Our erstwhile employer, Jefferson Trentwine, was an amiable, portly sort of fellow. In fact, he was the one who had been born for the title Watson, not me. He was a doctor. He had that brushy mustache and the studied dignity of a pseudo-aristocrat. But the only thing he didn't have was a British accent. Welcome to my home, all of you, he said amiably. Thank you ever so much for coming. I sincerely appreciate this. I do. Prow said, nothing to it. He invited us in the door. The three of us trundled in and kicked the thickened snow off our shoes, hung up our coats, unwrapped our scarves, etc. It was a tedious affair that anyone coming into or out of the snow would understand. Would you like a cup of hot tea? Cider? Coffee? I couldn't help noticing that the guy that had offered us tea first. Watson reincarnated, I swear. Prow raised his hand and shook his head. No need. We're here on business. Darla shook his head. Darla said, I'll take some coffee. Cider, I replied. It was not what Darla was having, and it wasn't tea. Our current climate would be exported to hell before I did anything more Watson-esque. Prow looked at us both with annoyance. It was that, why can't you people sustain yourselves on the thrill of adventure alone kind of look he gave us almost all the time. Some of us are not lunatics. Sorry. We moved into the den. The man had a collection of whaling paraphernalia and a huge amount of whale bones. Isn't that stuff illegal? Darla asked. Not if it was bought before the ban went into effect. Whaling fantasy fascinates me, both the ruggedness of the men who did it and their determination up until the very end to hunt their living to extinction, yet at the same time, men don't ever change voluntarily. Try to put a new technology or a new methodology, and they'll fight you tooth and nail. That's stupid, I said. I use new technology all the time. Not everyone is like that. Oh, come on, he said, smiling. There has never been a new technology you didn't like? Something that annoyed you? Prow snarled, Vroomba. They're highly annoying. They disturb my concentration. There you go, Jeremy smiled. Prow coughed. Very well. Let me start by saying that I have a solution to your time travel dilemma. Really? Jeremy said. Quite excellent. What is it? Darla looked with interest as well. She didn't say anything. Simple. You are being had. This is a hoax, a con job, a sham, a chamisel, a rove, a barn job, a lie. You have been sent down the river without a paddle. May I go on, or do you get the general gist of what I'm saying? What? Prow was never right on his first try. He always got it wrong at least 2 or 3 times. It was an old formulaic pattern by now. I was counting on it. My entire plan was counting on it. Prow had to go to the warehouse where he would be made to look like a fool to the entire world. It was perfect. He was an idiot. This could not be correct. Jeremy didn't like this answer either. At first, his face turned a beet red. Then he began to breathe slowly and squinting his eyes to avoid something that he would regret later. And just who do you think is responsible for this hoax, Mr. Prow? He decided not to say, you, sir, are calling me a fool, but his voice implied it. There are 2 people behind this crime. The first is my incompetent assistant, Chester Artherson, otherwise known as Watson, and my would-be Moriarty, and second, unknown assailant who has taken advantage of his idiocy to do a far better job of it. Thus, the real question is, who would have the motivation to lie to you, besides Watson, that is? I just stood there. Jarla fell to the floor. I couldn't tell if she was laughing or angry, probably both. Prow and Jeremy looked at me. Prow had this supercilious grin I'd never seen on him before. It was actually humorous without a hint of maliciousness. I hated him all the more for it, but I could tell that it was all he could do to keep from snickering. Jeremy looked upset, but extremely confused. He seemed to be taking it all rather well before he finally said, I'm sorry, but do you mean to tell me that your assistant is the reason I hired you? Yes, that's right, Prow said. Well, excuse me, I need to call my lawyer. There's a lawsuit here and probably criminal charges. Quite probably, but I imagine you won't want to waive all that to get Watson's cooperation. What? Jeremy said. Do you mean to say that you knew nothing of this? Yes and no. I knew Watson was attempting something like this. I just didn't know it was you. And it was not an attempt to drum up business for yourself? Good heavens, no. I don't want to be famous, and I have all the money I need. I practically have people beating down my door to get me to solve things. Then if you knew he was up to something, why did you let him do it? I wanted to give him enough rope to hang himself. That, and quite frankly, he needed to be taken down a peg or 2. He's far too full of himself. I choked on that. I'm too full of myself? I'm not the one who considers himself the end-all, be-all of expert on any given situation. I'm not the one who leaps to the wrong conclusion every time and makes us all look like idiots. Darla stood up. You are too full of yourself. You think you're all clever and in on this joke that no one else knows about. Like, for example, did you honestly think Quissy was going to pay you an entire salary to write about him doing stuff and never actually read any of it? Quissy, Prow said. You are never to call me Quissy again, are we clear? Darla blushed so hard she fell down. Apparently, a passionate conversation with a narcoleptic could be a very one-sided one. I was glad I didn't have it. Prow, bashing of sympathy that he was, didn't bite an eyelash and kept on going with his monologue. As I was saying, Watson, here was only the tip of the iceberg. I knew he had faked the death of a relative, and he faked the meteorite landing. Quite a bit of clever work there, Watson, by the way. I almost didn't figure it out. I shrugged. Faking a meteor landing wasn't as tough as people thought it was. You had to know someone with the right toys and be willing to bribe them to do it. That, or make them think it was a technical challenge. Some people are idiots. So, are you going to have me arrested? I said. That depends on if you get caught. I will say that it is not my immediate intention to see you behind bars, since I find your writings particularly interesting, but neither am I willing to commit a felony on your behalf. On the other hand, perhaps by aiding us in finding those who have perpetrated these crimes, you might be shown a bit of leniency by the prosecution. Gee, how generous of you. Given the fact that you were, as of 5 minutes ago, planning on perpetuate a lie on Mr. Trentwine's person of titanic proportions and making him, and us, Darla interjected. Prow ignored her and continued, look like fools before the entire world. Do you really expect generous terms from me? The truth of the matter is that I like your work and you help me think. You're the catalyst by which my ideas come to fruition, but do not believe that makes you unique. You are supremely qualified, but not irreplaceable. You have grown complacent in your arrogance and the comfort of your position, and one way or another, I am afraid you will have to pay for it. Are you firing me? Hardly. If I did, you would have little or no motivation to write this adventure, now would you? True. I still might not, and yes, I know all about my contract, but that won't do me much good in jail, will it? Still, I suppose we will at least find out who these people are. Jeffrey looked at Prow and said, "What have you got in mind?" Prow's eyes twinkled gleefully. "A trap. Here's what we will do." Well, I had to hand it to him. He managed to come up with a decent plan. It wasn't the best plan, but it was a plan. Basically, we were all going to go along with our charade of pretending like none of us had any clue about what was going on. Prow was firmly convinced it was time travel, just as I was firmly convinced he was an idiot. Just between you and me, he is an idiot, but it would have been foolish to write that now that I know he reads these things, and yet here I am still writing it. Go figure. Thus, we called our would-be prognosticator Gilleton Horkson. I felt sorry for him when I met him. I felt sorry for him when he walked into the room, and I still feel sorry for him. Every time I heard the name, I couldn't help but think, Gilleton, the cold air in? Close the door, or let him get away. I wasn't a fourth grader. His childhood had to have been hell. Which, in the blame society kind of way, explained why he was now in the business of prophesying con man pretending to be from the future. He had a natural charisma about him. It was the kind that salespeople had, the good kind, not the ones that were so corporate-y you had to wash yourself in soap when they talked about buzz mergers or hydrodynamic interlocking paradigms. I hated corporations. At least I hated working for them. And the idea of working for one again scared the pants off me. But I had dug my grave and I was going to have to lie in it. "Welcome," Prow said as Jeffrey let him into the room. "I was just telling my friend here how I've become convinced that you are who you say you are." Gilleton smiled his most charming smile and nodded. "How gracious of you, Quissy." Prow smiled. "You know my name. Amazing." That was the closest I had ever seen Prow come to sarcasm, and it didn't suit him well. Apparently, acting like him was all fine and good when postulating things to do on a hypothetical plan, but he couldn't act his way out of a paper bag. Not surprising, really, but I didn't think Gilleton was going to buy it for a minute. Gilleton looked at Prow, and I thought the jig was up, but he played right along with it. "Of course I do. I'm from the future. How would someone like me not know the world-famous Quissence Prow?" There was a time, this time there was no acting whatsoever when he beamed and nodded. "You flatter me, sir." And yet I could tell he believed absolutely every word of it. One day, everyone would know who Prow was. Worse, I was helping him with his delusion. "Well, how could I not?" Gilleton smiled. "You are a fraud and a liar," Darla said with the worst acting voice I had ever heard. I was stunned. This was a woman who lived in perpetual denial. She was a genius. She was incredibly competent, but something told me this was not part of the plan. Then again, she'd fooled me, so what did I know? Gilleton smiled his safe smile and said, "I assure you, I'm not." "Prove it," Darla said. "Oh, be assured that I will. For example, in approximately 15 minutes, your house is going to burn down." Darla said, "I don't own a house. I stay with my employer. Are you implying that you're going to burn down the house of Quissence Prow, your idol?" "No, of course not. Your mother died last night, and she was going to leave her house to you in her will. But your brother is jealous. He's going to burn it down in spite of you. But you won't be able to prove it. It was him until 20 years later when his wife leaves a confession after her death." "What?" Darla was shocked. I was surprised at my sympathy. This was a woman who I loved at one point, but who considered me to be less than dirt. Yet despite her coldness towards me, I found myself mildly sympathetic. Who am I kidding? I felt just as shocked and violated as she did. Maybe even more if that were possible. After all, I was the one who had started all this. Gilleton said, "I'm sorry. You might want to call the maid and have her get out of the house." Prow did not look happy about this. Clearly something had gone wrong in his clever plan. Not that I was surprised. Much to my surprise, I found myself speaking. "Excuse me, Gilleton, but I happen to know you are from the present, and I happen to know that if her house burns down, you are in a serious amount of pain." Several things happened at once. Gilleton looked quite shocked that I had stepped out of character. After all, I was the one who had hired him in the first place. Prow simply smiled then, as if somehow I had done exactly what he expected me to do, and Darla looked even more horrified, as if what I said wasn't going to help at all. Gilleton said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Darla reached for her cell phone and began to dial as quickly as she could. I had to do something. I was supposed to be the rational person in the group. They had some elaborate plan to trick Gilleton, but hadn't let me in on it. Then they got upset when I didn't understand what I was doing or was supposed to do. There was a woman who I loved, past tense, and hated at the same time, desperately trying to keep someone from being burned alive, and there was Prow leaning against the wall trying to decide what to do. I did what anyone would do in those circumstances. I ran up to Gelatnian and started beating the crap out of him with my bare hands. I think the reason that I was so successful at it was that my pent-up anger at Prow. I had the strength of 10 men, maybe 20. I almost felt his bones crunch like tinfoil under my hands, but I knew then, even in the back of my mind, that I couldn't kill him. I had to restrain my anger. I managed to stop long enough for him to speak, just barely. "What are you doing?" he groaned. "Game over. You know as well as I do that I never would have taken this charade this far. You're going to give up that contact information to stop whoever is going to burn her house down, or you'll regret it." A look of horror crossed Jethlian's face. "But I can't stop it. You don't understand. It isn't going to be the person that does it. It was going to be the gas main." "And how are you going to blow up the gas main? Explosives?" I asked. No, it isn't like that. They just call me up and tell me when something is going to happen and how it's going to happen. I don't ask them questions." "You're working for someone else now?" "Yes," he shrugged and smiled. I punched him in the face one more time just because it felt good. "Who?" I asked. No, you broke my nose." "What? You broke my nose!" I apologized. "But I'm afraid I'm short of empathy right now," I said. "If you could do your best to sputter the identity," Prow interrupted me. "He said he doesn't know." "Well, I think he does. Not necessarily. If someone is sufficiently clever in the way they covered it up, further beating this man is not only inhumane, but against the law." I looked at him like he was insane. "Excuse me, but Darla's friend is about to be—" "Yes, and Darla is desperately trying to get a hold of her. I already informed the police. They will be able to handle the problem." "When did you call the police?" "I sent a text message to the support squad." "What support squad?" "Well, you know, the local police. They've been listening the whole time. So I simply sent them a text message and added a text message asking if they would contact the local authorities." "You mean your entire plan?" I asked, wiping the blood off my knuckles. "Was to have a squad of police standing by?" "Not all of it." "Almost all of it," Darla said, smiling a bit thinly, but visibly worried as she hung up the phone. "Did you get through?" I asked. "Yes, thank you. Inze is out and even had time to get a few things out of the house. The police are already warning people around the block." "Quit trying to talk," Darla said curtly. "No one can understand you anyway. The police will take you to the hospital first." "No that bad," he said desperately. I understood what he said, and imagined Darla did too, though neither of us immediately moved to get him what he wanted. Prow had no such compunctions and stood up with a notepad. Gelatnian immediately began to write at a furious pace. He wrote, "I don't take any action that makes things real. They send me videotapes of what's going to happen." "Excuse me," I sneered. "You expect us to believe that?" Prow pondered. "It's theoretically possible." "No, it isn't. You don't get videotapes from the future," I rolled my eyes. "Maybe, maybe not. There's a simple way to find out." "What might that be?" Darla asked. "How do you get these tapes, Gelatnian? Do you contact them?" Prow asked. Gelatnian shook his head and wrote, "No, they contact me." Darla sighed. "I don't think they're likely to do that now." Prow pondered. "Maybe, maybe not." He bent down and looked at Gelatnian. "You're willing to join in our little scheme, aren't you? You'd be more than willing to help us nail the bastards that tried to set you up and make them pay for their deceptions. Isn't that right?" Gelatnian looked confused for a moment, then immediately nodded his head yes. He even grinned wickedly. He was going to enjoy this. I had to wonder if I had looked like that when I had agreed to help Prow nail Gelatnian. We'd been sitting in the snow for over 4 hours. I hated snow. I hated snow so much that I had taken the incredibly risky chance at another job all the way across the country in the middle of the desert so I wouldn't have to see it again. Even when I had taken the job, I had known that there would be travel. Heck, we'd been to Alaska twice already, but in spite of all this, none of it could have prepared me for holding a camera in freezing weather just standing there. The Jeep drove up to Prow, and the general walked out. He talked with a small group of men, about equally divided between those in khaki uniform dress and the others wearing conservative winter dress, complete with sunglasses and ties. It was times like these that I wish I could read his lips. The least they could have done was give me some kind of laser microphone or dish so I could understand them at a distance. I mean, what was the point of capturing all this in film if it wasn't recorded properly with sound? Prow, Darla, and Gelatnian began to walk up towards the gathered assembly. One of the men in sunglasses noticed them first and shouted a cry of alarm to the others. Prow motioned for them to halt, and they advanced towards him. One of the men in uniform took out a gun and was about to shoot him when Prow smiled and pointed directly at me. Most of them turned and looked in my direction. Of course, he didn't care if I couldn't hear anything. I was a decoy. Anything that involved a real recording device was going to be on Prow's person. He probably already had several cameras hidden around here, knowing the idiot, and had simply put me out here with the idea that he would eventually try and attack my position. At least that's what I thought they were going to do. It wasn't any more than 10 seconds before I felt something cold and metal pressing in the back of my neck. I can't explain how creepy it is to have something like this materialize right next to you, totally unseen. You should try it yourself. It's a hoot. A rough, deep voice commanded me, drop it. He made it sound like he was holding a sniper rifle or something. Then again, I suppose under the right circumstances, a camera would be worse. Needless to say, I complied. At the request of the person behind me, I marched forward. By now, I could hear bits and pieces of what was being said. Think away with this? General X asked. Prow smiled and said nothing. We moved closer. The closer the general looked at me. You look familiar, too. You were with Prow both times in Alaska. Yes, I was. Just how did you find this facility? He asked. Honestly, I don't know. Prow has a way of doing things I really don't understand. I do know he talked to Gilletian for some time. Prow gave me a stern look. Warned me not to say anything further. This simply motivated me to say more. You know what? I've seen you before, too. You were there right after we figured out that whole thing with the ceramic armor. Yes. I'm in charge of several highly classified projects. Like the one that was able to see in the past? I asked. Yes, the man replied. Suddenly it all fell into place. They really had a device that was capable of seeing into the future. I don't know how I figured it out. The part of me that hated Prow was screaming that I was becoming the very thing I loathed, but it just didn't seem to take this huge leap of logic for me, that what could be used to see into the past could also be used to see in the future. I had no idea how the physics of the thing worked. I vaguely recalled reading somewhere something about bending light around the universe, but what I did know was that these guys were not the kind of people who were about to divulge the secret of how their machine actually worked. I was wrong. The general smirked. The machine can't get the future right every single time. If it did, you wouldn't be here right now. Mr. Artherson would be in jail, and you, Mr. Prow, would be a public laughingstock. Why? Darla asked. She was shaking her head. I couldn't help but agree. Mr. Prow was quite useful to us for a while in ferreting out unusual problems. But he has come unfortunately close a few times to taking cases that are not in our interests. So we decided to kill two birds with one stone. We get rid of his threat to us, and at the same time, plant firmly in the public mind how ridiculous the idea is of a machine that can read the future. That way, the next time a person who stumbles across the truth will think twice about exposing it. Prow nodded. Like you did with the car that ran on water. Something like that. I blinked. You actually had a car that ran on water? How is that possible without a fusion reactor? The general chuckled. It isn't. Are we, like, in the Twilight Zone or something? What the heck are you people talking about? Look, I don't care if you burn us to death or lock us up or torture us or whatever, but please stop the comic book diatribe. It's making me want to vomit. I felt actually nauseous. This had nothing to do with the machine gun pointed at me. Nothing whatsoever. The general laughed. My, aren't we a little sadomasochistic, Mr. Artherson? No, making too many people disappear is bad news. We'll just lock up one of the three of you. Oh, really? And who gets that honor? Why, you, of course. I shut up at that point. This was when Prow and Darla would rush to my defense. I found their silence deafening. Maybe they were thinking some different kind of lockup. Excuse me, but what do you mean? I asked. Exactly what you think we mean. You've committed several felonies, Mr. Artherson. We can't touch Prow because of the other cameras he has hidden, can we, Mr. Prow? To his credit, Prow did not smile as he shook his head. The general continued, that, as annoying as it is, technically Mr. Prow hasn't broken any laws, at least not ones that will stick in court, and we certainly can't control the entire internet yet. But someone has to pay for this incident, Mr. Artherson, and it certainly isn't going to be us. If it isn't Prow or his fiancée, that leaves you. I was speechless. I had turned around and helped him, and I had seen the light. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. I demand to see my lawyer. The Vice Accord will appoint you a lawyer with the proper security clearance, Mr. Artherson, but if you don't like that one, then you can select from a dossier of 4 or 5 others. You can't do this. Can and are, Mr. Artherson. Take him away, boys. It was at this point that 2 very large burly men with machine guns grabbed me by each arm and harnessed me under a large black Humvee that pulled up. I wish I could say that Prow and Darla looked sympathetic, but they didn't. It was only as I was thrown into the back seat that I realized I heard the general call Darla Prow's fiancé. My disgrace was complete. It's very nice for prison. No one knows its undisclosed location, not even me, but I'm fairly confident it isn't anywhere near the vice president. It is, I believe, the first maximum minimum security prison anywhere. The living accommodations involve television, moderately furnished rooms, food that a benevolent dictator might ascribe to his subjects, i.e. healthy, and the sheets are clean. It's only when you go towards one of the exits that you notice the nice heavily armored men with infantry-mounted machine guns pointed at you. The thing that galls me most about this is that, since Prow wasn't in the know, he filed a request for permitting me to fulfill my contract to him, namely the completion of this story. The warden pretty much interprets that as will write instead of may write. It amuses her to no end. And that ultimately the 17th draft I have completed thus far, granted the first one consisted of 400 copied and pasted lines of I hate Quissence Prow over and over and over again. The irony of this is that Prow may never get to read it, or even if he does, he's forbidden by law and federal regulation from showing it to anyone. Somehow, I don't think he really cares. Ultimately, while he would like to see his name in print, it is about making sure that someone somewhere is writing about his exploits. I think deep down he believes that he will be exonerated when it is discovered and filmed centuries after our demises. That's definitely Prow-think. The warden insists that I write at least one more paragraph. This is another sentence in the paragraph. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, one more thing I simply must include. I did get a care package from Prow and Darla, including an invitation to their wedding. Their photos are utterly nauseating. I find particular irony in Darla's letter saying that she's sorry for the misunderstanding and I hope we can still be friends when this is done. 10 years, 11 months, 14 days, 5 hours, 42 minutes, 43 seconds, until I can show them exactly how friendly I can be.
This is Chapter 6, Meme Master. So, the Jimmy Hoffa Memorial Prison was now my home. This prison is where they make people who know too much disappear. The funny thing about a prison full of people who know too much was that they had a lot of idle time on their hands. Most people are now well aware of the kinds of things that go on in a regular prison. I don't need to tell you the sordid details there. Some of those kind of things went on here. But the main activities consisted of sharing hidden information about conducting experiments. The experiments are the more relevant part of my story. Specifically, about a quarter of the inmate population consisted of what one might call mad scientists. When one of them comes up with an experiment that the government considers particularly interesting, some governmental agency, quite often the military, steps in and sponsors it. Very often, these experiments require volunteers, but it was a well-known fact that they were also an excellent way to reduce time served. I had as much motive to get out of here as quickly as the next guy. "Attention, volunteers," the extremely friendly, disembodied voice in the ceiling said. "Thank you for asking to be part of this experiment. We are very enthusiastic to have you. Please step out of your cell and follow the lighted sections of the floor to the designated lab area." At this point, the door to my cell swung open, and I did as the voice commanded. You did a lot of that in prison. This place was not as bad as the typical prison was supposed to be. To begin with, I had my own cell, as did most people. Apparently, disappeared people were not in such high demand that they couldn't spare the space. At least not in my particular category of disappeared people anyway. After a few minutes, I arrived outside a large plexiglass door with 2 guards and about a dozen other inmates. Half of them were female. Why didn't someone tell me that there were females here? Now that Darla was getting married, I needed to find a new object of my affections. My eye immediately caught on a really hot blonde number. She was stacked in all the right places, and unstacked in other places. Fine. She was very physically attractive. Better. She smiled and looked at me. Granted, those two things did not occur at the same time, but she did smile, and she did look at me. A guy came out. He had black hair and black eyes, but obviously hadn't seen the sun in a month. He howled some kind of generic greeting and then got on with his technobabble. "We're going to be working with memetics. Do any of you know what that is?" Wait a second. I knew what memetics were. I'd run into this case before. I'd made a complete fool of myself before I realized what I was doing. I raised my hand. Terribly sorry. Unaware of the nature of the experiment, I'd like to unvolunteer, please. I smiled in as good a nature as I could manage. This was neither easy nor effective, since I am by nature an extremely cynical person. The scientist looked at me with evident disdain and said, "Request denied. However, since you obviously know what mimetics are, why don't you enlighten the group?" I said, "What do you mean, request denied? These are supposed to be voluntary experiments. Memes are pernicious little things that could get inside your head and mess you up like a subliminal advertising, only they're contagious." My reaction made most of the group nervous, though a few of them snickered in disbelief. Most of these people were newbies to our little prison and were wholly unaware of the advances that the underground technology community had actually achieved. They'd find out soon enough. The scientist smiled and ignored the reaction from the rest of the group. "That's right! That's exactly what we're going to be exploring today. But don't worry, memes are completely harmless when you know what to look for. Why, look at how fast the rest of you fell for our meme about being afraid of memes." The crowd was genuinely confused at this point when I felt the cold metal of a gun pointed in the back of my neck and a tiny voice whisper in my ear, "You're going to pretend that you're merely an actor going along with the experiment, or your brains will be splattered all over the floor." Now, I'm not stupid. Normally, if somebody told me something like that, my first reaction would be to drop to the floor, kick their legs from underneath them, scream the exact opposite of what they wanted me to do, and run. That might sound stupid, but think about it. Anyone being subtle like that doesn't want to attract attention, and anyone that is going to point a gun at you like that is generally not going to have your best interest at heart. Unfortunately, none of my clever thinking on this did any good here. They could just move me to a nice quiet room and then shoot me. I mean, we were in a secret prison anyway. I thought it couldn't get much worse than that. While I am not stupid, that does not stop me from doing stupid things like thinking, "At least it can't get any worse." So I went along. I laughed unconvincingly. "Yep, gotcha. Memes are harmless. This is going to be fun." Most of them seemed to believe it. I wasn't exactly going to win an Academy Award, but I also figured out that most of these people were a few crayons short of a box. The blonde didn't believe it, though. She looked at me extremely suspiciously. Apparently, I had a thing for intelligent, physically attractive females that loathed me. We all went into an area with the host scientist. There were several couches set up with goggles and headphones. They were all hooked to several PlayStation controls. The guy began to speak again. "The first thing we are going to do is find out a bit more about what makes each of you tick. Now, I know you've been all taking extensive tests when you arrived here, but this is a bit more specific to what we're looking for. So, if you'll begin by putting on the headphones and goggles, then we'll get started. You'll notice this visual display will urge you to push a specific button. The goggles are a mixture of a flat screen TV and VR gear, so you'll be able to see the buttons as you push them. Any questions?" One of the others that hadn't panicked, but obviously hadn't believed my performance, raised his hand. "Yeah, what happens after we're done with the test?" The host scientist smiled. "That depends entirely on the results." I didn't like the sound of that. It always took time. It didn't take as much time as you might think, but it wasn't an overnight thing. At first, they just sat there watching the television and playing a video game, which was occasionally interrupted by a burst of light, sounds, smells, and images. I was somewhat relieved when they pulled me out of the rig after the first week to begin acting as an assistant. My primary duty was to watch what the others were doing and take notes. I was eventually allowed to ask them questions. At the time, I had my suspicions, and those turned out to be correct. I knew what memes were, and I had absolutely determined not to let them influence me a second time. It was an important choice because apparently they couldn't affect me when I wouldn't let them, but they acted like cookies for the computer in my mind. You had to keep clicking no on the accept buttons no matter how many times it asked. It was a royal pain in the neck, let me tell you. I had to be careful with absolutely every action I took to ask myself if it were the result of something I wanted to do or something I simply felt like doing for no particular reason. I didn't have a good reason to do it. If I didn't have a good reason to do it, I didn't. The good part of being an assistant was that I was able to find out the name of the hot blonde. Her name was Kim. I liked the name. I admit I liked the body more, but it wasn't like I had an opportunity to be engaged in a regular conversation, an extremely stimulating conversation with her. I liked her, and because I liked her, I felt protective of her. Because I felt protective of her, it bothered me when I saw her put on those goggles. Heaven only knew what they were filling her mind with. Things started to change by the 7th week. They all began to act a lot more docile. They seemed to like it when people told them what to do. Prisoners are surprisingly brilliant in some ways, and it didn't take the others long to figure out what the situation was here. The only thing that was at least some comfort was the fact that there was literally no privacy in the space, which means that certain typical prison activities did not occur. But I was not naive. Sooner or later, even that would be on the table. What the scientists did do was subject the volunteers, in quotes, to the most humiliating tasks. The fact of the matter was, most of the victims knew something was wrong, but found themselves almost always unable to say no to someone telling them what to do. They had all different levels of strength, but the longer the program went on, the more of them buckled. It started to get really bad. It didn't help when the prison warden deliberately allowed the male and female prisoners to begin mixing. It was strictly casual and in the good nature of good relations, in quotes, but I could tell it was just the next phase of the experiment. I wasn't happy about it at all. The other prisoners just kept away from me. I tried to warn them at first, and now they regretted not listening to me. That, or, quite frankly, they thought I was in on the whole thing. Not that I could blame them. So when I saw an entirely changed and extremely shy Kim come up to me, I didn't know what to think. I'd just been sitting there, disgusted at human nature. And she sat down next to me on one of the cafeteria benches. She looked at me, sitting there quietly for a while until she finally spoke. "How come it didn't affect you? Were you just faking the whole time? I hate this. They make me do things," she shuddered. I almost felt something bordering on compassion then, though it was hard to make that out amongst my obvious lusts. Here was a girl who would do whatever I could tell her to do. There were obvious limitations, of course, primarily the guards with the submachine guns that surrounded the room, but that still left all kinds of possibilities. Somehow, I'm still not entirely sure how, I simply chose to stop letting them affect me. I had it happen once, and I was absolutely determined not to let it again. She said, "I'd give anything for you to be able to teach me how to do that." Being the rampant and evil opportunistic bastard that I am, I said, "Anything? Yes, you name it. Technically, I could just ask you to do it anyway." She looked crestfallen. "Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought of that." There it was again. I'm supposed to be a sociopathic evil bad guy. I tried to ruin the life of one Quissence Prow and one Darla, after all, which was why I was in here. If I was going to be the bad guy, should be a complete bad guy. It didn't help. I rolled my eyes and finally said, "Look, you have to find something to live for, something deep down inside of you that makes you define who you are and what it is you want to be. Once you know who you are, the memes can't do much to you. Is that all? Hey, it's a lot harder than it sounds." "I'll just live to make the world a better place." "And you actually believe that crap you're spouting?" I said incredulously. "Not really, no. The world sucks. I doubt I can make it any better. What do you live for?" "Screwing one Quissence Prow." "Who?" she asked. "He's a jerk. That's all you need to know. Look, you need something. Then think about this. That scientist, the one who's doing all this to you, focus on getting revenge on him." "I don't think that'll work," she sighed. "Why not?" "I'm not a revenge kind of person." "What do you mean you're not a revenge type of person? You're a convicted felon. How could you not be a revenge type of person?" "They put me in here because I knew about the general's affairs and he threatened to tell his wife." "What?" I said. "Why is that so shocking? That's why most people are in here. Why? What did you do?" "I tried to ruin a few lives." I couldn't believe she was saying this. "Well, that's what I tried to do." "Really?" I felt slightly better. "What? Did you try blackmailing him or something?" "Well, no, but he asked me nicely to please not tell his wife. And somehow you think this was justifiable behavior." Well, she hesitated. I couldn't believe this. In retrospect, what I did next was probably the wrong idea. I automatically assumed that this passivity was the result of the conditioning that she had been under for the last several hours. Even if I had been right, and I'm pretty sure now I was wrong, what I did next was a pretty stupid idea. "All right, that's enough of this, Kim." She looked at me expectantly. I continued to speak at her, looking directly into her eyes. "From now on, I am ordering you to ignore the memes that they are feeding you. You're going to have something to live for, and the thing that you are going to live for is the fact that I am ordering you to have something to live for, and to ignore the treatment they are giving you. Do you understand?" She gave a blank look on her face for a split second,
trying to understand what I was saying then, and then lit up like a sunbeam. Of course, it was so obvious. Why didn't I think of it? Thank you. What was your name again? Chester, I replied. Chester Artherson. She repeated my name like it was a holy thing. She said it over and over again like a mantra. It was at this point that I realized I might have done something wrong. I said, look, just relax, okay? She smiled at me. Okay, Chester. So the experiments resumed. After a while, the jerks running the show must have gotten sick of the constant abuse by the other inmates toward each other. Either that or they'd gotten all the data they needed. What really disturbed me were the injections. Were they using drugs to enhance the process now? After about 3 days of this, I approached the scientist in charge. I suppose I should have tried to find out more about him before, but for some reason I felt I just had wanted to avoid him as much as possible, and if I did, everything would be fine. Obviously, I'd been wrong. What are you doing to them? I asked. Well, I think it should be obvious to someone with your knowledge, he said. Nope, afraid not. I'm totally in the dark here. We're giving them narcolepsy. Well, I was wrong. I did know stuff. I knew too much stuff. I knew that narcoleptics were natural leaders beyond compare unless they had the biochemical process eliminated inside their head that made them sleep. Narcoleptics were the reason we had any free will at all. Nature had developed them to sweep up all the excess memes floating around in our society until someone decided to cure them. I had thought the problem taken care of, but I guess no one thought that they might try and make more narcoleptics and then cure them. Do you have a name? I said. Call me Boss, he said. Really, Boss. That's so original. Really. You go with that. Thanks, Boss said. I feel it properly conveys a sense of empowerment. So is there any particular reason you're doing all this? So is there any particular reason you're doing all this? So glad you asked, he said. I knew immediately that this was a mistake. Had I learned nothing? He said, I plan to be a god. I shall unlock the human potential of persuasion, and all shall bow down before me. Don't gods, usually have supernatural powers and things like that? You don't understand mimetic mind control to be enough? Hardly. Anyone who is paying attention can overcome them, he smiled. Hardly. Don't you think that most of these people have been trying to resist? I don't know exactly why it can't affect you, but it's been helpful to have you as a sort of control group anyway. I'm not an expert, but isn't that really sloppy science? Yes, but this isn't exactly science. It's more like a calibration and a refinement of skill. After all, thanks to your friends, we already know the technique works. First of all, they are not my friends. Second, I don't know what you hope to accomplish by doing all this, but do you honestly think you can get away with it? Get away with what? World domination, I said with the last bit of only a slight sarcasm. Only slight, really. Interesting idea. I considered it, but no, I meant actual godhood. Just because people worship you doesn't make you a god, I said. That largely depends on your perspective. I mean, I don't expect any powers in this life, to be sure, but I consider myself a pragmatic agnostic. I don't know whether or not the supernatural is real, but I can enjoy myself while I'm here, which this allows me to do. More importantly, by sheer numbers, the majority of ancient civilizations seem to ascribe to the belief that honorific titles, temples, and monuments in this life somehow convey power in the next. Thus, if that's true, and given empirical observation, how can you really tell one religion from another? Then I'm essentially securing godhood for myself in the life to come. Simple as pie. Is pie really that simple? I asked. It is if you know how to cook, Boss replied. Touché. Danke. Now, why don't you go finish recording conversations with the people over there? That pretty much ended the conversation. I went over and began examining the people in their chairs like he asked. They weren't doing well. The stuff he was injecting into them was either lowering their resistances or making it worse. I couldn't tell. I wished I were a psychologist or a scientist, but I wasn't. I kept trying to think of a way to do something. But I had no one to report it to. There were no appeals committees, no lawyers, no real correspondence of any kind. I learned a better appreciation of what hell was like that day. Things began to get worse. After about a week of injections, the other prisoners began to act weird. Bear in mind that this new bunch of victims never received any injections at all. They were merely queuing off the memes being distributed by the core group. It started out pretty random, such as odd word usage or little behavioral quirks, like looking right but not left when they were going through a door. This started to get more blatant, though, with more and more people talking about how great Boss was. There were a few exceptions. About half the guards didn't seem affected by it. It didn't seem to do anything to me, and Kim was just fine. Well, let me rephrase that. Kim seemed mostly fine, except she became more and more devoted to me. While normally I wouldn't be opposed to such a thing, the knowledge that it was the memes and not my person just made her advances repulsive to me. I kept trying to think of something to do. The guards didn't seem worried in the slightest. In fact, even when I pointed out to the other guards who were talking so nicely about Boss and that half their number were affected by this, was not enough to make them do anything about it. Finally, I grew desperate. The oldest trick in the book was to feign illness, but here they were sophisticated enough so that the infirmary would be able to handle or detect anything fake, which means I had to hurt myself, and badly. I took time figuring out exactly how to do it. It had to hurt and be important enough to ship me out of the compound, but it couldn't risk any kind of permanent damage. Finding something serious enough to get me out of here proved to be more of a challenge than I thought it was, and I finally decided to get really exotic and poison myself. I was going to get myself bitten by a black widow I found in one of the biology labs next to Boss's workstation. They did all kinds of things here. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of assuming that Kim's loyalty to me included obedience. I attempted to co-opt her into my plans, but she immediately reported me to the guards, who had me locked up in solitary confinement. Kim later slipped me a note that said it was for my own good and that she loved me. And so time passed. I couldn't exactly keep track of much while I was in the featureless cell, but I could hear noises outside and down the hall. Things seemed to continue for a while out along the same normal/abnormal pattern, but again the chanting began. The way the sound echoed inside my cell, it sounded like hundreds, nay thousands, but I knew that there weren't that many people in the whole complex. I couldn't hear what they were chanting, but it almost sounded like a hymn. The human imagination is a wicked thing. It can often come up with circumstances that are direr than they actually are in anything in reality. The activities occurring outside were mysterious and unknown, but I also knew that they were sinister and seductive. There was a tiny part of me that wanted to take part in all that, but I squelched it with an iron fist. I would not give in to the memes, not ever. More time passed, and eventually the chanting died away. I couldn't say how long it was, but eventually there was a feeble knock on the door. Instantly, I knew it had to be Kim. Who else would be stupid enough to knock on a door that could only be opened from that side? "What do you want?" I said through the door. "I need your help." She sounded disturbingly timid, even for her. "Right. Well, not that surprising, really. Let me guess. Boss has taken over the prison now, and now he's doing something so horribly it's entirely beyond imagining and has to be stopped." The door opened, and a bright light shone in my eyes. While the cell had not been pitch black, the light had been so reduced for so long it would have taken me some time to adjust. Kim, the outline I presumed stood at the door, reached forward with her hand and placed a gun in my open palm. I asked, "I suppose I'm supposed to use this to help take down Boss?" "Yes," she replied. Gee, she was particularly verbose today. There was a part of me that wanted to forgive her, and a part of me that just saw raw betrayal, first Quissence Prow and second by Kim. In the end, I suppose she couldn't help the fact that she was an idiot, and much to my surprise, I forgave her. Sort of. "Kim, I can't see well. How long do we have?" 5 minutes. 5 minutes? I shouted to the top of my lungs. "How long have you known about whatever it is he plans to do?" "About a week." "Great," I replied, "just great. Why did you wait so long?" "I didn't want to give you a chance to hurt yourself." "I couldn't hurt myself inside my cell. If you'd given me time to plan, I might have been able to think of something." I didn't trust the sudden shift in her priorities. It seemed very contrived. Oh, yes. Kim was just brilliant. I followed Kim running around the corner until the thought occurred to me that this too might be a bad idea. Then I knew it was a bad idea. We turned around the corner and saw Boss sitting atop a pile of human bodies. I could tell that most of them were still alive, but I doubted some of them could breathe there underneath the horde. Boss had made a throne of people who sat frozen in place. "Hello, Yertle." "Shoot him!" Kim shouted. I was going to shoot. I really was. But I had that annoying conscience. I knew that if I shot Boss, the boss would go right through him and hit some of the people behind him. Kim ignored and shot him anyway, throwing random bric-a-brac from around the room. Boss chuckled and clapped as parts of his thrones collapsed to the ground. "Well done, Kim. Well done. It's a shame you were only partially immune to me, but you tried valiantly. I told you. You cannot harm me. Now, kneel." Kim began to cry as she kneeled. This was nuts. These meme things were never that powerful or blatant. "Ah, Artherson, how little you know about the way the human mind works. The more people follow me, the more others are inclined to obey. The conscious mind is but a small part of the brain. There are vast and unimaginable wastelands to be explored. I believe I have finally figured out how you remain immune to my abilities." "And that is?" I asked.
One of your two narcoleptic friends, the one in love with you, Amberlove. Her instructions protected you somehow, but I can change that now. Pretty soon you will not be immune to my effects either. Grab him!" I guess the fact that he planned to do to me what everyone else in the pyramid was now suffering was enough to remove any moral complications. Unfortunately, I was a terrible shot, which means I had about 5 other people while I unloaded the clip into him. I suppose I should have been some kind of hero and waited until the last moment, or come up to him and be some clever method of delivering him. But I wasn't Quissence Prow. The universe didn't like me. It hated me. Boss died a surprisingly ignoble death. I hit him in the throat, and he bled onto the floor. His slaves grabbed me and held me for about 8 hours before their tired and sore muscles forced them to let go. Eventually, they went to sleep. When they woke up, I could tell that they were having trouble remembering most of it. Kim seemed to know more about what had gone on when I had been out of the box, but she didn't talk about it. Then again, Kim still seemed to be using the memes as an excuse to worship me. I must say that I found this particular trait extremely unattractive in a female. That didn't stop her from trying to get my interest or win my blessings all the time. I decided to do something about it after all. I wrote this story and plastered it around the prison. I'm going to serve my time. I saved all your hides, so the least you can do is leave me alone, and don't ask me any more stupid questions about what happened or why did I do that again. If you need to know it again, read this story, and hopefully it will keep you from being quite so stupid the second time. As for me, I'm going to pick up a good book, maybe a stack of them. I'm not a perfect man, I'm not a hero, but at least I have the sense not to fall for what everyone else is saying or doing just because, even if I had to have a subliminal command to do it.
Chapter 7, Virtual Children. From Amber Love's Memoirs. There was no reason for me to be disgusted by the muffins. I guess I just felt that there was something wrong with them. But I honestly never felt that there was something wrong with the child who sold them to me. I'd like to take credit for what we found and did, believe me, but I can't. We had been traveling for 9 months. Darla kept trying to find cases for her husband, but he rejected them all in disgust. We tried investigating a few things here and there on the side, but Prow always did a horrible job at it. He claimed it was because I was a weak Watson. I don't understand why he had to take this frustration out on me. He was the one who sent Chester to prison. So there we sat inside of a bistro in Prague. I must admit there was something I loved about the name. It helped describe the wonderfully twisted streets and wonderfully twisted iron with its Gothic curlicues. That kind of thing was all over Europe, but somehow it became more alive because it was in a city like Prague. It just had a one-syllable name, and it came out in a wonderful way. Anyway, about the muffins. I think the best place to start is to explain the travel pods. Well, it isn't really that hard to understand. Travel pods have been growing like mad in various parts of the world, but not in the US. Basically, they're very sturdy, cheap, and user-friendly drones connected wirelessly to the internet. They allow someone from halfway across the world to visit a place they've never been with all the benefits of being there. You can see, hear, touch anything you could as long as you were really there and only pay a fraction of the cost of a plane ticket. You also don't need a hotel room. The pods were about the size of a small office trash can, with a small, flexible robotic arm. They had 4 wheels and a video screen that could show you the face of the person you were talking to. They also had a lot of cameras, so that anyone using them from a distance could look around and see where they were in any direction. So when the child came selling me muffins, I was a bit surprised that they were using one of these drones. I mean, the cost of a normal muffin was more than the cost of a drone. It didn't make any sense to me. The muffins also looked pretty bad. In fact, the only real selling point was the fact that the child was extremely cute and adorable. She had black hair, brown eyes, and dimples. She didn't seem to be capable of guile.
"Would you like to buy a muffin?"
she asked. "No, thank you," I replied.
"Are you sure you don't want to buy a muffin?"
She seemed saddened by my refusal to buy the muffins. "I'm quite certain I don't want any."
"It's for a really good cause. 10% of profits go towards fighting starvation."
"It's proceeds." "What?" "The word is proceeds, not profits," I said. She giggled.
Oh, I didn't do too well on my vocabulary test last week."
She was just too cute for words. I said, "Oh, all right, I'll buy a muffin."
"Don't you dare buy it."
"Don't you dare buy a muffin from that little girl," Prow said in a bold voice from across the table. I said, "I'll buy a muffin from anyone I want to, thank you very much." It probably wasn't the nicest thing to say to one's employer, but I was annoyed. "That," Prow said, pointing at the travel pod, "is no ordinary child.
That child is a genetically modified clone. Huh? The girl selling the muffin said. Don't you me, you demonic manifestation, Prow said. Who are you working for? Darla had been silent up until now, but stood up. Maybe we should pay our bill and leave, dear. Prow got up and began to shake the machine. You hear me, brat? Who is your Fagin? Your handler? Someone who is minding your demonic bidding? I thought you didn't believe in that kind of thing, Darla said with a combination of amusement and annoyance. I was speaking metaphorically, Prow said. That was it. I wasn't going to put up with this anymore. The child was on the verge of tears. I said, I'll buy 40 muffins. How much are they? $1 apiece, the child said in a voice that was half elation and half misery. I'll pay for it, I said. Prow looked indignant. What are you doing? I ignored him and paid the child. She smiled and left the entire tray. Prow was beside himself and sputtering with rage. Darla couldn't help but giggle. I thanked the child as she left. Her travel pod did a cute little dodge to the left and then sped away. I ate the muffin. It was horrible. I didn't let Prow know that, though. I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. I saw the look of sympathy from Darla. The fact that I didn't offer her one was enough for her to know that what it actually tasted like. She didn't want to encourage this kind of behavior in her husband either. After an act of supreme willpower, I managed to finish the muffin. Once I had eaten the last crumb while Prow sat there fuming, I finally asked him so casually, So what was that fit about? Prow said, You're being unusually defiant today, Amber love. Have you been reading Watson's stories again? I smiled. I thought I was supposed to be your Watson. Prow mumbled something along the lines of course, and changed the subject. He said, Well, I think it's impossible for a child to actually be that cute. Well, Darla said, how do you know it was even a real child? Prow scoffed. Of course it was a real child. You could tell from the background noise. Darla chuckled. I think you're underestimating the skill of some digital manipulators. I mean, it could have been a real child, but it didn't have to be. We have no real way of knowing. Prow smiled, getting an insane look in his eye that he gets when he decides to pursue a case. I beg to differ, Darla. I beg to differ. All we have to do is chase this problem down to its origin. I said, Didn't you have some kind of rule that someone had to hire us to take a case? Prow paused a moment and shook his head. Sometimes a puzzle should be solved for its own sake. There was a satisfied harumph as Prow sensed his temporary victory. Being as single-minded as he is, he immediately turned the conversation back to the child that had sold the muffins. What details do either of you remember about the travel pod? We sat and thought a moment. Now that I thought about it, aside from the child, I couldn't remember much of anything. That was weird because I had a very good memory for detail. I remembered the child being very cute and the fact that the muffins smelled very good, and that was it. That is significant, Prow said, when I recounted these details to him. Darla's details weren't much better. She did remember that the travel pod moved away at roughly 15 miles per hour based on how fast it moved in relation to the other reference points around it. She shrugged. I find it troubling myself. I should have been able to remember more. Mr. Prow nodded. That is significant. In what way? I asked. That, he answered, will become apparent in time. I didn't know how to respond. Prow often muddled his way through these situations, but without Chester, he wasn't really good at it. It seemed that his intuition was inversely proportional to whoever he had as his Watson. He certainly didn't do any kind of detective work, despite the fact that he called himself one. It wasn't that facts were entirely irrelevant to him, since his intuition relied on having source material from which to draw, but no one was as good as Chester was at that. For anyone else, it seemed to take at least twice as long, sometimes longer. In fact, without a Watson, in many ways, Quissence Prow was useless. So we spent a considerable amount of time wandering about the city, watching for travel pods. We saw several, red and orange striped ones, plain metallic gray ones, bright yellow ones, with antennas all draped with cloth banners that had various corporate logos. Eventually, we narrowed the possibilities to companies that used gray stripes. After asking around, we discovered that the name of the first company was Indirect Inc., and the name of the second company was Vandelovian Enterprises. There was some consideration for us to split up. Eventually, we decided that we all work better together. We were going to try Indirect Inc. when Darrell asked, Why don't we track down the travel pods selling muffins? Anyone could be selling muffins. Prow smiled and shook his head condescendingly. I knew Darrell hated that. Actually, that's just the thing. While the two of you were looking at the colors of the travel pods, I was looking at what they were carrying. About 1 in 5 of them had a tray of muffins on top that looked just like the one sold to Amberlove. Just as I suspected, they rented travel pods from over half a dozen companies to cover their tracks. Darla simply blinked her eyes flirtatiously and smiled at Prow. So how do you narrow it down to those two companies? I asked. Darla touched her nose and then smiled but had a weird look. I wondered why she wanted to keep it a secret. Mr. Prow sat and thought for a while and then considered the information. Finally, he said, I think the travel pods have a symbiotic relationship with the clone children. Darla and I looked at each other. What exactly does that mean? I asked. It means that the children are attempting to forge a mechano-symbiotic relationship with the machines in an attempt to find a host. Darla, to humor her husband, asked, And why might that be? Because the children's genetic structure is breaking apart. I think that with mechanical bodies, they plan to take over the earth and make us mow our lawns. At that, Darla nodded politely and smiled at me. She winked. All right, dear. And what do we do next to prove this theory? Mr. Prow thought a moment and then said, It is apparent to me that the people behind this are going to great lengths to hide their presence for us. But they seem to be quite intent on selling these muffins. Therefore, it seems logical that they would continue to do so tomorrow. I propose that we obtain one of these travel pods on our own, with a resident expert on tracking down internet traffic, and backtrace the call they make when they make the connection. I was quite surprised. It was actually a good suggestion, and he was right. We probably were wasting our time trying to chase them down after the fact. Anyone who was truly determined to hide their identity behind a dozen different firewalls and false leads, could do so, but a live connection was a different thing altogether. Selling muffins was not generally considered dangerous to people, so whatever the person hiring these children was up to, they didn't know we were looking for them. Why did I take Mr. Prow's delusion seriously? Because as demented as they might have been, and as hamstrung as he might have been without Chester, he is still a great man. I have always admired him for his sheer determination to get to the bottom of an issue. He doesn't linger once he's proven wrong. He just instantly changes his mind and goes in a different direction. I know people that can hang on to something for years before they let it go. Heck, I love Chester, but he can carry a grudge forever. That's what got him into trouble in the first place. So we spent the better part of the morning all sitting around looking at the travel pod waiting for someone to hire it out. We weren't even sure if they would pick this city again, but around 10 a.m., a man in his early 50s sent us a visual email asking to rent a travel pod for his, quote, grandson, end quote. Darla ran a check on the man in the email and identified him as an actor who died a few years ago. It was a virtual mask. They were fairly routine, but very time-consuming to produce. Obviously, it was enough to get people to do business with him. We let the travel pod go and watched as it went to a nearby baker and ordered several muffins. What I didn't understand was, if they came from a bakery, why did they taste so bad? Mr. Prow was torn at first between following and tracing the travel pod and investigating the bakery. He chose to follow the travel pod. Sure enough, it began to sell the muffins for an exorbitantly inflated price. At first, I thought it might have been a clever money-making scheme, but then Darla explained the math to me. Renting the travel pod cost 5 times what they were selling the muffins for. And if that was the case, what were they up to? It was at that point that Darla asked, Who exactly is supposed to be tracing this thing? I thought you were hiring someone. I looked at Darla. I thought you were taking care of it, Darla smiled. Do I look like a hacker? I'm sorry. Computer expert? Security expert? Mr. Prow said. Well, you're the one who researches everything. Darla smiled, both flattered and exasperated. Look, I've got a lot of talents. That doesn't mean I can do everything. Mr. Prow raised his hands to his head and lowered them, sighing. I suppose I should have asked. Yes, you should have. Darla sounded quite happy with herself. So we have a guy here who we know is doing something really fishy, and we have a connection to him, but not a way to track him, I asked. Mr. Prow nodded. Yes, that's pretty much it. So what are we doing here? I mean, we were in Prague. We had already wasted most of the trip on really stupid things, and I had no intention of wasting it. There was a long pause, and eventually Mr. Prow said, Apparently nothing. I nodded and took the rest of the day off to see the city. I found out that I loved Prague. The people were different and interesting. I couldn't understand most of what they were saying, but I enjoyed watching them and listening to them nonetheless. I love that word, nonetheless. It sounds so literary. I like people watching, particularly when I only understand the tones of their voices. There were 2 old men arguing in a street corner. One of them had a bundle of apples in one hand and the other had a pipe. Were they arguing about the pipe, the apples, or something else entirely? Was I right when I heard a pleasant tone of agreeing to disagree under what they were saying? Or was I losing that in the way they talked since I didn't know their language? I suppose I should have spent the day looking at the rest of the great art in the city, and there's certainly a lot of it. The buildings were beautiful, but to be honest, the greatest art the city could offer was the people. By the time we got back the next day, all the muffin sellers were gone. Prow was definitely not happy, but he didn't know what to do. We all stood around and looked forlornly at the rented travel pod. Finally, Darla had had enough. What we need to do is track them in other cities. Of course, Prow smiled and stood up immediately. Why didn't I think of that? This is just a security precaution. They're moving to make sure no one gets suspicious and follows their trail. The harsh winter wind began to blow from the side of the lake. The plants that lined the edges seemed to shudder as if somehow they knew that in a few weeks they would be dead. I was glad the sun was out. It made me feel warm despite the fact that I wasn't wearing a jacket. Darla came to the rescue. I'll check all the tourist traffic in the capitals of nearby nations to see if I can spot Uncle Fakey. Who? I asked. Darla smiled. My private nickname for the actor that played the person used in the false request. Oh. Mr. Prow began to pace while Darla searched through her archives for some kind of guide to match what she was looking for. Once she found a few profile clues, she proceeded to configure her search engine tools to scan relevant tourist sites. It took about 14 minutes. Darla found the new muffin mongers in Paris. We had been to Paris before, but not very long. Mr. Prow had been very offended by the attitude of a cab driver and cursed all Parisians and their lineage ever after. We had spent a lot more time in Avignon. Darla and I were looking forward to it. We began to call our little escapade the Great Muffin Caper, but Mr. Prow would have none of it. He insisted that only a Watson could name a case, and that neither of us were proper Watsons. I had tried asking Darla about his past, but she hadn't told me much. His fixation with Sherlock Holmes, she says, comes from an extreme boredom with reality and a very troubled relationship with his older brother, Agnew. I could understand his boredom with reality, since Mr. Prow's world certainly seemed a great deal more interesting than our own, but the situation with his brother confounded me a bit. Mycroft, Darla had explained, as if that was sufficient unto itself. I really hate to be rude, and I really don't like to appear stupid, so I didn't say anything else. There are those that say there are no stupid questions, but I beg to differ. I have been asked more than a few questions that have caused everyone in the room to stare at me as if I were some kind of idiot. I don't like that feeling. So I waited a few days until I could not stand it any longer. For you see, when Darla had said Mycroft, I thought she said Microsoft. When I tried to research it on Wikipedia, it still made no sense. Then I read an article on Sherlock Holmes and learned who Mycroft was. Apparently, Sherlock Holmes had a brother who was even more intelligent, more driven, and more neurotic than he was. Sherlock Holmes ended up helping him out on a few different occasions regarding cases. I determined that Agnew must be like Mycroft to Mr. Prow. If things were that strained between them, I can see why he wouldn't want to talk about it, which was sad because I am an only child. If I had a brother or sister, I would make sure I got along with them, no matter what they were like. We arrived in Paris with little fanfare and great anticipation. Mr. Prow was at least enough of a romantic to allow us to take the train, which was a perfectly wonderful way to travel. We were able to see all of the buildings, alleys, and city dwellers moving all together in a cohesive mob. It was simply stunning to behold. The old age of the place, mixed with in among the monuments, still somehow kept an urgent sense of the now. Maybe I'd seen too many movies, but I could feel something magical in the air as we arrived. Mr. Prow didn't want to use a travel pod. We rented another travel pod and tried to lure in our muffin mogul to take the bait. This time, we eventually hired a security consultant to work with us to track them back to their home base. This time, we learned from our mistakes. We had everything ready. It still didn't do any good. We didn't get a single hit. Mr. Prow nearly cursed. I could hear him start many words, but close his mouth before he completed them. It was kind of sad, really. Still, his loss was my gain. I don't care what they say about Parisians. They're lovely people, and it was a lovely city. It is true that they didn't really know I was an American. I kept to myself, and as I am wont to do, and merely moved from place to place. As I examined all the French bakeries that I could find, I sampled nothing but by taste. It was a potpourri of smells. Each bakery had a different smell to it. They also all had their own feel. Some were large, some were small, some were teeming when bustling with people, some were almost empty. It was at one of the more full bakeries that I saw some of the travel pods with trays of muffin above its short, squat, and flat head. I decided to follow it. In some ways, I thought it was foolish, since there was no physical money trail to follow. And once they had sold their muffins, they just shut down and returned to the garage. But it was something productive to do, and I was in a whimsical mood. It just traveled from place to place selling muffins. I was about to give up and go back to Mr. Prow and Darla when it finally did something strange. It stopped and talked to another travel pod that was selling the muffins. They both spoke in French, but it was badly accented. I had learned to listen to the way people speak while working at the jewelry counter at Hacks. Unfortunately, I didn't know French, though I knew Darla did. I quickly pulled out my cell phone and called myself. Once I heard the voicemail message, I moved over to the pods so that I could record what they were talking about. I looked up Darla later and played it back to her. Unfortunately, I hadn't realized you can't call your own phone on a cell phone. The recording I had thought was voicemail was in fact me playing my saved voice messages on voicemail. Mr. Prow said, "I have an idea." "What?" Darla looked up something in the computer. "We can figure out what the cell towers he was using. By using those, we can look in all the other nearby cell phone towers for travel pods that are using them and match it with the data from Avrilov's phone." I looked at Darla. "Will that work?" She smiled. "Yes and no. He's on the right track, though. I can use the information to find which traffic areas in the Muffin conspiracy travel pods went to. It took a lot of daylight we had left, and well into the night, but we were finally able to get information to isolate some of the travel pods being used. With a little bit of luck and a lot of bribery to the rightful owners, we put monitors on all 4 of them. We indeed did get lucky the 3rd time. The Muffinists used 2 of the same 4 travel pods another day in a row. Darla and the consultant, Sten, had been working very hard to track down all the places that had bounced their signal. The Muffinists threw a few false starts, but Sten ran some search programs that let them pick up the trail in each domain where they lost the scent. Eventually, Darla and Sten were able to track it to a cluster of computers in the Grand Caymans. At first, Darla thought this was a dead end or an attempt to throw them off the scent, but Sten showed us, particularly Mr. Prow, a series of readouts and reports that gave him 95% assurances that this was the place they were originating from. Mr. Prow was convinced. That was enough for a decision to be made. We all loaded ourselves up and boarded Prow's plane back in England to the Grand Cayman Islands. The Caymans were very pleasant. The airport was very small and quaint, and I could see major airliners from 2 or 3 carriers, at least with a dozen small jets. The map said that there was another smaller airport in the north. The travel pods were very visible when they went into the town. I thought that Prague was a hotspot for them, but they seemed to be many travel pods as there were people. A few of them were even armed with guns. When Mr. Prow asked the local for more details, they seemed to make him nervous for some reason. The locals explained, "Oh, that's just the police. Sometimes they use them to cover more ground at a time. Most of the stores in the central markets are more pedestrian-oriented than they are car-friendly. Besides, the mayor's brother owns the local travel pod company." That certainly explained a lot. We got in a taxi and headed over to the location that Sten told us housed the controller for the travel pod. We went about 5 to 10 minutes outside the small downtown area until we came to a corporate office industrial park. After navigating several private asphalt roads, we found the right building number and the right office suite. The building said Travel Co. on one side, and then we just sat there. We sat in silence for about 5 minutes when Darla asked, "So what now, dear?" Mr. Prow didn't reply. Finally, Darla had had enough. "Unless you have a better plan, I'm just going to go ask them about the muffins." You could tell just by looking at Mr. Prow that he wanted to say something. I imagine he wanted to say something like, "Are you crazy, woman? Why alert the demons when we don't have to?" But he didn't. He would have before he had been married. Darla smiled, waited for a moment, then stood up and got out of the car. I didn't immediately know what to do in this case, but very quickly I decided that the best course of action was to go with Darla. I gave Mr. Prow a look of apology, opened the car door, and got out. I was about 3 minutes behind Darla. By the time I got there, I was able to see Darla moving further into the building past the receptionist. Darla looked back at me, smiled, and waved me on. She looked at the receptionist. "She's with me." We walked about 10 yards, turned right at a funky fake plant, and then turned left with a shiny glass window. A man inside had a bright orange hair that couldn't decide to be blonde or red. He had the blackest eyes I'd ever seen. The iris was such a dark brown that I couldn't distinguish it from the pupil. Even the whites of his eyes somehow seemed stained by shadow. He was dressed in the height of business fashion, and he stood and smiled at us with a surprisingly pleasant voice and said, "I understand you have some questions about our travel pods." Darla nodded and sat to herself across with him without any invitation. Sort of. She crossed her legs and beamed at him demurely. She was wearing a white shirt with a sky blue skirt. She was being friendly in a way that wasn't really flirtatious, but the arrogant mind might think she was being such. "I'm actually here about the muffins." "Muffins?" "Yes, the muffins." "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about." When he wasn't making quick glances at her chest, he was making them at mine. The muffins your travel pods are selling all over Europe." He smiled. It was the kind of smirk a 9-year-old made when they've been caught but thought themselves quite clever. "Oh, those muffins. What about them?" "Why are you selling them?" she asked. "I don't see what business it is of yours." "Oh," she shifted back and folded her hands on her skirt, smoothing it. "Well, it isn't, but we're most curious about them." "I'm afraid that I will not be able to satisfy your curiosity. My husband is particularly fascinated by them." That's nice. He started to reach for a button to call security or his secretary or whatever. He thinks they're demon spawn, Darla said. I'm sorry for your husband's lack of sanity. He pressed the button. Most people think that. While I'm fairly certain that they are not demon spawn, you have gone to a great deal of trouble. I can't help but feeling you've got something to hide, something you want hidden. He said, Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? Darla replied, Darla Prow. My husband is the one who noticed the unusual behavior of the children selling said muffins. Darla was not really easily deflected when she was focused on a task. She could be stubborn when she wanted to be. And he is? Quissence Prow. Ah, yes. I've heard of him. He leaned back in his chair and smiled. Have you? Darla sounded surprised. Oh, yes, he does excellent work. I've heard about him and about that business in Alaska. He thrummed his fingers on the desk. I couldn't help but ask, what was that the business involving the past time viewer or the depleted uranium pottery? Someone had to represent Chester's interest, after all. He said, Both, actually. Indeed, his work is, in large part, our work. Darla seemed very close all of a sudden. The topic had taken her entirely surprised. What do you mean? The man behind the chair smiled. Mr. Prow has shown amazing intuition in solving certain kinds of problems that happen to have a very interesting application in their usage. Huh? I didn't get that. The work he had with the robot and memetics showed the potential synergy that demonstrates amazing marketing applications, among other things. He pointed to the wall and some kind of diagnostic table that showed a bar with 3 big lines merging into it. You can't do meme manipulation if you're not narcoleptic. I should know. I had to take enough pills to feed an army every morning, same as Darla. If I had to do it to save the world, fine, but otherwise, he shook his head. I'm afraid you're quite wrong. We've made some rather astonishing deliverables, and now we've discovered how meme sinks do what they do. I was shocked. You mean there's no reason for me to delay the treatment anymore? He laughed, shaking his head. Oh, no. The world isn't ready for 100,000 new messiahs, each weighing the world to their most recent cause. Darla started to get mad now. So what you're saying is that you don't want competition for your new marketing techniques. He laughed and shook his head. No, you're misunderstanding me. These techniques are going to be used to help people. The right people, Darla said, her voice rising. That's right. But other people as well. Have you ever had narcolepsy? Darla sneered. The man ignored her outrage and continued talking. Have you ever felt what it was like to be under the effects of one of your memes? I couldn't help but giggle at that. Poor Chester. The man looked at me and nodded. Exactly. This kind of technology in the wrong hands could do tremendous damage. Della slammed both of her fists on the desk, and so that everything on top of it shook and scattered, creating minor chaos in its wakes. I am not technology. We gave up a lot to keep people from using this manipulation thing. If you're just going to use those memes to sell cereal, then you can forget it. He raised his hands defensively. I didn't say you couldn't have the surgery, Mrs. Prow. I just said this technology could do damage in the wrong hands. Darla was not so easily mollified. You just said that 100,000 reversed memetics would be bad, and that is true. However, in a few rare cases, where the person is quite responsible and can be trusted, it seems that since we do not yet understand how the surgery works, if a technological inhibitor of some kind were created, then that person could lead a perfectly normal life, so long as they chose to wear it. Darla was ready for an immediate comeback, but she stopped and thought about it. I couldn't blame her. I'm narcoleptic too, and the idea of being able to live my life again without taking drugs every day, just to be able to stay upright while I laughed or stay awake when things got boring, was an appealing one. I could easily imagine Darla asking the next question of who decides who is responsible when Quissence Prow began making a huge racket outside. 2 or 3 security guards were attempting to restrain him, while he held them back with some kind of bizarre improvised pike, which had a taser taped on each end. Mr. Prow thought he was in a Star Wars film, apparently. Mr. Prow shouted at the top of his lungs, Take me to the demon children, lest I smite you all! I had always known that Mr. Prow was a bit eccentric, but I'd never seen him this worked up. Indeed, now that I thought about it, I'd never seen anyone that worked up. The man Darla had been talking to laughed and waved the guards away from Mr. Prow. I think I can take it from here. I believe I can solve the problem that is troubling you, Mr. Prow, if you and your 2 companions will follow me. I will demonstrate demon children to both of you. Mr. Prow stopped, smiled, and enabled a complete change of demeanor. He became gentilities personified. Why, I do believe that would do just fine. And so it was that the 4 of us moved down an elevator and went to a basement 4 floors below street level. It was at this point that I realized that we still did not know the man's name, but since no one had asked it or was asking it, I didn't want to be rude. The chamber we walked into was vast, with hundreds of monitors on every side of the room. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I came to understand that it was a hollowed-out cavern. The monitors were ringed around some of the largest stalagmites and stalactites I'd ever seen. Our host turned to us and said, "Welcome to the nest. Each of the children you saw trying to sell muffins on travel pods was born here. Here is where they communicate with each other. Here is where they lived." They chattered away from one box to another. Looking at each screen, it became apparent that they existed in some kind of virtual environment. I could see little bits of buildings behind them as they moved around, but you could see the same parts on each of the screens. The man said, "They know what they are. They each started out as a simulation. But with insights gained from the self-aware robot, combined with the algorithms we gained from our mimetic studies, we have gained a far greater understanding of how humans act and think. We are working on reverse engineering the process to gain a greater understanding of individual intelligence, but we're not quite there yet." Mr. Prow looked at the screens. "So they're artificially intelligent?" "Yes and no. They're quite intelligent, light years ahead of any other autonomous software package out there. But they don't understand the do not underestimate the sophistication of the human mind. Individually, they're not much smarter in some ways than a clever bird. Of course, intelligence is relative. Most people are on autopilot most of the time, so they never even come close to realizing," Darla smirked. "So you've gone to all this trouble to create a glorified spam bots?" "Yes and no. Spam bots did actually advance certain levels of heuristic considerably. And while we have been testing them somewhat in a marketing capacity, it is actually for a good cause." He waved his hand at the monitors. All at once, all the chattering children stopped talking while our host continued. "They have, however, been able to mimic the behavior of a group of people almost perfectly, at least mathematically speaking. The equations are hideously complex, but they essentially boil down to the fact that Isaac Asimov's vision of histomathematics is possible." "Histo what?" I asked. He smiled. "I won't bore you with the details, but basically Asimov postulated that while mathematically predicting the behavior of an individual is virtually impossible, it was possible to predict large groups." He was right, Darrell asked. "And what have you learned?" Our host smiled. "Quite a bit. Most of which I'm not at liberty to say, but let us simply hint that, unless changed, things look rather dire down the road." Prowl snarled. "I could have told you that. What concerns me is how you intend to use this mimetic technology. Be assured, until we understand how to defend against it, we don't dare use it. We can't all be meme sinks, after all." Darla said, "You're lying, I can tell." "Ah, Mrs. Prow, you're quite the student of human nature and expression. There is one very limited application of mimetic activity we felt safe trying." "And what is that?" Prow asked. "Why, the meme for secrecy, of course. I hate to break it to you," Darla smiled, "but you weren't able to keep this place as secret as you thought." Mr. Prow nodded. "I have taken numerous precautions should anyone attempt to disappear me," our host chuckled. He sat down by one side of the nearby monitors and explained his position. He frequently moved his hands as he did so. "This isn't a question of security, Mr. Prow, but of secrecy. I would like to add that it took the three of you considerable effort with extensive resources at your command. Even then, all you were able to do is find the location of our facility." Darla said, "We already know all about what you're doing with the virtual children. You're assuming that that is what we're keeping secret. Innocence sells, and it sells quite well. But we won't need any special mimetic technique to make it work. All we will need is a very cute face and a product image that doesn't push people away." "You'll never get away with it," Prowl shouted. He stood tall and triumphant, the wind from a nearby vent causing his trench coat to flutter and a deerstalker cap to fly up his skull, exposing the poorly placed bald cap underneath. One could still see his hair. Our host asked quietly, "Get away with what?" Mr. Prow, having expected a vehement denial, "With the thing you're keeping secret." "You are the most chaotic and unreadable person, Mr. Quissence Prow. How could you take a simple conversation about childhood innocence and turn it into a statement about a secret you know nothing about?" Darla said, "Because we want to know what the secret is, not falling so easily into his trap. We want to know what you are risking mimetic contamination of the world to hide." He smiled. "Why, whatever we wish, of course, and as a test case, we have been remarkably successful." He was giving me a headache. I just said, "What are you keeping secret?" "The fact that I have kept you obsessed over the secret itself, that you haven't even asked questions remotely related to the true puzzle. By keeping it obvious, we have hidden it in plain sight. Thus, we have succeeded with our first field test, but I think they will be successful as well. If we could affect you, especially two meme sinks, we can affect anyone we wish." "Never!" Prowl shouted, collapsing to the floor, holding his hands over his forehead. "You will never affect me with your vile, toxic memes, never." Our host said, I already have. I couldn't stand it anymore. What the hell do you mean? He pushed a button on his wall, and as the door opened, why my name? It ain't Rumpelstiltskin, I'll give you that much. He stepped through the door and the wall, which rapidly closed behind him. Mr. Prow pounded the door in anger and frustration. Darla tried to find a way out. I was the one who noticed the unusual smell. Unfortunately, I took a deep breath of it, trying to determine what it was. When I woke up, I saw Mr. Prow and Darla sleeping next to me. We were right next to our rental car. I woke up. Mr. Prow cursed a blue streak. I'd never heard him use language like that before. Darla seemed just about as surprised as I was. Well, that tears it, Mr. Prow said. I have to get Watson back now. We've got to find out what these people are up to. Darla didn't look happy about that, but she didn't say anything. I think she wanted to bide her time and find out exactly what Mr. Prow was up to and then tell him how stupid it was, even though I could tell by her expression that the real reason she objected was that it involved getting Chester out of jail. Then again, in retrospect, it was a pretty stupid plan after all.
Chapter 8, A Cunning Plan. Chester Artherson's prison record number 4512. Things had gone much better for me in prison since the chaos. I guess on some level they all knew that they owed their lives and their freedom to me, even if the vast majority of them pretended it never happened. This was both a blessing and a curse. I was given a wider range of privileges than I had experienced before. I pretty much had free reign of the prison. A tiny part of my mind contemplated escape, but I was soft. Life on the run, without credit cards, cell phones, or computers, did not appeal to me in the least. Speaking of which, I had almost unlimited access to the internet. They filtered it, of course. I could look at virtually anything I wanted, but could send nothing. Not much point in a secret prison to make you disappear if you could send email to anyone you want, willy-nilly. The true downside of all this was being alone. They kept the male and the female populations truly separated now. While I had never been a social butterfly, I still had the occasional visit or social activity with a random person at lunch. Now they all looked at me like I was a cross between God and the devil. I could tell that I made them uncomfortable. Not that I entirely blamed them, I also made myself uncomfortable. It had been a year and a half since my initial incarceration when Prow decided to visit. Of course, that is somewhat inaccurate since one does not simply casually visit in circumstances such as mine. I should have known Prow would not be able to leave me alone. I was sitting on the facilities, pondering the nature of life in the universe, when I heard a muffled voice from the area of my nether regions. Looking down, I initially saw nothing. Life had taught me caution, however, and I immediately stood up and looked around. I didn't see anything at first. When I stepped out of the light, I noticed a piece of excrement that didn't look quite right. Was it plastic? Had it not heard the voice, I wouldn't have known to look for it. Watson? The voice of doom inquired, quiet, resolute, and firm through a porcelain altar in which this oracle now resided. Watson, are you in there? I knew it was Prow. He would not let up until I responded or destroyed the offending article. I had no desire to reach down and do the deed of crushing it, given its current companions. What? I whispered, getting close to the bowl as I dared. I was not entirely sure I wasn't hallucinating. We need to get you out. The fate of the world is at stake. Typical Prow. Let me get this straight. You put me in here, and now you want to get me out. It doesn't work like that. Prison is not a storage bin. Yes, it is, Prow said with all the confidence in the world. All right. Fine, I suppose it is, but it's society's storage bin, not yours. I didn't care if I was alone in a cell. I looked around carefully to make sure no one saw me taking my shit. You don't want to go alone in that section of the prison. Am I not a member of society? It was at this point that I flushed the toilet. I didn't care if it was the only conversation I'd had in 6 months. I didn't care if that voice in the back of my head said that Prow was right more often than he was wrong, and that the fate of the world the fate of the world might be at stake. I was simply not going to get into an argument like this. I was still convinced, on some level, that the guards had got a recording of Prow's voice and put it in the plastic, but I knew Prow. Such behavior was more than possible for him. I waited for 15 minutes, more than prepared to flush the toilet again if I had to, but nothing happened. Resigned that it had had some time for peace, I laid down on my plain, unmade bed. All I had to keep me warm at night was a single generic sheet. Damn him. That voice had been enough to make me long for my previous life. Not Prow. I missed real food. According to the hardcore inmates who had been in normal prison, the food here was quite excellent for prison food, but it still tasted like crap. I wanted to be able to go where I wanted.
when I wanted, I couldn't. My freedom had been taken away, and I resented it. Oh, I wasn't an innocent man, and I knew it. I was one of the few that actually admitted I'd done something wrong. While I was sorry about the methods I had used, I was quite proud of the fact that I managed to make Prow miserable. He deserved it. The universe demanded it. I'd reformed in many ways, but I wasn't a saint. The resentment I felt didn't really encourage any kind of rehabilitation. It didn't help that in this particular prison there was a significantly higher percentage of actually innocent people than there were in other places. When the government could just take people and lock them up for no particular reason, that it did not exactly encourage my faith in justice or sharpen my appetite for civic duty. Indeed, given what I knew about the mean stuff alone, what real guarantee did I have that they would let me go when my sentence was up in 3 years? That still didn't mean that I wanted to be let go. It wasn't Helsinki syndrome. As I said, I hated my captivity, but the slim hope of release was better than living as a fugitive. I sighed and picked up one of the novels that I had checked from the other prisoners' I checked out from the prison's rather extensive library. It was mindless drivel, something about the society of tomorrow and a little girl's fantasy world come to life. I fell asleep after about a chapter and a half. I woke up when they did the head count that night. I had to stand in front of the bars of my cell and wait for the guard to confirm that I was there. As he walked by, clipboard in hand, a tiny terrified part of me worried that somehow they had found out about Prow's unusual microphone. My fears proved groundless. The guard walked by and kept counting just as he always did. If anything, he went by my cell a little quicker than he did the others. He had been there and part of the chaos, after all. Amazing how something like a little temporary anarchy can show us how thin the boundaries that divide us are. I retreated in self-misery to my bed. The cell was very large. Since the chaos, most of the others had to share a cell. It was my privilege to have one to myself. It was a perk, and I was glad to have it, but I was also completely aware that it was more a matter of no one wanting to be in the same cell I was in. I tried to sleep, but couldn't. I was too tired. It was times like this that I wish I had Darla's ability to sleep on a dime, or anywhere else for that matter, when she wanted. Not that I wanted narcolepsy. 2 more days passed uneventfully. While time did odd things to the mind in prison, it also tended to speed it up if you became skilled at ignoring it. One generally had very little freedom, but in its own perverse way, one did have freedom from time, unless you chose to pay attention to it. The routine, however, wasteful, torturous, or boring, could be a distraction from other things you didn't want to think about. This could not be the case with Prow looming on the event horizon. Every voice, every movement, and every shadow whispered the promise of another encounter with Prow. Now prison truly was prison. I had no rights, no recourse, and no retreat. Unless I had some evidence, going to the warden or a guard with stories of my previous encounter with Prow would get me placed in the psych ward. Eventually, I started to let my guard down. The part of my mind that kept me sane forced me to consider the possibility that it might have merely been a hallucination. Being who I was, it was precisely these moments that I was most mentally prepared for Prow, for it was in these shadows of a moment that he made his infuriating presence known. But after 2 days, I was at my wit's end. I could stand the tension no longer. Quite frankly, I didn't care if Prow appeared or not. He was an idiot. Thus it was, true to form. In the final roll call of the night, the face of Prow rose up in the guise of a guard. He said nothing, of course, merely walked up to my cell as it would any other guard, but I knew it was him. He winked at me. I had seen him come up through the shadows and then vanish like a wraith that he was. I got no sleep at all that night. When the guards came for my work shift in the morning, I feigned violent illness. Quissence Prow was out there. Quissence Prow was everywhere. Quissence Prow was God, and God hated my cowardly little guts. No sleep for the wicked. My tortured mind kept insisting I was silly. I was overreacting. There was no Quissence Prow. I was in prison for some other reason, bank robbery, or perhaps accounting fraud. Prow did not appear that night at roll call, and I slept with such exhaustion and bliss as I can ever recall. This kind of reverie did not last, however, for I was awakened from my wonderfully interesting dream about Darla and Amber Love when something hit my cheek. In my awakening stupor, I realized it was a smooth stone of some kind. I put it down on the ground with one hand and checked the time. It was 5 a.m., nearly dawn. I went back to sleep, at least I nearly did so until I heard, "Wake up, Watson," from the Grim Reaper himself. A chill ran down my spine as I stood bolt upright. There he was in the flesh. His hollow face and beady little eyes looked falsely hopeful underneath the cap and camouflage of the guard's uniform he wore. Time had changed him. If anything, he seemed more fit, more implacable, and more sure of himself than ever before. One detail stood out above all the others, however, and that was the gold wedding band on his left hand and how I hated him for it. I hated him with every fiber of my being, and a bit more charged on the credit card to hell besides. "What do you want?" I asked. Quissence Prow stood there, quite confident in his guard uniform, that I could not and would not strangle him with the power cord from the lamp. He was wrong. The foul hole through which his vocabulary produced words and his black lungs pulled in treasonous oxygen from my cell kept him alive as he spewed, "I've come to get you out." "Really?" I tartly replied. "Yes," he replied, "right away. The fate of the universe, or at least the world, depends on us." "Really?" I managed, much to my surprise, to repeat that statement instead of grabbing the cord. "Yes," Krause was exasperated. This was a glorious thing. It had been so long since I'd seen that expression I'd forgotten how much I missed it. I did not, however, miss it enough to spend any more time with Quissence Prow. "Pass." "Excuse me?" Prow couldn't believe it. I giggled. "You heard me. I don't care. I'm not going with you." "Not even to save the world?" "Especially not to save the world." I laughed. "Don't you even know do you even want to know how it's threatened?" "Nope." And much to my surprise, I didn't. I really didn't care about the world. Not if it meant saving it with Quissence Prow on it. Not even the obvious fact that I happen to be in that world too. "Oh, come on, Watson. This is really being nonsensical." "Nonsensical?" I almost shouted. "Yes. From you." I did shout at that time. "Yes. From you." I did shout it again. "I don't get the word nonsensical. Coming from you. About someone else." My voice raised an octave. "Get out of my cell, or I'll call the guards." "I am the guards," he said smugly. "I know things to tell the other guards that will make things very unpleasant for you. I don't care what your cover story is. Get out." Prow almost assuredly didn't know about the earlier incident in which I had played part. That gave me leverage, and I intended to use it. "What do you mean, Chester?" He used my first name. He was really desperate. "Good. What things? What have they done to you in here?" "Guards!" I shouted at the top of my lungs, grinning demonically as Prow scrambled out of the cell. Oh, this was worth prison. It had been worth every glorious minute. There was a God, and he was not Quissence Prow. He went out and tried to wave the other guards away like nothing was the matter. They hadn't come yet, but they would if I kept shouting, "Chester, Watson, be reasonable!" Prow hissed through the bars. "Go away, Quissence. Go away before I make you regret it," I smiled. "This isn't over, Watson. If I have to, I will make you leave this cell. You and what army, Quissence Prow? Get out of here now." And he scurried away like the little dog he was. Oh, mercy, that was lovely. That was sublime. My life now had purpose. And it was boring the rest of the day, but when I asked the other guards about him, I found out that Prow had quit. Absolutely perfect. The next day went quite well. I enjoyed my prison time. I felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from my shoulders, and that I could live my life as full and in a complete way again. I even tried opening up a bit more to my fellow prisoners. This was hard to do at first, but by the time the first week had passed, I almost had some, quote, friends, end quote. Rather, I knew some people that didn't cower at my mere presence or avoid their eyes whenever I was near. This could not go on, of course. I should have known better. But I was too high on my own success. That was why I paid so bitterly for it. Only a fool allows himself to enjoy his life, lest you be punished by the gods of Prow. He showed up during lunch. This time, however, he was dressed as a prisoner. I could not believe it. Sneaking in as a guard was one thing, but this, he sat right down at the table directly opposite me. He stared at the man who I had been talking to, or rather, talking at, since he had mainly politely listened while I talked, until my erstwhile companion moved several seats away. "There," Prow said triumphantly. "Now we can talk." "No, we can't." I stood up and walked away. Prow followed. Everywhere that Chester sat, the Prow was sure to go. This repeated 5 or 6 times. Finally, I decided that I was not hungry and left. Prow followed until the guards stopped him. Normally, prisoners were moved as a group. I was an exception. I tried not eating for 3 days, but eventually the guards caught on and forced me to go to the cafeteria. I found myself looking around at several of the larger males, pondering if I could get them to take care of Prow for me. I saw several look back and decided that it was not a good idea. I would not listen to Prow. It was stubborn. I know. It was prideful, I know. But eventually I ended up standing upright next to the guards. I think Prow intuitively knew that they would not put up with his endless and highly annoying prattle. 2 weeks went by like this, and I could tell that even the unsinkable Quissence Prow was getting discouraged. This lifted my spirits yet again, but I was far more cautious this time. It turns out that I had good reason to be. The next day, I saw Prow talking with some prisoners, and suddenly his spirits picked up. I didn't like this at all. When we finished our meal and returned, I found that I was no longer alone in my cell. The guards had let me off, had to get Prow off. The guards had to get me off Prow with a fire hose, 4 taser shocks, and brute force of 10 men. I was in solitary again. Didn't care. When they opened the door, I immediately stepped on the guard's foot and punched him. It went on like this for 5 days before the guards, with whom I had at least an amicable relationship, asked me why. Foolishly, I told them. I'm not entirely sure what drugs they were putting in my food after that, but I ended up in my cell with Prow, who chatted endlessly that he now had my undivided attention. I couldn't beat him up. I was too stoned to care. Prow tried hypnosis, but it didn't work. Finally, he tried withholding my medication, which only landed me back in solitary after I beat him senseless. Ah, bless. No Darla to defend her husband this time. After a while, the drugged haze lifted again, and I found myself tied to the bed. Note to self. Study escapology. Prow shined a flashlight in my eyes. Not dilated. Good. Guards! I shouted. Nothing happened. Guards! Still nothing. Guards! I practically mewed like a half-drowned kitten. I was beaten by Prow yet again. They've been thoroughly bribed. Now, you are going to listen to me? I screamed my rage at him until my throat parched and my voice cracked. Prow waited patiently. Now, as I was saying before you rudely interrupted me, there is a conspiracy. I need some work on a case with the Time Viewer in Alaska. I need your help to find the people we were originally looking for. No, I cracked harshly. Never. Not even the fate of the world? He asked. No. A kiss from Darla? I knew she'd never go for that. Besides, she was Prow's creature, and therefore she now repulsed me. No. $1 million? Prow held up 9 fingers that somehow added up to $1 million. Tempting. No. An answer to the question? No. I didn't want answers from him. Prow thought long and hard. If you help me with this, I will never bother you again. No. $1 million and a new identity. This time he tried 10 fingers. No. I laughed harshly. He was getting desperate. Please, Prow bragged. I'll do anything. I almost said no, but paused. Anything. Now there was a reward fraught with possibilities. Anything. And Prow was a man of his word. Oh yes, this could get interesting indeed. Yes, I replied. I will help you. Prow sighed and smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Good. What is it you want? I don't know yet. I'll let you know. I could tell that this bothered Prow, but he was wise enough not to push it. Excellent. How do we escape? Escape? Why would I want to do that? But you just said, I said I'd help you. Not that I would escape. Prow thought a good deal. I have it. A presidential pardon. I shall leave and secure one for you. More power to you. Win solution for me. Prow went to the jail and shouted, Guards! To the guards, I'm done! Huh? One of the guards said as they walked up to prison. Let me out. I'm done with Watson. The guards laughed. I paid you well. Now let me out. The guy laughed more. I'm an innocent man. Everyone but Prow laughed. I'm innocent. Right. Prow had originally arranged for himself to only be in there for 30 to 40 days, but with the escaped attempts, a month slowly dragged into years. Is it especially cruel of me that I fed Prow's habit by inspiring him with more and more elaborate plans, which would always fail and got him thrown back into solitary? Quissence Prow's unending luck had finally played out, and I couldn't be happier. In Part 1, Chapter 9, A New Employer. It was my last day in prison. I had done my time, and I was relieved that they were indeed going to let me go. I was going to be on probation, just like any other prisoner, but it was a welcome surprise. There had been a time when Quiescence's extended sentence, due to his numerous escape attempts, would have delighted me. Now I just felt pity as I looked upon the vacant, socket-eyed man who had once been the most indomitable spirit I'd ever known. I was beyond him. Icarus had been burned, downed, crushed, cut, melted, gutted, stuffed, mounted, and put on display for all the world to see for what a fool he was. Chester Artherson was triumphant. There was no Watson anymore. I grabbed the last of my things, carefully crammed into my single duffel bag, and walked with the guard towards the exit. We were stopped at the security checkpoint when a high-ranking military officer came through and whispered to the guard escorting me out. Then he motioned for us to follow him as he went back into his cell. I wasn't sure what this was about, but I didn't like it. Prow hadn't shaved in weeks. He wasn't eating very much either. When we walked up to the cell, he didn't bother looking up to acknowledge our presence.
Quissence Prow, the general spoke.
Prow didn't do anything. He just kept lying there. Prow's middle name was Otter? The guard had originally escorted me out, ran his club over the bars. This caused Prow's picture of Darla to drop off the shelf and shatter. Since this was a secret prison, visits of any kind were not permitted, nor were letters. However, somehow, the lawyers had gotten the divorce notice to Prow a year ago. They'd made him sign the papers. I wasn't interested in Darla anymore, but I'd heard that she'd received the bulk of Prow's considerable estate. Most people who ended up here lost everything. Fortunately, I had nothing to lose. The guard grabbed Prow's head and pointed it at the general, where Prow continued to refuse to speak. The general read a very official-looking piece of paper out loud, only occasionally glancing at Prow or myself as he did so. The wording was as follows.
Be it herewith noted that Chester Abner Artherson and Quissence Prow are hereby pardoned for all crimes and misdemeanors against the populace of the United States in light of their considerable contributions to society. Their record shall henceforth be expunged of all mention of wrongdoing or criminal intent. Office of the President of the United States of America, President Martin J. Hamburger. Then, without another word, the general rolled up the paper and put it into his pocket. He saluted the two of us and walked away. The faint clicking of his jackboots echoed down the empty cell block. I'm not a political major, but I was fairly certain that presidential pardons do not normally expunge past records. Then again, the prison that we had been in was not exactly normal, or technically legal. What was I going to do, sue the government? This was probably the only federal prison in existence that was not a regular hobby of the inmates to randomly sue people in. The guard looked at Prow. You need to pack your things. Prow refused to move. The guard bent down and yelled in his face, You need to pack your things! Prow still refused to move. At first I thought Prow had somehow escaped and left a hologram in his place or something, but the guard punched him in the stomach and Prow doubled over in pain. Prow finally spoke, I don't want to go. There's nothing you can do to make me. The guard punched Prow in the stomach again. There are easier ways to move him, I imagine, but they had grown tired of Prow. Prow groaned, but didn't move. Look, idiot, I don't care if you don't have anything out there. You can't stay here. He reached for his radio and spoke on his shoulder. Into the radio. Charlie, get a box. We're going to have to pack for a prisoner. Huh? Came a confused reply on the other side. Just bring a box. A short time later, the two guards proceeded to cram all of Prow's remaining earthly possessions into a small cardboard box. It was even smaller than my own. Each guard grabbed Prow by an arm and dragged him through each checkpoint while I followed behind. Normally, there was all kinds of processing that one had to go through on the way out. I had already been briefed on it. But with the pardons, we skipped all of that and headed right outside to the main gates, where they thrust Prow indignantly onto the curb of the sidewalk, where he was crumpled in a heap. This is the part of the story where I'm supposed to feel sorry for Quissence Prow. Yeah, I know, I said earlier that I did. That was a short-term thing, not a long-term thing. This is the part where I realized that he had learned his lesson and that he was a fellow human being. I had done my time. Never mind that fate had cruelly linked me with this idiot. I suppose there would have been some kind of criminal liability to just leave him to die like that. Then again, we're outside of a top-secret government facility, and I'd been gone for nearly 5 years. Who was going to know? I turned around. The prison was gone. There was nothing there but an empty desert. How did they do that? Was the whole thing underground? I had been outside many times, and it had never felt like a desert. I started to walk away. I got about 200 feet and then stopped. I found a lump under my right armpit. I'd found a lump under my right armpit 2 weeks ago. Turned out it was only from changing deodorants, yet I couldn't help but wonder at the time.
Ever since Prow had got me into the vicious habit of writing, my life and other people's lives, I was more than just a tech writer. I saw my life as a story. I saw everyone's life as a story. It disgusted me. Life certainly wasn't Hollywood, but at least I had to wonder how I would look to someone else. Don't get me wrong. By now, I am writing for my own satisfaction and sanity, but Prow's not Prow's whimsical vanity. No one will ever find these pages, but I still had to write them. The funny thing is, looking at death, even though that lump had turned out to be nothing more than an allergic reaction, it made me feel my own mortality. I was going to die. I'd never really believed in God. I wasn't an atheist. I suppose I'd never really thought about it before. The world was too cruel and unequal to have any sort of merciful God at the helm, no matter what the elaborate justifications or sophisticated arguments the apologists made. And yet, I still knew who I was. I knew that I had no truly redeemable qualities whatsoever. I had judged many people in my time, Quissence Prow among them, yet despite my supposed reform in prison, I was willing to let a man drown in his misery and die in the desert. And make no mistake, I knew the prison I had been in, and I knew Prow's stubbornness. I could leave, but I could not in any way leave without the sure knowledge that Quissence Prow would die. I sighed with exasperation and turned around to walk back. I might not have too many honorable qualities, but at least I wasn't going to let Prow die, no matter how much the wiser part of me knew that it was the right thing to do. As I turned, I saw that the choice had been made for me. A slick silver Rolls-Royce had driven up. A driver, and a large, strong man in a business suit, was helping Prow into the car. Apparently, Prow had found his luck yet again. Good. Ethical dilemma solved. I turned around and started to walk away again. I had no curiosity about Prow's fate whatsoever. He would come out of this smelling like roses. He always did. I got about a half a mile when I heard the limo behind me. I could hear the Jaws theme playing in my head. What if Prow had seen me turn my back on him? What if he had constructed this as some kind of elaborate measure of goodwill on my part? What if he thought I liked him? The idea was so nauseating that I actually bent down and relieved my cookies under the nearby grass in a ditch. I heard the sound of the electric window roll down. I got up and kept on walking. "Hello, Chester." The voice belonged to Darla Prow. I was surprised to hear it and turned my head. Maybe she'd gotten some points in my book when she divorced Prow. Maybe I still felt like, maybe I was still an idiot and attracted to her on some level. Darla wasn't actually there. A large man in a suit held up a small screen a few inches wide with Darla's picture on it. I kept walking, but I answered, "Hello, Darla. Want a lift?" "No, thanks. I want to hire you." I could tell the idea thrilled her. "Really?" "No, thanks." "I'm not keen on it either, but you're Quissence's magic feather. He thinks he needs you, and we need him." Darla's picture frowned. "Who is we?" "My husband and I. I thought you divorced Prow." I kicked some sand as I walked. The duffel bag was heavy. "I did." "Oh? Who's the new husband?" "I'm not at liberty to say unless you join us." I laughed and kept walking. I heard Darla sigh and the window started to go up. Then Prow spoke. "Wait." Then the window stopped. You agreed to work with me, Chester, Prow said. "Did I? 3 years ago." I couldn't believe it. I remembered my foolish promise. "You said you were going to get me out with a presidential pardon." "You did get a presidential pardon," Prow said with a hint of smugness. "And you were responsible for it?" There was a pause. "No, but the method was never a condition." Logically, I should have told him no. Unfortunately, I was in a moment of weakness, and I was considering what kind of person I chose to be, and figured being honorable and keeping your word were among the qualities I wanted to have. But I was an idiot. "All right, Prow, you win. One case. That was the agreement. We find the conspiracy and then I'm done." The door opened and I got in. The air conditioner felt very nice. Darla spoke on the screen. "If that's the case, you're going to have a very short time here, Chester, since the conspiracy is us." I looked at Darla. She looked serious. I said, "Okay, so what's up with the time viewer, or the weird dancer people?" She smiled. "I wasn't in the conspiracy at that time, and in many ways this one doesn't exist yet." Prow coughed and said, "This one?" "As near as we can tell, there are 4 or 5 conspiracies that really matter. We're the good guys." "Of course," I said reflexively. Darla frowned. I had forgotten your charming wit, Chester. I hadn't forgotten yours, Darla. I hadn't forgotten yours. And so it was that after some time of deliberation, I was once again sucked into the oddly annoying world of Quissence Prow. As I sat in the limo, I idly wondered just what it was I would ask of Prow. Since he had no more money left, I could hardly ask that of him. And since he'd already enjoyed enough suffering on his part to last a lifetime, I didn't need that either. In fact, I really didn't owe him anything, since Prow hadn't actually arranged to get me out. As the desert moved by, I couldn't help but consider that it might still be attraction to Darla that motivated me. This was stupid. She hated me. I hated her. True. She seemed to no longer be Prow's creature, but she also had remarried some mysterious figure we're now supposed to be working for. As we pulled into the airport, we both saw that what had clearly been Prow's jet waiting for us. Instead of Prow's name stenciled on the side, it had a large graphic image of a sun and a moon in zenith over the earth. It might have been an eclipse, but I didn't think so. It was primed, fueled, and ready to go. As I walked up the steps behind Prow, his increasing confidence and animation dimmed somewhat. He had a look of shocked sadness on his face. I guess it was one thing to enter a depressed stupor. It was quite another to have to deal with the actual reality that your world had been shattered. Such was the nature of reality. The plane took off and headed west at a very rapid pace. In a short while, we were over the ocean. I had no sense of navigation whatsoever, so I just relaxed and enjoyed my freedom. And it was freedom. Even if I was returning to familiar haunts, I was free from emotional bondage that had previously held me captive. After 2 hours, Prow came and sat across from me. He had taken advantage of the jet to shave and clean up a bit, but he still smelled. The jet had no shower facilities. He began to speak. Watson, Chester, I might be free, but I was no one's sidekick. Fine, Chester. Does this whole situation bother you? I suppose, I said. Though you will have to be a little bit more specific about what you mean by bother me. After all, Prow's poverty didn't bother me in the least. I mean, the fact that the very conspiracy that locked you up is now employing you? Which conspiracy would that be? We're unlikely to ever really know what's going on. Who can be everywhere at once like that? Prow smiled. Aha! I had asked myself that very same question, and I think I have an answer. Do you remember the time viewer from our very first case? I didn't like where this was going. Yeah? Prow nodded. Exactly, like he could read my mind. Anyone who can see in the past has tremendous power. We had thought it might be used for law enforcement, or to disrupt government secrecy, but it could just as easily be used for a secret conspiracy. You could tell who was loyal to your cause and who wasn't. You could blackmail anyone who ever tried to hide. Such a device has tremendous power in the wrong hands. I thought about it. He was right. If I could think of all the kinds of evil things to do with it in a few seconds, then someone with a more diabolic mind and greater access to resources could be truly frightening. Now you see why I felt that the world was threatened. But we can surely trust our new employers. Prow was looking around at random while talking. What are you doing? I asked. Nothing, Prow said. You're trying to look into the time viewer like it was a television camera, aren't you? No, I was just thinking how wonderful our new employers are. You know, they might not be looking into a time viewer. They might be bugging the jet. Prow looked around with increasing paranoia. You're right, of course. So, if they know your every action, then you're doomed. Prow put his knees up to his chin and huddled in a fetal position. He shivered and lay on his side. He actually started to suck his thumb. Between bouts of this, he murmured a quiet mantra. Doomed. Doomed. I give you Quissence Prow, ladies and gentlemen, famed detective, ex-millionaire, sought after by beautiful women, government agencies, and apparently diabolical conspirators. I laughed. The jet flew several more hours. Eventually, Prow stopped acting like a complete clown and read a book someone had left on the plane. Sherlock Holmes, of course. I watched a few in-flight movies. I ate most of the food and drank most of the wine on the plane. I had a lot of time to make up for, and I must have gotten pretty smashed because I had a major headache when I woke up. The fashion seatbelt sign came on, and I looked out the window. I was utterly amazed. The complex beneath us was a man-made structure, more of an island, really. About half of it was a massive oil rig on concrete stilts. The other half looked almost like a normal island, but seemed to rest upon something rubbery. Couldn't quite make it out. There were hundreds of trees and dozens of buildings sprawled out before us. The runway slowly extended to one end of the complex and then floated, bobbing up and down on the ocean on the north side of the island. I wasn't entirely comfortable with how it moved up and down with the waves, but apparently the pilot was, because our landing was only slightly bumpier than any such ride I'd had before. The jet taxied up the runway, and I entered the island proper. When I got a closer look at it, I could see the bottom of the island was made of some kind of recycled tire material, mixed with an unusual gray plastic-like substance, while the top was covered by 4 or 5 feet of topsoil. There were a dozen men who grabbed our plane and pulled it towards the nearby waiting hangar. The frost coming from their breath told me that it had to be very cold. I noticed how I'd missed a plethora of smokestacks and industrial pipes. Apparently they had their own on-site refinery. This seemed particularly odd to me since I saw a dozen windmills pumping furiously from the wind. Indeed, as I looked farther out, I could see more such wind towers for several miles. Fascinating. The jet came to a complete stop, and the hangar door shut up behind us. As I looked out the window, I was again impressed by a large custom-designed gateway docking mechanism for the small jet, just like I would see in any major commercial airport. It connected to the jet with a loud click, and the door opened. The pressurized air of our cabin left with a slight hiss, and much to my surprise, the air on the island felt just as warm as it had in our cabin. We got out of the plane. The area on the other side was like many of the airports I'd flown in with Prow in North America. It even had a small restaurant and gift shop. For a brief moment, I couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't some generic airport equipment catalog that they ordered these chairs and windows from. Was there some kind of international airport equipment dealers convention? Worlds within worlds within worlds. Such is the nature of humanity. There were several people waiting for us when we arrived. Half of them were obviously high-level executive security guards with business suits and several Secret Service-style earpieces. Judging by the conspicuous bulges in their jackets, they were very well armed. 3 stood out the most. I only recognized Darla, and given her furtive glances in my direction, I made her very uncomfortable. Could this possibly explain the presence of so many armed guards? We were, after all, 2 ex-convicts. Prow clearly recognized one of the other 2 men, even though I didn't. "What?" Prow said boldly, with the tone of voice might use when warding off Dracula with the cross. "Is your name?" The man to whom Prow was speaking was largely featureless. He had a sandy blonde hair, brown eyes, and acted and dressed like most of the other cookie-cutter Harvard MBAs. "My name is Mitchell Ferret. I'm the CEO and Chief Managing Officer of this facility. This," he pointed to the other man I didn't know, "is Gerald Hickman. He is the head of security of the Lura complex." Gerald was tall, about 6'8", and pale. He was somewhat muscular, but looked more like a marathon runner than a boxer. I could tell that he was quite confident in himself and the way he looked. He looked to be in his late 40s and early 50s and wore a faded suit that said he hadn't bought a new one in nearly 2 decades. The platinum Rolex on his right hand, combined with his very expensive shoes, said that this was by choice, not forced circumstance. We got into an electric tram of some kind and entered a series of service tunnels. There were bustling with people of every kind and description. I could see that this small island represented a wide range of nationalities. Darla asked Prow, "So what do you think of our little slice of heaven?" There were a lot of emotions in that statement. Prow was much harder to read. His voice was full of hurt, anger, and disdain. "It's very impressive. I counted at least 7 corporate insignia." Ferret replied, 28 in total, actually." Darla smiled and hugged Ferret possessively, and I thought defensively, "Yes, but only 5 matter." Ferret chuckled, "They all matter. On paper, dear, only on paper." We stopped next to the elevator. Gerald spoke for the first time. "I'm going to escort you both to your quarters so you can get refreshed and cleaned up when we're meeting later." Prow arched an eyebrow. "What meeting?" Ferret chuckled and cricked his neck. "The one where we finally answer all the questions about what's been going on." I could tell from this statement that both Darla and Gerald were uncomfortable with the idea, but it was Gerald who answered, "Most of your questions, not all of them." Prow grunted what I presumed was some kind of temporary resignation to this situation. Regardless, we followed Gerald up on the elevator and went up 9 floors. We bypassed the lobby and entered what looked like a hotel. "Quarters can be somewhat luxurious for permanent guests, but a lot of the apartment buildings are still under construction. Once you decide whether or not to accept your position, you'll be assigned more permanent quarters. I couldn't help but ask. I know we're supposed to wait until the meeting, but I can't help but ask, what exactly do you want to hire us to do? Gerald smiled and said when he got back into the elevator,
Why, the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Your room is 508. Mr. Prow's is 510. Doors open by a palm scan. You will need to be contacted by phone when we want to. You'll be contacted by phone when we want to meet with you. Good day, gentlemen.
The doors to the elevator closed and he went down. Prow practically hissed at me through his teeth.
There, see? He has much admitted it. They're plotting to take over the world. Mr. Ferret, he's the one I told you about. The nameless master of memes. I can't believe Darla married him.
Maybe she's gone underground as some kind of double agent, I said as we moved to our rooms. I put my hand on the palm reader and the door opened with a satisfying hiss. It was only a few moments later that I realized that Gerald's comments relegated me to sidekick status yet again. Prow said,
We need to find out what they're up to and destroy it.
Assuming we want to stop it.
You agreed to help me,
Prow sniffed. The weather here obviously wasn't good with him. I agreed to help you find out what's going on. Seems to me they're inclined to find out already.
I think...
You don't think, Prow. You act and you feel. That pretty much sums up every problem you've ever had. Good night. See you later. I could tell Prow wanted to continue this conversation, but I shut the door. Anticipating Prow's reaction, I reached into my duffel bag, pulled out a small taser, and attached it to the doorknob. I went to lie down on the bed and relaxed. Sure enough, a short while later, Prow pounded on my door. A little while later, he tried to jiggle the knob. There was a brief jolt by a loud thud in the hall, preceded by a short whimper. I slept like an infant. I woke up 6 or 7 hours later and took a shower. It felt good to be clean again. I picked up the phone and ordered breakfast. Right now, I didn't want to know who was paying for it, but honestly, I didn't care. Several servings of eggs, bacon, and pancakes later, I looked at the TV. At first, I had trouble finding the remote, but then I found a piece of paper on the desk drawer next to the Gideon Bible that explained that the flat screen had a verbal interface. After a few moments of delighted exploration, I discovered over 9,000 channels, only half of which were in English. What pleased me most about this was the internet interface. I opened a new email account. It was one that I could send from as well, and I sent several emails at random. I even sent one to my second cousin, who I hadn't written in 6 or 7 years. I knew I'd been in prison too long when I was happy to get spam. I spent the better part of the day becoming human again, but soon enough, ordering food, receiving spam, and mindlessly watching television got old. I got a call from Gerald inviting me to a meeting at around 5, and I realized I had the best clothes in my duffel bag were really pretty shabby. I wasn't getting any younger. Since I had worked most of my life as a contractor, I'd never had anything of a 401k. Then again, to be honest, I'd never really trusted the stock market. It was too shaky. I was definitely not going to trust my fate to some Wall Street investor who would ravage my stock for his own personal gain. But I had to have something for retirement. Now we were surrounded by rich, powerful people who had not only flown me across the world, but who had secured a special presidential pardon to make it so that, according to their official record, I had not committed a crime in the first place. Darla hated my guts, but she saw the need in Prow's obsessive-compulsive world for me to help him. And for some reason, the idiots felt like they needed Quissence Prow. You know what? Who cares if Prow was a moron? I was going to get rich. Oh, I wasn't going to demand a really high salary. I'd take what they paid me and like it, but that didn't mean there was an opportunity here, and I intended to take advantage of it, somehow, some way. I showed up at the meeting in a polo shirt and Dockers. Everyone else was wearing suits or fancily dressed, including Prow. No, despite his eccentricity, Prow was not wearing a dress. Ferret, Prow, Darla, and Gerald were all there, along with a young Latin male with very dark hair and an older man in his late 60s or 70s. I felt very underdressed. Normally I didn't care about such things, but I was starting to. The table was immaculate, and they were dining on much nicer food than what I'd ordered back in the hotel room. I sat in the only empty chair. Ferret made the introductions, pointing to the young Latin male who said, This is Michael Onyx. He is my assistant chief of security. You will be working with him extensively. He pointed to the other older gentleman. This is Abraham Bell. He is... Ferret paused for a moment to consider what you might call the father of Fleur. What in the hell was Fleur? Abraham chuckled good-naturedly. Please, Mitchell, you do me too much credit. All I did was have a few ideas and fall flat on my face a few times. Ferret chuckled. I don't do you enough credit, my friend. Without you laying the groundwork, none of this would have been possible. Abraham actually blushed. Old cynical me would have found this sickening, and therefore found a reason not to trust the old coot. New greedy and entrepreneurial me realized this guy was rich, and that such habits were perfectly acceptable. There was some disagreement between the two, including a third quality called consciousness, who had a baseball bat with rusty nails in it, but I tuned him out and tuned them all in at this point. Prow tapped his glass like he was going to make a toast. Everyone raised their glasses, and Prow said, Have we reached the point of the evening where I can ask questions? Everyone put their glasses down a moment in awkward silence, but Ferret then nodded in reply. Yes, of course. Prow leapt right in. Well, first, let's start with the obvious. How exactly are you planning on taking over the world? Gerald chuckled. Easy. We're not. Prow looked smug. But you clearly said yesterday that was such your intention. Gerald's mouth hung open for a second time in as many minutes. That was a joke. Oh, Prow said dejectedly. That state didn't last very long. Then what precisely is the purpose of your conspiracy? Ferret grinned. Well, if I may be so bold, it's about to save the world. Prow snorted. Oh, please. Unspoken was the phrase. It's my job to save the world. You people are clearly villains in my delusional world. Ferret shrugged and continued to grin. He poured himself a glass of cognac. Seriously. Now, I admit we only plan to save it for a select group of people. People with money, Prow said with authority. Now that he was poor, he was clearly the unheralded champion of the proletariat. At first, yes. We're not running a charity here, but we want to help anyone who wants to work for it. Help them how? Ferret pointed up. Help them get out. Prow's brow furrowed. Space? This is about space? Abraham nodded. In a manner of speaking, this is really about liberty. Governments control every aspect of our lives. Where we eat, how we talk, what we teach in school. It's sickening. Prow said, Governments do a great deal of good. Of course they do, Ferret replied. But too much of a good thing is really a problem. Space is really the last place where any sort of real freedom is possible. Prow sighed. All right, let's assume for a moment I believe you. Not that I do without research. Good luck with that without Darla, chum. But my next question is just as important. Prow sipped his brandy. Who exactly are the other conspiracies you mentioned? Ferret shrunk down in his chair. He wasn't nearly as enthusiastic about the subject. That's complicated. Conspiracy is an awfully neat and simple word. I like to think of it as grouping or club a little better. In some ways, you could call it one of a massive conspiracy, but it really just the same players in daylight, who use a different set of rules under the table. Abrams broke in. The first thing you need to understand is that the media is not what you think it is. While it's a tool of these conspiring men, almost never block or change a story in a ham-fisted way. Instead, they nudge it in a very consistent fashion across multiple channels to achieve the same effect they desire. That's where the memetics discovery you made came in so handy. About that, Prow started to say. Ferret raised a hand. One question at a time, please. Abraham is getting ahead of himself. There are 4 or 5, maybe 6 clubs in the conspiracy. These clubs are somewhat geographic, but they're also philosophical. The U.S. has its fascists and the communists, though they are really more neo-fascists and neo-communists. Both are heavily involved with corporations, since corporations are the best tool for their purposes. Gerald grumbled. They're the best tool, period. I would like to be IT. It would be like IT without computers. It can't be done in any sense that isn't laughable. Ferret chuckled. Be that as it may, the Russians and the Chinese definitely have their own. There are other smaller ones, but they're so national I would rather doubt you'd call them global. The Europeans and the Japanese are sort of clubs, but they waver between national conspiracies or into the other areas of the others. After all, sometimes China's club is more Asian and Russia's club is more organized crime. They tend to bleed into each other a lot. Prow nodded. Fair enough. This is an explanation I can believe. He seemed to be taking great delight in the fact that people were finally answering his question. All right, next question. Darla and you said only 5 companies actually mattered. Which are those? Ferret frowned. She might have said that, but we have 28 partners, and when you include the subcontractors, Darla interrupted him, putting her hand on Ferret's shoulder. Maybe I should answer this, dear, since he was asking the question because of what I said. I could tell the gesture of affection bothered Prow a great deal. He picked up one of the grapes from the tray of fruit on the table and put it in his mouth. He kept repeating this process to keep from saying anything he might regret later. Interesting. Darla continued when Ferret shrugged, smiled, leaned back in his chair, and resignedly, "There are many companies that have contributed to Hlur, but 5 of them represent over 95% of the stake in the complex. Furthermore, most of those companies my husband mentioned are just here to do business. The 5 that matter are the companies that have a vision beyond the next quarter's profits. They are the 5 that have an agenda, a seat on the board, and thus a potential conflict with one another." Prow nodded. "And those are?" Darla sighed and said, "Well, that's a long story. The company that got all this started was Troutling. They've always been an alternative energy company. But 4 or 5 years ago, a man named Elgers Backjohn did an independent survey of this part of the Siberian coast to look for oil using a method he'd invented. The thing is, Backjohn had served time as a con man, so none of the other companies would take him seriously. Troutleak wasn't even in the oil business, but when their business manager saw the size of the field, he saw an opportunity. We're 25 miles off the coast of Russia. We're well beyond the international boundaries as recognized by the UN. The thing is, Russia's a bit of a kleptocracy. It's run by thugs who think that whatever they think they can get away with stealing." Darla took a deep breath and curled a lock of her hair. "They saw it as particularly ironic since they use oil to get oil. So they contact other companies when they saw as responsible and beneficial. Flexiton is an IT company. They wanted to make Hlur an limited data haven. There are limits on what they will tolerate, but the main thing is that they have removed their major assets from the other nations, which means they can put up web pages with content that might get them sued anywhere else. Calyptos is all about undersea water colonization. They see Hlur as the perfect model for that. Angelbright is Abraham's baby. They're all about space. Out here, they don't have to deal with FAA regulations to authorize flights. Finally, there's Doi. Wait, Hlur was an island? What was to keep it from getting invaded?" I arched an eyebrow. "Doi? They're a military contractor." "Well, that's true," Darla said evasively, "but a small one. And they do a lot more than that. They're actually acting as an umbrella contractor to bring all the subcontractors together. The other 24 or so. They're also handling our diplomacy. They've got companies from several nations to make sure they all think that they've got a stake in what's going on here. That keeps them off our backs for a while, at least." Prow sat and thought a long moment. Then he asked, "How do Chester and I fit into all of this?" Ferret said, "We've got security, but we want someone to take it on the offensive. We're doing a lot of things that might threaten the natural order, and some people will not like that. We want someone with just the right combination of paranoia, intuition, and guile to proactively find anything that people might be doing to disrupt us before it happens. Still want the job?" Why didn't they just use the time viewer, I thought to myself. Prowl thought for a moment and then said, "I'll take it." And just like that, we were in. I was surprised. I would have expected him to ask at least half a dozen more stupid or pointless questions. Instead, he asked mostly sane ones. I couldn't help noticing that no one had asked me anything, if I wanted to join at all. It was just assumed. They were right in that I wanted to join, but still, work was but still, it bothered me. Chapter 10. Growing. Work was very slow at first. I spent a lot of time reading. Hlur was a great place in many ways. They had a free, accredited university with some very unusual courses. I was currently taking psychology, yoga, and escapology. Prow kept looking for unusual threats or cases, but he wasn't actually investigating anything. This disturbed me because I didn't want the maniac disrupting the gravy train. Darla had always done this kind of research for us in the past, but she hadn't hooked up with Prow in any way since the first meeting that I was aware of. Prow looked like himself, of course, but I could tell his heart wasn't really in it. We both had reasons for being here, but I doubt Prow was in it for the money. Finally, out of desperation, I started emailing Prow about unusual articles that I found. He rejected them all. Prow couldn't function without some kind of a filter, and right now he wasn't responding to me. Don't get me wrong, I was quite confident he needed me as a sounding board once he found his case, but finding it was Darla's job. I sent an email to Darla about it. I suggested Amberlove. Apparently, Amberlove had become married and had 2 children while I was in the slammer. The world certainly had moved on without me, whether I liked it or not. What we needed was an actual intelligence analyst, not a Prow, if you could even call him an analyst. I met with Michael Onyx in his cramped little office to discuss the situation. It was only a 5 by 10 room, little more than a bathroom. My office was 5 times that size. Prow's was 10 times larger. I expected resentment, but strangely there wasn't any. "How can I help you, Chester?" Michael said. "We need someone to gather data for Prow to look at. I've tried, but I'm useless at it." You know, half the security staff thinks you two are only a gesture of love from Mr. Ferret to Mrs. Ferret. Not surprising, really. I see. And the other half? Michael beamed. "The other half know Darla too well. She suffers no fools, not unless she has to, and Mr. Prow is, yes, believe me, I know. So which half do you fall in?" I asked. "The latter. I will speak with Gerald. We will get you your analyst." It took 2 weeks, but Darren Lloyd arrived with no fanfare whatsoever. One day, he just met with Prow and conducted an interview to find out what he was looking for, and the next he started sending Prow vast streams of data. My reaction to this was mixed. On the one hand, I was ecstatic, but I was also suspicious. It just seemed too easy. Third, I was afraid he would find something for Prow to investigate. The last thing I wanted to do was to collect more samples. Lysol got his information from a wide variety of sources. I quietly followed him for a day just to get a better understanding of his routine. In the morning, he waited about Hurler Complex, talking to people and listening to their stories. He did the same thing in the evenings. Every afternoon, he squeezed the internet like a lemon, getting every last drop of useful information he could. And Prow drank it up. Somehow, he made a connection with Lysol, and Prow was always eager to hear more data. At first, he didn't seem to be acting on the information at all, merely studying it with grateful enthusiasm. However, after another week of this, he became obsessed with a Google Earth photo that Lysol had shown him. Prow gazed at it, studying its surface over and over. For over 24 hours, he did nothing but to look at the picture. Occasionally, he scribbled in his notebook. Later that afternoon, after a night in which I'm quite sure Prow got no sleep whatsoever, Prow called Lysol and me to discuss things. "This is a serious threat to this facility," Prow said with great conviction and passion. Lysol looked at it. "What is it?" Prow pointed to a smear on the map. "This is a hidden cruise missile pointed at this facility. Everyone here is in danger." "Who owns it?" "Demons," Prow said with authority. Lysol obviously thought that he hadn't heard that right. I'm sorry, did you say demons?" "Yes, I'm quite sure of it." Prow smiled confidently. "Don't you think that Ferret will didn't you think that Ferret was conjuring demons when you tracked him down?" I asked. "Yes," Prow said, obviously annoyed at the question. "But there weren't demons at all, were they?" "Semantics," Prow cried. "You challenged me with semantics." "Hey," I looked at Lysol with amusement. Lysol just looked at Prow and didn't challenge Prow's statement any further. Brown-noser. He really was a good replacement for Darla. I'm just pointing out that for a self-proclaimed rationalist and agnostic, you're more than willing to believe in the supernatural late. Prow rolled his eyes. "Must you be so literal, Chester? Of course I do not think there are any demons straight from the gates of hell. While it is theoretically possible that there are humanoids from an alternate timeline of excessive volcanic activity, I am speaking figuratively, not literally." "So they're just devil worshippers?" I asked. "Also possible. But I consider any man who would inflict injustice upon another solely for his own profit or petty gain to be a demon." Prow stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. He began to pace. He was in full lecture mode now. "Demon to me is the only appropriate term for such people. Even money is slightly more absolvable as a motive for some of humanity's crimes than those who are demonic. Starting a war for petty vengeance, that is demonic. Spawning children for the excess purpose of selling muffins, that is demonic. And setting up a cruise missile to blow up Fleur simply because it challenges Russian sovereignty, even when it is beyond their borders, is demonic." I blinked. That was very confusing. Why couldn't Prow just say things like that up front? Did he expect us to all think like him? How was any sane person to make a leap of logic from demonic to that? Why would Russia do that? I thought Ferret had fooled them into thinking that this was a Russian facility and that he was buying them off. "He did. But he was only doing it to too many. But he started doing it to too many countries. The SVR is not the KGB, but they had to notice that bribes were going to other countries mimic their own sooner or later. Then there are the other things." Prow continued to pace. He paused. "Like what?" I was falling into sidekick mode again, but it was simply the best way to get information out of Prow. Glad you asked. Did you know that a jet flew over us just now had no pilot? He looked smug. What? I was not thrilled with where this is going. No, it's true. Doi had a military drone program for years. It's been under the radar for most of that because they didn't want the public to know about it. But they have observers at each Pentagon's competitions in recent years. Another pause. I sighed. Competitions? I could have said onomatopoeia, and Prow would have answered the same way. The Pentagon has been holding regular competitions in the last 2 decades to gain more and more autonomous drones. Doi hasn't been attending them except, as I said, with an observer status to get ideas for their own program. I might also add that in recent years this program has moved here. Doi isn't taking the path that most military drone manufacturers are taking either. They're building full-size fighter aircraft here on Hlur. That surprised me. So the Russians don't want Hlur to sell their planes to us, to the U.S.? No. I don't think you realize the stakes here, Chester. Doi also funds numerous physics programs, particularly small cutting-edge ones. They were involved with the time viewer research. They're also involved with quantum teleportation. I waited. I didn't ask any questions this time. Quite frankly, I didn't quite grok the leap from demons to quantum mechanics. Lysol finally coughed and explained, Scientists are explaining teleporting particles over distance. This probably doesn't mean much yet as far as magically making a handball move from New York to Chicago in the blink of an eye, but it does mean an increase in bandwidth for computer environments. Brown nodded. Virtual environments. Reaction time. In other words, a drone doesn't have to be autonomous. It can be directly and reliably linked to a human controlling them on the ground from anywhere. Well, that's great. Less people dying in war. At least that was the idea, I suppose, Prow sighed. In my experience, that technology almost universally increases the number of people who die in war, not the other way around. I still don't see how this threatens Russia, and I couldn't. I just didn't make any sense. Where you see a military program save lives, the Russians see a corporate arcology with cutting-edge technology and a high-tech lethal air force. Tell me, Chester, we're sitting in one of the largest oil reserves on the planet right now. Exactly which nation controls it? Prowse stopped pacing and looked directly at me. Well, I guess the U.S. does. I didn't know. Then I remembered all the talk about conspiracies earlier. No nation controls it, Chester. None at all, which makes Hlur a very tempting target. The U.S. and Russia aren't on friendly terms anymore, but at least they are known quantities to each other. Hlur is something new, and let me assure you, Russians don't like surprises, not those kinds of surprises. Prow sat down in his chair. So what do we do? I asked. What we are being paid to do. Notify Gerald. Prow said and stood up. That didn't sound like a good idea to Lysol, but he didn't say anything first. He just sat there in deep thought. Fine. What's up? I asked as Prow stepped just by the door and looked back. Some people just could not take the initiative. Well, Lysol said, it sounded like he was taking dramatic license in the situation. All we have for proof is a blurred photo. Maybe we should investigate it some more. We didn't need true drama kings. Prow's brow furrowed. He wasn't used to actually having to present proof for anything. We could go check it out. That wasn't a good idea. Excuse me, but that's in Russia. If the Russians are annoyed at us, I don't really think landing on the beach and snooping around their country is exactly going to go over well on their side, Lysol said. Well, maybe we could just fly over it, Prow nodded. We could use my jet. I didn't have the heart to correct him. Go figure. Wouldn't one of those drones be better? Nonsense. We'll be fine. This was a point I was not willing to compromise on. I am not sneaking into a foreign nation to spy on their military without backup, period. This seemed to bother Lysol. In fact, the fact that it bothered him bothered me. What's your problem? Lysol looked at me startled. What? No, nothing at all. Good. Then we're all agreed that we're going to tell Gerald. I would not be dissuaded. Prow stiffened. If you go, I'll tell them to let you go. I laughed. Prow frowned and then grimly smiled. Oh no. I know how much you like this job now. You need me. I called his bluff. No, I don't. I've got Lysol now. If you think that I'm so attached to this job that I'm willing to die for it, think again. If you go out that door, you're fired, Prow sneered. I could tell he was serious now. I didn't care. Lysol was just very quiet, sneakily quiet. Okay. I started to leave the room. What amazed me was how surprised Prow looked. He had re-entered his little fantasy world just that fast. Speaking of fantasy worlds, I noticed a large pink invisible unicorn smiling down the hall. I belatedly felt a prick in the back of my neck, but though through my haze I decided that I had felt the prick algebra penguin meatloaf. After whatever drug they loaded me up with had traveled backwards in time, I floated in a pink and purple haze of clouds until we reached an iceberg. There was a very nice red-headed girl on the Titanic, and we made out until I realized that with both of my brains that she was dead and a seat cushion at the same time. I vaguely recognized the barrel of an AK-47 staring at my face, with a great deal of Russian being spoken around me. I was lying on a concrete floor and vaguely recalled hearing a metal door slam shut before passing out yet again. I woke up and found that a bucket of water to the face is not the most pleasant of experiences. I would not recommend it to anyone. This is especially true with water that has obviously quite recently been snow in a Siberian winter. The ugliest guard in the world stared at me backlit by a single swinging light bulb, which dangled from the ceiling and bumped into his military buzz cut as he moved his head into its path. Ugly said something in Russian. He then beat me upside the head for the sin of failing to reply or understand him. Mental note, learn Russian. He continued this cycle to question, slap for about 7 or 8 cycles before the large steel door behind me that I could hear but not see opened, and a female started a harsh guttural gibberish. It sounded like Klingon. I didn't care if Russian came first. It still sounded like Klingon. A short while later, a blonde woman with yet another clock-stopper face but a supermodel body entered and spoke in English, rather perfectly, I might add. Who are you? There is a temptation in every human being to answer name, rank, and serial number, but fortunately, I had the presence of mind to keep my sarcasm to safety of my own home-written notebook, hidden where no one would ever read or find it until several weeks later. And yet, gentle reader, that means I am not narrating this as a ghost from the afterlife. I hope that does not disappoint you, I answered. My name is Chester A. Artherson. I'm an American. I was kidnapped, drugged, and taken against my will somewhere to what I assume is Russia. The woman, whose face was actually not quite that ugly, said, Who took you? Where do you think you were taken? Quissence Prow and Darren Lysol. I assume they took me to a smudge on a satellite photograph that they thought was a cruise missile pointed at Fleur. She looked shocked. Cruise missile? I nodded. That's what Prow thought it was. I take it wasn't? She didn't answer, but did ask, You say they drugged you? Why? That's complicated. She didn't like the answer. Enlighten me. I tried to think of a simple but truthful answer as I could. My boss basically thinks he's a psychic. Fleur hired him to find any threats against it. My boss can't do his thing if I'm not there. She grinned and laughed. And are you a psychic too? I shook my head. There was a mistake since it hurt. A lot. No. I'm just a normal guy who, for some reason, my boss thinks makes his powers work. Only I paused. How does one say this? Yes. He doesn't really seem to think of them as psychic powers. He thinks he's Sherlock Holmes. She laughed at this point, and translated it for the guard. Ugly laughed. He sounded like a car stuttering as it stalled. Gah-heh, gah-heh, gah-heh. Apparently the other guard behind me, that I couldn't see, thought it was funny too. I waited for them to finish their little yuck fest. The woman finally said, All right, we will find out if your story checks out, Chester. She left. Ugly grinned at me. He bent down in front of me and said something in Klingon. I merely shrugged, though that hurt too. Ugly only laughed. I waited several hours. It should have seemed like days, but I have been in prison. I could do time, though the pain didn't get any easier. In fact, the zip ties that had been tied to my hands to the chair were so tight I was slowly losing circulation. Eventually, Blondie returned and said, Your story checks out. You are free to go. Is it possible for me to press charges against Prow and Lysol? She looked confused for a moment and then laughed. She said something in Klingon, then shook her head. How the hell would I know? And left it at that. A short while later, I was released and limped through the thoroughly pleasant, well-lit, and comfortable prison into a waiting room with Prow. They set me down next to him and left. Prow whispered to me with clenched teeth, What did you tell them? The truth. All of it? He sounded incredulous and angry. Yep. How could you? He sneered at me. Because I can. Because you drugged me. Prow frowned and punctured his anger somewhat. That wasn't me. That was Darren. Of course. Prow was silent. So what exactly did you two do once you got here? Not now. Later. Of course. Good point. The Klingons might hear us. What? They returned us to Fleur without any comment. Prow remained silent the entire time. Gerald, Ferret, and Darla were there to meet us when we arrived. They were all quite happy. Ferret slapped Prow on the back and said, I knew you were worth the investment. You were worth every penny it cost me to bring you here. I was still confused. What exactly did he do? Did the Russians move the... I stopped when Prow elbowed me in the ribs, knocking the wind out of me. Ferret didn't notice, but Darla and Gerald suddenly looked very suspicious. Ferret ignored them. Come this way. We have something very important to announce, Darla said. Do you have something you want to tell us, Quissence? Yes. Lysol was a spy for the United States government. That was surprising. Ferret looked confused, but Darla and Gerald smiled. Gerald said, yes, we knew. We actually had the Russians call us and thank us. Huh? Prow said, why would the government want to spy on you? Prow seemed relieved at Prow's suspicion. Ferret seemed relieved at Prow's suspicion, and Darla and Gerald were slightly happier. Normally, I wouldn't have cared that Prow had information about it, but there was a little game of sorts being played here, and no one was acknowledging my presence. I didn't like that. Ferret said, I think the United States government is spying on us for the same reason that you thought the Russians were. Prow's surprise told me what he had been attempting to conceal was no secret. Mental note, kick his ass later. Then why are you all so pleased? Because that smudge you found wasn't a cruise missile at all. It was a deep-cover CIA listening post, designed, among other things, to keep an eye on us. Apparently no one thought to use internet mapping services. Lysol underestimated your ability to find this kind of thing. He tried to stop you, and failing that, tried to get you to go where he could kidnap you both. I wondered if they'd known I'd been kidnapped by Lysol and Prow. I wondered if they cared. Prow nodded agreement. That makes sense. What does not make sense is why the U.S. government, Darla interjected. The CIA, Prow continued. The CIA would care what we're doing here. They must already know about Dewey. Some, Garrett answered. Angel Flight and FluxLink are certainly worthy of concern and notice, though we admit that's not the reason they were so concerned either. Then what was? Prow asked. Ferret smiled. As you probably learned by now, I'm a show guy, not a teller. This way. Prow looked from Gerald to Darla for explanation, but Gerald only shrugged, and Darla didn't even do that as she followed Ferret inside. After all, she had a habit and history of accepting her ex-husband's rather eccentric behaviors. Down into the depths of the island we went, through its service corridors, bustling with all activity of an anthive. The chamber we entered was vast, about as long as a football field, and twice as wide. There were over 6 rows of tiered computers, and each wall was decorated with art that surrounded dozens of display screens. A large globe hovered in the center of the room 15 feet in the air, showing each nation in a hue ranging from red to green. Fleur was highlighted by a large white dot that glowed brighter than any of the other nations. Beneath the globe, several dozen people stood gathered together in silent dignity. They formed a horseshoe around a table that had a ribbon parchment laying on it. They clapped and cheered as Ferret approached. Quissence Prow, I'd like to introduce you to the People's Assembly of the Republic of Fleur. The Republic of Fleur? Suddenly it all fell into place. Fleur wasn't a corporate arcology. They were actually going to declare themselves to be a different country. That piece of paper had to be their constitution. Ferret stood up and began to speak. My fellow citizens, we have waited for this moment a long time, but we are finally going to form our own nation. Unlike the times in decades past when this has been tried, Fleur has teeth. Fleur can defend herself if other nations try and take our freedom, despite every legal right under international law to do so. Unlike other nations, we will obey the rule of law, but since past observation has shown that most other nations on Earth favor only the rule of the gun, we are more than capable of accommodating them. Still, we are not naive. To achieve true freedom, we need to convince the people of the Earth, not their governments, that we are not a threat. That is why Project Mercury is of such vital importance. It would not have been possible if it had not been the discoveries of one man. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Quissence Prow. The cheering was thunderous. Everyone in the room but Prow and I erupted into applause. It was too much, even for him. For once, Quissence Prow jaw dropped, and he didn't even know what to say. Eventually, the cheering drew down, and Ferret continued to speak. For the final act of our Declaration of Independence, we shall sign our Constitution and founding principles. He moved forward and signed a very large, prominent letters so that everyone could see. They had displayed the documents on several nearby terminals. I was no expert on government systems, but I glanced over it, and I was pretty impressed. These guys were making a serious attempt at this, not just saying that their corporations owned everything. They had an upper house and a lower house. The upper house consisted of those who owned the most stock in the 5 founding corporations, as long as they were a citizen. The lower house consisted of volunteers from among the citizens who were randomly selected for 1-year terms. They had to be willing to devote 10 to 20 hours a week towards running the complex. They had a court and a popularly elected president. I couldn't see anything like this working in a really large country, but it seemed to work for them. They had a Bill of Rights, and that was pretty impressive too. It basically was just like the U.S. Bill of Rights with a few major differences. The freedom of speech section was almost 2 pages. The government couldn't restrict any kind of speech, but speech had to be labeled as press, entertainment, politics, literature, or other. The press label had the most restriction because it had to be, quote, true, end quote. Willful slander or attempts to ruin or distort the truths were heavily liable in civil court, almost draconically so. What surprised me most was how liberal the right of any individual of a majority age to own any weapon used by infantry and armies past or present. That or the property clause, which flat out stated government may never tax the value of a property. It was particularly interesting in that it was clearly written to apply to space as well. How could they enforce that? One by one, the signers moved up and put their name on the document. They treated it as if it were a solemn occasion. Darla signed, Gerald signed, Abraham signed. Prow and I just watched. Prow mainly watched Ferret and Darla, but his face was an unreadable mask.
Chapter 11, Battle for Freedom. So it turned out that the concept of a micronation had been around for a long time. Their concept and short history were well written out in their constitution. The first serious attempt at it had been after World War II. Sealand was the first modern one, though of course nations or groups of people had been declaring themselves independent for as long as there were people. For example, the Principality of Alder-Baldonia was founded in 1945. The nation was a tiny island owned by Russell Arundel, the chairman of Pepsi. Bardonia's population was 70 fishermen, but it had a charter, issued coinage, and claimed to have a consulate in Washington, D.C. That consulate had listed in the phone book. As a result, Russell Arundel, the owner, was often able to show up in full diplomatic regalia at parties that mistook him as an ambassador for another country, all because they based their research on looking in the phone book. Sealand was obviously different. It was built on an abandoned World War II weapons platform. It had its own illegal radio station, coinage, and constitution. It had numerous governments over the years, and it is not recognized by any other state. Most international lawyers think that the requirements to define a state is either constitutive or declaratory. A declaratory state simply has to call itself such. A constitutive theory simply states that other nations must formally recognize the sovereignty of another. Various international treaties have been attempted to close this loophole. They've called artificial islands sunken ships instead of islands, thus applicable to the law of the sea in any nation that cares to claim them. However, governments tend not to like micronations. A mysterious fire occurred in 2006 in which Sealand's activities were severely curtailed. The Republic of Rhode Island, which was set up in the Adriatic, was flat out seized and destroyed by the Italian Navy. The Republic of Minervia, founded in 1972, was actually completely grabbed by the Republic of Tonga, with various other nations and groups fighting over the remains. When I read all of that, I could understand how Ferret might be worried that some people might try and steal the island. It certainly caused an uproar. The stock price for the 5 founding companies fluctuated randomly. Sometimes it tanked, and then suddenly turned around and became insanely high. Whenever it hit one of the low parts of the cycle, the founders would buy up a large chunk of stock. Apparently, they had been ready for such a development. Still, this was not just a bunch of crazy people founding their own abandoned island in the middle of nowhere. This was a matter of billions of dollars, and the attention of the public was definitely captured. Talking heads debated for days about whether or not Fleur had the right to do what they had done. Various nations that Ferret had been bribing or stringing along through his legal shell game came out of the floor of the United Nations and demanded satisfaction. Generally speaking, the smaller the nation, and the louder and more obnoxious they were, the more frightening response came from the larger nations themselves. Silence. Prow and I had watched the television for those first few weeks quite a bit. Neither of us was entirely sure what to make of it all. About a third of the subcontractors just pulled up and left, and some of the other citizens did it so a short while later. I kept waiting for Prow to do his job and find something, but he kept just staring at the TV or occasionally the internet. He absolutely refused to solve problems without a filter, and I would not do.
an eye would not do. I considered getting him another one, but given the fact that half the employees were leaving and that anyone I could ask probably had a million things to do, didn't make it any easier. Still, I had to do something. Then an idea hit me. I went to talk to Prow. "Hey, idiot," I said as I walked in the room behind him. I suppose I could have used softer language. Prow, intensely engrossed in a Sherlock Holmes novel, grunted at an acknowledgement of my presence, but didn't say anything. "You need a filter for the data of subjects or topics that interest you, right?" Prow's eyebrows rose up. "Excuse me? You need a Darla." Prow got a particular frown on his face I'd never seen before. "What?" I could tell he was not happy with this. There were several different expressions on his face now, mostly hard to read. Finally, Prow said, "I do not need a Darla, as you put it." It was at this point that I remembered that Prow was the supreme king of denial. He didn't think he needed a Watson, after all. He just tried to fire me numerous times. Oh, he felt he needed me once he found a case or something when I wasn't there. But when I was available and he wasn't hunting something, I was now totally expendable. Great. Right, well, I'm not in the mood to play this game, idiot. I was surprised at the harshness of my language. I mean, sure, I thought he was an idiot, but I usually tried to at least avoid conflict, kind of. Look, you need a filter. You've never, ever solved or even chosen a case without someone there to filter it for you. Prow bristled. "I am not a child. There are several cases I have taken on my own initiative without a filter. Thank you very much. Name one." "I believe my interest in the demon muffins was entirely my own observation." He sounded quite smug. For a moment, I thought he had a point, but then I thought about it. "No, you didn't. It was Amberlove that found them, and for that matter, Darla was with you. And face it, you might have noticed the muffins, but Amberlove first brought them to your attention." Prow's jaw tightened. "Do you have any idea how insulting you sound right now?" I laughed. He stood up and laughed. There was no reasoning with the infant in this state. I returned to my apartment and relaxed. Gerald had been true to his word. The apartments were luxurious. I turned on the television and saw more talking heads. At this point, I considered leaving. Sure, the pay was good, but those entrepreneurial opportunities I had been expecting weren't turning up. Then it hit me. Half the population was moving out, and I was getting nothing done with Prow. Maybe another job had opened up. I'd gotten lazy when working with Prow. It was time to start living as a working man again. Then an even bolder idea hit me. When I'd been working as a technical writer, I usually went through various agencies. They found me a job, and in exchange, they took a percentage of my pay. But after my last job, I had decided to go into business for myself entirely. More money, more information, upfront about the contract. Why not start a business here? Why not start several? Nature abhorred a vacuum, and surely there had to be people out there stupid enough to come here and work for me. And I also happened to have an inside pipeline of information with the top man himself. Why not? So I went to the nearest equivalent that Hler had to a chamber of commerce to get a business permit. Turns out they had set the primary fee rather high. I didn't have that kind of cash lying around. The system was designed to work by having subcontracts under main contractors, almost like a feudal linkage to corporations. After some examination of the situation, I found out that you could get a license under one of the 5 founding companies for a lot less. It wasn't all that hard, really. Some paperwork, a few phone calls to a lawyer, and bam, I was in the computer system. They had cut the whole thing up in a bidding process that forced one to go as low as possible. I decided to start out small. I worked on a technical writing contract. It was a business I knew, after all. They had certain minimum qualifications, such as vacation days, insurance, etc. Apparently, Hler required that their subcontractors treat everyone under them as people. I liked that. I kept things simple. That first job was just me. I obtained the contract data and other information I needed, and suddenly I was earning 2 salaries. This might have been problematic under normal circumstances, but my position with Prow had entailed doing nothing the vast majority of the time, and gave me access to almost all the benefits that he had, which, for example, meant that if you were willing to live off the buffets, I had my food and shelter taken care of. Suddenly, annoying Prow wasn't as lucrative as it had been, but honestly, I was no fool. There might be another me out there, but Prow hadn't found him yet. Things were looking pretty good. At least they were until the Russian frigate started running exercises off the coast of Siberia between Hler and the shore. They just launched a whole bunch of missiles, but they sure got the point across. Suddenly, everyone on Hler, mostly, became even more nervous. People didn't want to stay in the middle of a combat zone. A lot of things ground to a halt. I considered leaving myself, but then I got greedy. I outsourced and contracted work for 5 or 6 different projects with people who I had met as a contractor over the years. At 15% of their salary, I was suddenly raking in the cash. Sure, I could die in flame and fire due to a missile attack, but until then, I would be rich, stinkingly, mind-bogglingly filthy, stenched up to the joint till your eyes water, rich. Well, I was on my way anyway. Time-wise, I still had a lot of years to make up for after my incarceration. 3 days after the first, the second frigate showed up and began doing the same thing, launching missiles that landed harmlessly out to sea. That just happened to come awfully close to Fleur. No word came down from higher-ups, but I could tell that they were upset as well. They started visiting Prow on a regular basis, asking him if he had noticed anything unusual. Prow always sneered and waved them away. Amazingly, they left dejected. In practicality, it seemed, Prow was accountable to no one but himself. The attrition rate slowed down. In fact, we actually started to gain employees from people eager for their money or a thrill or danger or both. The frigates began a regular patrol pattern, always within sight of the complex. A lot of people knew that Fleur had some kind of defenses, but none of the senior leadership responded to demands that Fleur use them to make a show of force. After 2 weeks, I found out that being one's boss was not all fun and roses. One of the contract employee programmers I'd linked up for a project had done an absolutely stunning job of mediocrity. The client didn't like it and was a black mark against my company's name. I would have thought that firing someone who had done a job would be a bit of a power trip, but it just felt raw. The programmer begged and pleaded for another chance, and I couldn't give it. The client had already canceled the contract. Fortunately, the other jobs turned out well. In one case, it turned out fantastically, and the client was very pleased. Their praise more than counteracted any negative marks against me on the Fleur employment boards. Not bad at all. I decided at that point to start putting more of the money back into the business. Things continued like this for about a month. The Russians would rumble a few frigates around and act scary, and Fleur would ignore them. The inhabitants of Fleur were largely ambivalent by the end, and the talking heads had started to make fun of the Russians. Personally, I found this mindset extremely uncomfortable and dangerous. These were Russians. They weren't going to take kindly to a tiny little island nation making fun of them and thumbing their nose in the general direction of the Russian Navy. Ferret was appearing constantly on TV. He was bribing, i.e. pursuing democracy, with many smaller or poorer nations to get Fleur to receive official recognition from the United Nations. So far, none of them had responded directly, but according to Darla, Ferret was making considerable progress in back channels. The Russians must have found out about it as well, because 3 days later they upped the ante yet again. A Russian aircraft carrier began scrambling fighter sorties over Fleur. They began to swarming helicopters a few hundred feet above the complex, and they had camera people outside very visibly taking footage of anyone outside. Fleur freaked. No one left. Once the helicopters started shattering the transports of the incoming plane, traffic slowed. Ferret was mad, and it looked like he might explode. I wasn't happy either. I had an investment in her now, and I wasn't going to back out so easily. I went to Darla's door and knocked. A short while later, an apish security guard answered to inform me that she didn't want to talk to me. Fine. I sent her an email. Darla, if there's something Prow can do about this, he needs you to feed him that data. Chester. Her response was rather interesting. Chester, go to hell. Darla. I've been there already. Try sharing a cell with your ex-husband for 3 years. Either you believe in him or you don't. Just because I am the only one that he says he needs to work doesn't mean that's true. Chester. I'll see what I can do. Darla. I knew then that I'd won. Unlike Prow, Darla could actually see reason if one applied enough pressure to bear to overcome her stubbornness. All in all, she wasn't evil or stupid. We just hated each other. So you can imagine my surprise when Lyshall showed up in the office. He looked terrified. He had bruises all over him. He looked up at me with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Chester. I'm not sure what you did or how you did it, but you got me out of there. Weren't you spying on Fleur for the U.S. government? Yes, but after their Siberian operations center was exposed, they disavowed me. I'm no longer a real person as far as the grid is concerned. I don't exist. So Darla got you out of the Russian prison. Yes, apparently Fleur has some very effective mercenaries that work for them. I wouldn't use the word mercenaries where we can hear it, Michael Onyx said, chuckling as he entered the room. Hired goons, perhaps? I said and smiled. They were paid well, make no mistake about it, but the Fleur Defense Force is made up of people who are more committed to our cause than you are. They're citizens of Fleur now. They're prepared to die for our cause. Are you, Artherson? I could tell he was serious. He was just as serious when he moved over to Lyshall and whispered to him. I had some men injured getting you out. We don't want to tip our whole hand this early in the game. That means we need Prow. That means you're going to use whatever tricks you used to attract his interest the last time. Everyone else but us has written you off. Serve us, and you'll be rewarded. Fail us, and you'll die right here with us. Betray us, and I'll kill you myself. Lysol nodded, terrified. It was obvious he got it. Onyx didn't seem quite satisfied, though. Good, because before I would kill you, I would make sure you suffered. Very slowly. Lysol cringed yet again, and Michael left. I wasn't sure what the Russians had done to Lysol, but he was clearly a broken man. I had some respect for Onyx, but I didn't like him either. He was just a killer, a souped-up, slightly more competent thug. I left Lysol to weep and wallow in his misery. I entered Prow's private office and saw him calmly reading the same Sherlock Holmes novel I had seen him reading before. I tried very hard not to beat Prow senseless. I tried diplomacy instead. Must be nice. Prow looked up. Being paid to do nothing. I'm not doing anything, Watson. I'm sorry, Chester. I'm sharpening my scientific mind. Are you? Prow's brow furrowed, but he nodded. Yes. By reading a novel. Yes. I couldn't stand it anymore. You know what, Prow? You have everyone here fooled but me. They think you ought to be some great talent, but you're not really doing anything. Like I told you, he said patiently, though his voice was rising in anger. I interrupted. You're not going to pull that on me, Prow. Reading a novel doesn't sharpen your mind. I mean, it can, but that's not what you're doing. You're hiding and you're sulking. You want Darla to fill the role that you have pegged in your mind, just like you do for me. You know what? That was fine when you were a rich idiot who wanted to live in his own little fantasy world. It was stupid, but we were the ones taking your money. Oh, sure, we had other reasons for being there, but it was still a choice that affected us. It isn't about us anymore, Prow. It's hundreds of people who've staked their lives, their hopes, and their dreams on this place. Darla should be my wife. He was obviously at least somewhat facing reality this time. That was a good thing. I wasn't letting him off, though. Well, she isn't. And honestly, can you blame her? What woman in her right mind would put up with what you did to her? She sees something in you, Prow. Something I admit everyone else here can see but me, though I really think that they think mainly they see it because she sees it. But that doesn't mean that she loves you anymore. Or even if it does, doesn't mean she can stay with you. Since when had Chester Artherson become insightful into the nature of humanity? Prow moaned and slumped on his table. Darla, was all he said. You want to be Sherlock Holmes? Fine. Let's use logic. Do you really think Sherlock Holmes would act like this? These people need you, Quissence. I hate to admit it, but I need you. If there's some mumbo-jumbo you can pull, or if you can somehow harness that God-given luck of yours, now is the time. I stopped talking. Prow just sat there. He stopped moaning. The light was so dim that I couldn't tell if it was my imagination or there really was a trail of drool coming from his mouth. Finally, he relented. Send in Lysol. And much to my surprise, that was it. Prow and Lysol came out after about 10 minutes. Prow sat pointing at a satellite photo of Fleur. They're planning on attacking tonight. My guess would be early morning. So here's my dilemma. I know Prow wasn't a genius. Rather, he was not a genius in the conventional way. He had some rather amazing talents, but being the Oracle of Delphi wasn't one of them. What Prow was really useful at was a sort of mind detector. Basically, he was just incredibly lucky, because even though he guessed horribly, sooner or later, through that luck and sheer tenacity, he usually got to the truth or solved the problem. But the stakes were a lot higher on this. It had failed. If he had failed before, it was just embarrassing or amusing. It meant collecting more samples. Now people could get killed. So how did I do whatever it was that helped him be so lucky? Did I take this information to Gerald and Michael, or did I try and push back at Prow? I decided for the latter. Why do you think that? Look at the ridges on the top ship here. Or look at the ridges on the top ship here, Lysol said. There were tiny, knobby things on the end. I couldn't tell what they were, but Lysol answered for me. Those are 45mm cannons. They're anti-personnel weaponry. And I presume that's not normal? Lysol shook his head. No, it isn't. The standard Russian assault doctrine is, for the last 10 years, is to strike when it's darkest. Once they finally get all their troops in place, they strike in overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, I realized that this was not Prow. Prow was insane. Prow ran around like a heat-seeking missile in a furnace that hoped he got the answer. This was too logical. It was also quintessential Darla, or Lysol in this case. I looked at Lysol. He looked at me. Well, if the guy was planning on selling us out, Better to find out sooner rather than later. I nodded. Works for me. Do you want to call Gerald, or do you plan to do so? Prow simply grumbled, "You," tersely, and walked off. And so I did. Gerald was very pleased to have the information. A short while later, Darla, Ferret, Abraham, Gerald, and 4 other people I had seen on the signing but never met before showed up in Prow's office. Lysol told them what he had told me. Gerald nodded. Makes sense. Those anti-personnel weapons could wreak havoc on our defenses. Ferret didn't look happy. What can we do? We can deploy our Air Force. Interesting to confirm that they had one. Ferret shook his head. No, not yet. Not for something this small. Well, it goes without saying that we reinforce the wall, but I don't think that will be enough. It will help that we know they're coming. Ferret thought. I rather they don't come at all. How good is our sonar? Very good. Military sonar doesn't mess around. Could we get some people out there in scuba gear? Sure, it would be hard, but we could do it. Darla frowned. I don't like that idea, Ferret said. Why not? Ferret said, why not? Because it would look like a preemptive strike. We want to look like the good guys, remember? That means that we have to let them fire the first shot.
Chapter 12. Old Friends, New Friends. Life is not a dream, nor is it merry. Descartes spends several books trying to show what is or is not real by using logic and his ability to create reproducible arguments with his mind and senses. I like some of them. I don't like others. But the fact that stuff happens to me that I can't even think up out of my wildest dreams shows that the world is plenty real enough to me. So I assume you remember Kim, the crazy brainwashed girl from prison who thought I was the best thing since sliced bread. She was waiting for me on my first day at work in my new office, only she'd all dolled up and was either wearing a lot of padding or she had a boob job. Hi, Chester, she smiled and pushed the surgery outward as she leaned back on my desk. Kim. Something about obsequious behavior turns me off to someone. Kim was the ultimate sycophant to me. She might be pretty, stunning even, but she was not attractive to me. I want a job. Don't we all? I ate a pretzel. I want to work for you. Doing what? I asked. She smiled, batting her eyes, and slid off the desk in a very interesting way. Why, whatever you like. Gee, I feel so manly. I ate another pretzel. She pouted. What's wrong with you, Chester? Wrong. I swallowed a pretzel. Any man worth his salt would be glad to have me, she did, the arms stretching and the back of her hair teasing thing, mildly nice. I don't need Maxim to tell me how much of a man I am, or to impress anyone else. That's what cash is for. Yeah, blah, 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 shallow, materialistic, shut up. It was a great line. Chester, she asked. Yes? Why do you hate me? The 3 months of solitary while you let a madman reign supreme wasn't enough? Everyone was crazy then. She folded her arms and looked away. I sighed. And you still are? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Why can't I like you without mimetic influence? She sighed and rolled her eyes. Because you're stupid. I wasn't entirely sure where that came from, but it obviously worked. The shell cracked and she finally started to cry. I am not stone. I am, however, a complete sucker for tears. Kim bawled for a while and said, I don't know what else to do. What? I know you wouldn't love me, like me, even want to be near me, but I couldn't get a job. No one wants to hire an ex-convict. Ha! How hard could it be? Prow and I had gotten jobs, of course. Granted, we had full presidential pardons and officially had our records expunged, but still. Then how do ex-convicts ever get jobs? And since when did someone with your face and figure ever have trouble getting anything? Kim blossomed. Why, Chester, you complimented me. Yes, the world turns, the sun sets, the moon rises. I am a wise fortune cookie. You still can't work for me. Please, Chester, I'll do anything. She had said that with such desperation that any man with any kind of imagination would have to stop and pay attention. Of course, that was the problem, I guess. I had too much imagination. I imagined getting tired really fast of having a slave. I imagined her waking up from air conditioning and doing something that to any woman I was ever interested in from jealousy. I imagined all of the things that she would do to, quote, help me for my own good, like getting me put into solitary for 3 months. We both stood there for a while. I didn't have the heart to crush her again. Then I got an idea. Okay, you can work for me. Her face lit up. Really? Yep, I said, but there are a few conditions. Like what? She sounded awfully hesitant for someone who'd just been practically begging on their hands and knees to just a little bit before that. You will be paid by me, but you will not be working here. Well, where will that be? She sounded disappointed, but I heard the real hope in her voice that
only unrequited love could bring. Which reminds me, why was I on Lure with Darla again? Ah, yes, filthy lucre. Still, I could really do this somewhere else. Why hadn't I left? It was not Prow, and it certainly wasn't Darla. Maybe I just felt I could get more of an inside edge if I was actually here instead of abroad. And quite frankly, I was right in thinking that. I snapped back from my reverie and answered, "Anywhere you want, as long as it isn't Lure." "What will I be doing for you?" She sounded hopeful. "Secretarial work, mostly. I may think of a few other things in time when you've proven yourself." Oh. She finally sounded disappointed. It was a start. I suppose I should have cared more about her feelings, and it wasn't as if I was completely discounted them. But I did think that she wasn't good for much more than that. Nothing that wasn't going to get me killed. She left. I gave her some starting cash and an email to contact me with. I am not a romantic. After she was gone, I really had to wonder about the wisdom of my decision. Was it just my fear that had put her off? Or was it some strained decency that refused to sleep within someone simply because they wanted to? Who knows? What I do know is that there are no cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese, which to most people makes no sense. That's about how I felt. For about 2 months, I went through the motions of getting rich, and I did. It wasn't hard. Laura had a concentrated pool of some of the most intelligent, talented people on the face of the earth. It took some time, but more people began to realize just how much of an opportunity it really was. Lure was not the Wild West, though. Not only did it take a great deal of effort to expand the island, not that that wasn't happening at a frantic pace, but the people who ran it had seen the consequences of the first .com boom. Lure philosophy was a balanced philosophy. Its governors were all frontiersmen, and so they allowed a wide variety of freedoms. At the same time, the lessons of the past were learned to just put just enough rules in place to keep the worst of the sharks out of the tank. There were basically three tiers of people in Lure. The worker, who contracted a portion of their time to various companies. The specialist, who was about 80% worker and 20% manager/entrepreneur while directing other workers in their spheres. And the true entrepreneur, who was about 80% manager, 20% worker. It seemed to work, more or less. Still, I felt as if I'd lost my way. I was not sure about myself. Making money proved to be surprisingly easy compared to knowing what to do with your life. I could increase the size of my company, but it seemed pointless somehow. Wealth with no greater goal than its own increase was thin air indeed. I began reading books. The self-help books did actually work a bit. I was not one to ignore their advice simply because they were general or naive, as their critics called them. An optimistic and proactive attitude created a positive situation. Still, it seemed a little thin. I was tempted to examine religion. I'd had my share of supernatural experiences. I could conceive of a god that might allow evil to exist. Quissence Prow was a bit more of a stretch. And there it was. I had defined my whole life by Quissence Prow for so long. Finding a new definition for me would take some time. Once I understood that, I relaxed a bit. I would learn what I needed to learn soon enough. I sat in the apartment building cafeteria, enjoying a sandwich, when the goggle-eyed Quissence Prow came running into the room. He was desperately looking about. In case he was trying to find me, I went out the back. There would be none of this in again, out again, lickety-split like there had been last time. I didn't think it would be safe to hang out in my room since Prow would bug me there. I spotted an ad for a nearby makeshift pool hall in the basement window of one of the buildings and headed inside. This should be the last place that Prow looked for me, primarily since I sucked at pool. I paid for a table and began to play a game. It was actually remarkably soothing. I wasn't playing against anyone, and I certainly wasn't trying to impress anyone. Sure, there were one or two attractive women inside, but they were with other partners. My figure was a lot better than it had been since I started taking martial arts classes. Still, I'd never really been that handsome, and I hadn't really started dressing like my newfound status should reflect. Maybe I should have Kim buy me a new wardrobe. She would certainly find clothes that were attractive. On the other hand, I realized I would probably have to explicitly order her not to pay for them out of her own pocket and realize just how creepy that was. No thanks. I was on my third game of pool trying to decide if my 5 weeks of martial arts training had been enough to take down that idiot smoking in the corner when Onyx walked in. He walked up to me, flashed a badge, a new one, and said, "Mr. Ferret would like to see you." Oh ho. Prow had gone up the chain to get me, had he? Well, fair enough. A short while later, the Prow gang and I met in Ferret's office, sans Prow himself. His worshippers were all there: Darla, Ferret, Abraham, Gerald, and Lysol. This was going to prove interesting. Ferret looked embarrassed and coughed.
Just you want me to go back to work for Prow? I smiled. Pause. Yes. And if I refuse, an idea was beginning to form. We will pay you more. He was annoyed and embarrassed. Ferret was not used to living in these kind of conditions. He was used to having all the cards, I could tell. I said, how much more? A lot more. How much? How much would you want? And there it was. 5 multi-billion-dollar corporations, the elite of all the earth, and they were beholden to one Quissence Prow. And apparently, Quissence Prow was beholden to me. Interesting. First, Kim, my assistant. She's been zapped by memes into worshipping me. I want you to cure her. The government couldn't undo it. I want you to. Ferret nodded. We'll do our best. I ignored the weasel words. Second, I want a contract written out. I'm to be Prow's boss. You don't have to tell him, but as far as everyone else is concerned, I have veto power over anything he says. I don't get that, I walk. If you fire me again, I get $1 million. You hire me again, that doubles. Every time you hire or fire me again, that doubles. Ferret frowned at that. He said, look, I've read the story about the checkerboard and the pennies. Good, I smiled wickedly. Then maybe the next time Prow fires me, we only make him think that that's the case instead of actually doing it. Of course. Ferret ground his teeth so subtly that no one who wasn't specifically looking for it would have noticed under his oh-so-pleasant smile. The last condition was a kicker. I wanted to see how desperate they really were. If they gave it to me, then basically they really would let me veto Prow. If they didn't, then I didn't care. No amount of money was worth going back into the zoo without the keys to all the cages. I want you to name me Duke of Fleur. Darla spit out her coffee into Gerald. She started laughing. Sadly, she still had a beautiful laugh. Ferret could barely contain his fury. He seemed to misdirect it as acting confused. Clearly, clever play, really. Too bad it wouldn't work. Excuse me? You heard me. Amend the Constitution to create a titular head of state as monarch. Then name me Duke of Fleur underneath them. No, it was said with a great deal of finality. Then you must not want me to work for Prow. 10 million? Amazing. He bounced that number like it was nothing. Nope. 20? Nope. 30? Final offer. Nope, nope, nope. We could make you, Gerald frowned. Interesting, a second time. Maybe you could. But I think you don't want me to be an aide while working with Prow. He has a tendency to believe outlandish things. And if something were to happen to Kim? Sad, but all love there is feigned. She doesn't really love me. No family, no friends. Also, if you're going to threaten people, then I can't really trust my deal, any deal you'd ever make. So why make one at all? I know you need me. You know you need me. You know I hate Prow. If you want to do this, then you need to prove I'll really be in charge of him. That means proving how much you're willing to work for it. Either I'm His Excellency Duke of Fleur, or I'm some guy who works here. You can't have it both ways. You won't have it both ways. Period. They said very little. All was well with the world. I left. Days passed without incident, no one threatening to expel me or force me to work with Prow. Perhaps they thought I would get bored and work with him on my own. They were sadly mistaken. However, much to my surprise, Darla knocked on the door, and a week and a half later, she looked embarrassed. I considered not responding at all and opened the door. I want to apologize, were her first words. I didn't quite know what to make of that. Apologize for what? I want to apologize to you for what I said and the way I treated you in Alaska. I shrugged. I hadn't forgotten the incident, but I had moved on. At least I thought I had. The sense of extremely immature satisfaction welling up in me told me that clearly I had not. She continued speaking without a response from me. You were always a bit of a sarcastic jerk. I knew that even before I selected you to begin with work with Quissence, but you didn't become you, what you are now until then. I realized what you wrote then. I've read what you wrote then. Sure, Quissence Prow can be frustrating sometimes, but he is a great man. That mandated a response. Just what, honestly, is it about him that makes you think that? Am I blind, or am I merely the only one who cannot see? What does anyone care what Quissence Prow thinks? Why are we even having this conversation? Darla smiled sadly. That conversation is not one I intended to have either. Your request for Kim showed me that there was more to you than I had originally supposed. Don't let that go to your head, but you are perhaps not quite what I thought you were. Given the actions I may have pushed you to take, I apologize. Apology accepted. Anything else? Yes. I want you to work with Prow. I laughed. Please? She asked with so much sincerity and candor, I was sorely tempted. Darla, the first condition was something I think you would do anyway. The second was because I hate Prow. Not the man, but the illusion. The spell that he has cast must be broken, and without that power, I will not be cast into this drama. Not for anything. Please? She merely repeated her statement, earnest, honest.
You do realize that Lysol is the one who is helping Prow, don't you? Prow isn't actually doing anything himself. Please? Fine. I could not believe what had come out of my mouth. What had I just said? What had I said? Was her meme power active again? Well, while I was pondering this, she smiled and said, "Good. Here are your papers, Your Grace. Your terms have been accepted by the Senate." She winked, walked to the elevator after setting a stack of papers at my feet and then leaving. She had known. She had known that they had bent to my will all along and merely wanted to see, for her own idle curiosity, if I would agree to help her, for nothing. She had stolen my victory. She knew she had, and I knew she had. Had she even meant the apology? I suspected she did, but that didn't make it any less annoying. I hated her. I hated her. I hated everything. I take it back. I took out my new formal robes of state. There was nothing like the feel of wearing a silk dress if it means you are better than other people. Very satisfying indeed. There was an article about it in the most popular Hlur news blogs the next day. I would imagine most of the citizens of Hlur might have been rather surprised to find out that they were now part of a monarchy, albeit a titular one. Indeed, as I read the article and its bemused tube, it spoke of me and Quissence Prow. I suddenly realized that Hlur was the focus of the world, and that I was the focus of Hlur. Then I could be the focus of the entire world, and not in a good way. Fortunately, I was saved the fate of becoming a laughingstock by a miracle. Rather, it was a clever timing, as I would come to learn later. For many world governments had begun to notice the grassroots elements within their countries, demanding independence and recognition of Hlur. Hlur was popular. Hlur was great. Hlur was where everyone wanted to go for vacation. People were so interested in Hlur and how cool it was that they didn't pay attention to me or Prow at all. Not really, which I found rather odd. Now, don't get me wrong. I was relieved. I hadn't had a heart attack when I realized I might have to dodge paparazzi for the rest of my life. But if Hlur was that popular, wouldn't its king be? After some quick digging, I learned some interesting things. The selection of the monarch had been deferred to a select committee. The thing that struck me as most interesting, however, was following the phenomena back to its roots. It started with various chat rooms and quoted emails. At first, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, but then I caught a wind of a common denominator. Children. Little harmless children were calling people at random across the globe, pleading their case in their native language, begging for help for their family in Hlur. I remembered Prow's story about the muffin children, and suddenly it all fell into place. Project Phoenix, the mean works, as it were, was not about selling corporate items at all. It was the ultimate propaganda tool, and it was working. Debate was already stirring on the floor of the United Nations. Blog Buzz stated that there were several different versions of drafts being floated around, and word had it was gathering a great deal of steam. Of course, many of the larger and more prosperous nations were trying to take the opposite approach, or, according to many, simply slow it down as much as possible. Their reasons for doing so were obvious. Almost every nation had some province or city or minority they didn't really consider itself a part of the system. If the UN set the precedent of granting recognition to every random group that declared independence, it could get problematic. Russia and China were the most vocal opponents. Of course, Taiwan and Chechnya were the obvious motivations for them to do so, but President Hamburger's Interior Secretary rather blithely pointed out on C-SPAN 9 that the various Indian reservations could start appealing for direct recognition, which opened up a whole other can of worms. Unfortunately for them, the UN General Assembly didn't have to pay one whit of attention to the Security Council when it came to membership. Hitherto now, the larger, older power blocks had used the threat of veto often, but that would not work this time. Instead, they tried a backdoor approach by threatening to withhold vital foreign aid if the General Assembly voted for Hlur. But Phoenix was doing its work well. The tide of popular sentiment was gaining in Hlur's favor every single day. This put many governments in the awkward position of having to defend themselves against their own populace from a mainly foreign-dictated agenda. One could imagine many medical establishments wishing they had funded more research into curing narcolepsy at an earlier date. Then they wouldn't have had this problem. Even better, they would be the ones constructing memes and sending them out into the world's viewpoint like Hlur was doing. Then I got a knock at my door. I broke away from my internet terminal and opened it up. A large, rotund man with a brushy beard and spiky eyebrows fiddled his fingers toward me in a brusque but diligent fashion. He half smiled, half twitched, his mouth as he dabbed the side with an embossed handkerchief. He was impeccably dressed in the latest fashion suit and had an odd scent about him, like bricks on a construction site or pine trees. Maybe a pine tree that had been eaten by a brick, or a brick that had eaten a pine tree.
"Hello, you,"
pronounced you. Must be His Grace, Chester Artherson, I presume.
Yes, that would be me. And to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? I opened the door and invited him in.
I'm in Benjamin B. Bartholomew, but you may call me Threbe. I am the new Master of Protocols for the Republic of Fleur, and it is quite a bit that we have to discuss.
He walked down and sat on the couch. I shut the door and sat opposite of him. Like what?
Are you aware of the law of succession in the Flurian Republic?
Wasn't a republic by definition not a monarchy? Then again, the whole crazy thing had been my ideas. What would I know in any case? Nothing. No, I'm afraid not.
Three coughed his displeasure and wiped his bearded mouth with his handkerchief again. I could tell my ignorance would not do. It would not do a great deal. He spoke. Since there is no monarch at the moment, you are the Flurian head of state until such time as a monarch is elected. Since Fleur is a new nation, I'm afraid that a great deal of protocol shall have to be invented. That means we're going to have to work together, Your Grace. I hope you're up for it.
So what exactly does that entail?
Well, there are several protocols that we must establish. Indeed, for a nation the size of Fleur, it is most important. If you want the people of Fleur as a nation to treat it as such, you have to act like a nation.
You mean those crazy dictators who wear uniforms to make themselves look like they're more important to the media?
To a degree, but there's much more to it than that.
I sighed and stood. I headed for the door. Did they tell you how I got this job?
Yes, after a manner of speaking.
I think you meant to say yes, after a fashion.
Yes, just so.
He smiled with gratitude. I could respect a man who didn't object to letting others help him. Mental note, speak more with native speakers regarding languages I was learning. He smiled and raised his clipboard expectantly, but then looked dejected when the elevator doors shut with me inside them. He wasn't in the elevator with me. Tick, 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 the floors counted by one as I filed through my mind for answers to my cares. Time. I needed more time to sort this out. I decided to dance with the tiger and see if I could be declared champion. The doors opened and I ran outside. A few people recognized my Garris costume and waved, "Your Grace," they would say, and bow their heads. There was only one or two giggles, far less than I ordinarily would have expected. I felt sick. It was an utter malaise that kept me from wanting to do anything at all. How was I supposed to be a duke? It had all been just a big joke, and they'd called me on it. I certainly hadn't made plans for what to do if I succeeded. Three was the last person I wanted to talk to right now. I thought as quickly as I could. Where was the last place Three was likely to go? I had it. I broke into a run. Rule number 1 of being a super-duper action hero. Don't be one. When I ran out of the military headquarters after the enemy agent, I tried to stop him from getting on board the helicopter. The problem with this was that helicopters were actually remarkably fast, and thus more than capable of leaving the ground long before you actually arrived. Had I spent slightly less time staring up at the sky in fury and wonder, and more time helping the others, he might not have gotten away. As it was, that thought did not occur to me until a tiny dot on the helicopter was a tiny dot on the far horizon. Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself. I had come to Lur's little war room because I thought it was the last place Three would look for me. It was all too weird. Everything was weird. Nothing was right. I threw up on Michael Onyx's shoes as he opened the airlock door. I must say, I was impressed. He handled it well, professionally even. He just frowned a little and then bent down to wipe off his shoe with a cloth. Then he happened to have. Michael Onyx didn't seem to notice, at least as much as anyone pretending not to notice by wiping something off their shoes could successfully pretend such a thing. He smiled, waved, and said, "Your Grace." He moved towards the restroom, presumably to wash his shoes. I didn't know. What I did know is that any normal person would not enjoy the experience. Even the most inhibited or polite person on the planet would at least cringe a little. I'd seen it enough by now to know that it was clearly a meme at work, and I was not amused. This kind of oblivion wasn't natural. Oh, to be sure, the more mischievous part of me thought someone had played a prank on Michael, but I knew that this was serious business. As much as I hated agreeing with Prow on anything, this was one area where there was no doubt on my part about how dangerous these things were. So what to do about it? I could either report Michael's behavior, or I could watch him and try and snap him out of it. I knew Michael Onyx was a trained killer. I knew I was getting better about being able to defend myself, but I was no match for him. If something in his condition it could turn him from a loyal subject to outraged pitfall, I didn't want to be around. I went further onto the military control area and looked for Gerald. I went up and tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and looked like an idiot. Your Grace rolled off his tongue, like he'd been saying it his whole life. As I looked around, I rapidly decided that everyone in the room worried me. Easy way to solve this problem. I raised my voice and said out loud, I am the Duke of Fleur. As your sovereign, you should all bow and scrape before me. Anyone have an objection to that? As one, they turned and nodded. They began to bow and wave their hands in various formats, all worshipful and appropriate to their individual culture. All of them, that is, except one person. The individual in question had his head buried in a book. At first, I was quite relieved to find someone behaving in a normal fashion. I began to move towards him. He looked up from the book and could immediately tell that something was wrong. I saw him frown and look at the terminal across his chair. When I got a good look at the screen, it was obvious that he was downloading quite a bit of data. Quick as a flash, he stood up and gave me a swift kick to the solar plexus, knocking the wind out of me. He grabbed the disc, and just as he was started to run away, I doubled over from pain and fell onto the floor. He tripped over me and grabbed the disc. I was already rolling back and forth, so rolling on top of the disc was not as much of a problem as you might think. He tried to grab it from underneath me, but I was too heavy. He ran out the door. I decided that letting him run around was probably a bad idea, so I chased him. This proved to be somewhat difficult. I couldn't catch up. As time passed, I got over his kick, but he was too fast. I couldn't close his lead. After I lost him on the helipad, I tried to wake up the control room as best I could. Ordering them didn't do it. Then they didn't like being hosed down with the fire hose, but that just made them confused and angry. I kept trying different commands, but nothing worked. Then I realized what an idiot I was. I called Darla first. She was normal. Thank heavens, I said. Huh? I think the military guys have been meme zapped. Her voice very serious. How? Not sure, but the last helicopter picked up the guy I'm pretty sure is responsible for all this and flew him away. I stopped him from taking whatever information he downloaded. She arrived at the control room a short while later. She was grim-faced and winded. Clearly, she must have run the entire way. She didn't say anything at first. She just looked at the people in the complex grinning like idiots. She came forward and took the disk out of my hand and put it in the computer. I saw it began to decrypt some of the information, and it looked like some very complex technical stuff. What particularly struck my attention was the large radiation hazard symbol on the corner of one of the documents that flashed in the moment of the screen. Darla called Ferret on her phone. Michael, we've got a problem. It looks like whoever this was knew right where to find our most sensitive files. We might have a mole. Ferret replied, Great, just great. Flash me an inventory of what's been compromised. Done. We have a more pressing problem, though. What's that? He sounded more depressed. The brass has been mean zapped. They're useless right now. Darla sounded frightened. When Darla sounded frightened, it wasn't a good sign. Can you talk them out of it? I can try. Darla turned to everyone in the room. Attention. I want you to snap out of your trance. Nothing happened. It didn't answer any lingering doubt about Darla's self-imposed exile from using her powers, however. Stop grinning and try and find out what's going on, she said, to a more surreptitious command. Still nothing. It was at this point I got an idea. I said, do whatever Darla tells you to do. They all nodded and immediately got to work furiously on their keyboards. She looked at me suspiciously. How did you know to do that? Because people had been calling me a Grace all afternoon. I decided that the meme must have been triggered to me. I was right. Darla still looked at me suspiciously, but not as suspiciously as she had before. She repeated this information to Ferret. A short while later, a number of lab techs and other people rounded up all the guards and locked them in quarantine for 24 hours. A short while later, all of the meme zap people came out fine. They called me back to the control room. Darla explained, a meme is like a virus. You can flush it out if it gets time to itself. Groups of people propagate them. And what would have happened if no one on the island had been left for me to reason with, I asked? Wouldn't have happened. To start with, I'm immune to any mimetic manipulation. Prow, you and my husband seem to be as well. It probably has something to do with being exposed to a natural meme from an ex-narcoleptic rather than a refined meme. This meme was a deliberate alteration of Phoenix targeted just for our military. Wait a minute. If the meme only lasts a short time, why was Kim still obsessed with me? Gerald answered that. She has a natural submissive personality. She would have made a great actress if she wanted and trained for it. She absorbs memes that happen naturally with far more suggestibility than most. When she received this refined meme, it was totally overwhelming for her. That's not what she says, of course, but most people don't remember that kind of thing clearly. So you're working on curing her? He smiled. Oh, yes, we're making substantial progress. I couldn't help but notice that. Were? There was a long pause. Darla and Gerald looked at each other. Finally, Darla said, Kim isn't well, Chester. Define well. She wasn't right in the head, but I wouldn't have called her not well either when I saw her last. Darla frowned inside. Look, basically we used you as part of the Phoenix meme. It was designed to be low-key, only make certain people open to the idea that Hlur could be a nation, to ask their governments to recognize us, etc. We told it to tell people not to pay attention to you or Quissence. He's our secret weapon. Well, one of our secret weapons, anyway. The less people look at him, the better. Unfortunately, someone found that meme, corrupted it, and made people think of you as the sovereign. Once they had done that, they were to do nothing unless you told them otherwise. You used me without permission. How dare you? She ignored me and continued, We're very careful with our memes. We have lots of safeguards in place. Unfortunately, those safeguards meant Kim was in the security section when the intruders were here, and so she dropped off. Gerald gripped her shoulder. Show him. We wandered into the corridors and took a 90-degree turn every 20 feet. It looked like someone had designed it as a killing zone in case a gunfight broke out. I should know. I'd played Doom enough. We walked up to Kim's room. She was just sitting there at first, contentedly humming to herself. Then she saw me through the glass of the room they'd locked up and ran to me. She prostrated herself on the ground. My God, Chester Artherson is my lord and master. I'll do anything for you, master. Please make them let me out, master. Darla looked at me, waiting for my reaction. I didn't say anything. I just took off my formal ducal medallion and handed it to Darla. I walked down the corridors with poor Kim howling at me to come back. I returned to my room, packed my things. I ignored all calls. I ignored Prow outside my doorway. I ignored Darla as she tried to start a conversation in the hall. I just got on the next plane home. I was done. Chapter 13, Hallelujah. I arrived at the United States without much incident. Until, that is, I reached the custom desk where they started asking me questions. The custom agent's eyes bulged when she saw my Hlur stamp. She entered the information to the computer and frowned even more. I'm sorry, Mr. Artherson, but I can't let you into the country. Excuse me? Was there no escaping Prow? Well, you apparently renounced your U.S. citizenship. It says so right on your file. She sounded suspicious and potentially sympathetic. In retrospect, I think it was pity, really. I did no such thing. I'm afraid the computer says you did. Well, the computer is wrong. Can I talk to your superior? A moment later, a very annoyed man in a bad suit, came in his 30s, approached me and said, Mr. Artherson? Yes? I think I can explain your current situation. It seems the current U.S. law states that any title of royalty or peerage accepted by a U.S. citizen without authorization by the U.S. Congress is considered a revocation of one's citizenship. I was floored. Why hadn't anybody told me this? I was never informed of that fact. Actually, you were. It was in a document faxed to me by the U.S. Embassy in Russian. He showed it to me. It was a document signed and dated by me revoking my United States citizenship for a title with Hlur. I didn't remember signing that form. There had been a lot of forms I'd had to sign, but as a contractor, I'd gotten in a habit of reading the fine print. What if I'd missed one? What if I hadn't and someone had signed for me and I'd missed one? Worse, what if I hadn't missed it and I'd been framed? Who would I turn to? Better safe than sorry. I didn't sign that document. Well, the U.S. Embassy in Russia says you did. I want to see my lawyer. I'm afraid, since you are not a U.S. citizen, we are under no obligation to allow you to see a lawyer. He was quite smug on that point. I was doubly shocked. You're accusing me of being a terrorist? I am neither confirming nor denying it. This is insane. Are you arresting me? No. So what? I have to stay in the airport like in that crazy movie? No, of course not. He smirked and dropped his pencil. Then what am I supposed to do? You might want to call a lawyer. He smiled. What? This was definitely insane. I said we are under no obligation to allow you to see one. However, you may contact a lawyer at your own time and expense. I was about to let him stick his shiny U.S. State Department plastic ID up his left nostril, or perhaps in even more unpleasant places, when I calmed down. He was probably waiting for me to give him an excuse so they could lock me up and send me back to secret prison again. Not that they really needed an excuse, but it probably would have helped. I left the annoying man and moved to the payphone. The Yellow Pages had lots of lawyers, but I wanted someone good. Not just some random schmuck. I decided that I would do a Google search on a few of them to see what their reputation was. I got an email when I was looking. Apparently a lawyer had found me. He offered to represent me for free. I was suspicious, but I'm also a cheap bastard as well. Couldn't hurt to at least meet the guy. So he shows up after a half an hour. He was a typical lawyer, 40s, white male, suit, black briefcase, the works, really. The only thing that set him apart was a tiny NASA lapel on his jacket, which meant Fleur. I was right, of course.
Mr. Artherson, pleased to see you. I believe we can help you resolve this situation.
My curiosity gets the best of me in such situations, so I said, sure, why not? Okay, I'll bite. What insanely cartoonish Fleur strategy is there this time? He looked somewhat offended by this, but didn't immediately back down. Instead, he said,
well, the long and the short of it is this. If the State Department recognizes your title, it recognizes Fleur. Since you lost your citizenship in the U.S. by taking the title in Fleur, either it means the U.S. recognizes Fleur, or you never lost your citizenship. We feel the very fact that they took this action validates Fleur's claim. That gave me an idea. You're fired. I could see why certain people got off on that idea. But you didn't even hire me.
Still fired, but go away. You're blocking my sunlight. So I went to the local newsstand and got a newspaper. I began reading through it, looking for local crime cases. Being an enemy of the state, I selected one of the law firms representing a drug dealer. Don't get me wrong. I don't like people like this, but if I'm going to have a lawyer, he or she isn't going to be working for Fleur. Think about it. I found it highly unlikely the lawyer paid by Fleur was going to go for the Fleur is not a nation and therefore you have to renounce your citizenship angle. Apparently, they took me for an idiot. A phone call later, and suddenly I had one of the best lawyers in town on my side. 1 hour after that, the smart aleck State Department employee calls me back and apologizes. The moral of the story is, money works. Money might not be not buy happiness. Money might not buy friends, but apparently having it drastically reduces the odds of tiny little things bothering you, like government bureaucrats with delusions of grandeur. The lawyer I hired seemed pretty pedestrian. This was not a bad thing. I refuse to believe that every politician, every lawyer, Tom, Dick, and Harry actually belongs to some secret conspiracy. Use the big lawyer to crash the gate, use the smaller lawyer to do the drudge work. That meant my lawyer was working for me. It was underhanded to use the hammer lawyer to get the visa back into the United States and then fire them and get a normal lawyer to get the actual work done. But that was the way the world worked now. I made my fortune finding people to connect to work who didn't want to bother doing it themselves. In fact, I now knew that the mighty senior partners were going to assign my case to some junior partner who was probably not even as skilled as the little guy specialist I'd hired. Plus, I had a good feeling about him when I talked to him on the phone. Since I'd been at Fleur the last few months, I didn't have really have a home to go to. I'd worked for Prow for years before I'd been sent to prison, so I rented a set of corporate suites near the airport. I found that Fleur was not America. Fleur was better than prison, but my home country was not Fleur. My home country was the United States. It was a shame we had to vote for people like President Hamburger. It was a shame that we let ourselves be sold so much crap, memes. The more I thought about them, the more I realized just how they were going to change the world, and I'd helped. I had been there. The rational part of my mind argued about exactly what specific things I could have done to put the genie back in the bottle, and I had to admit, I couldn't think of exactly what to do. I had to check my email. I didn't want to, but while my own association with Fleur was through, my contracts weren't, and I had to do my job. It took an hour. I had messages from the higher-ups at Fleur and ignored them. I was no saint, but to borrow a phrase from Prow, I had no truck with monsters either. I was just about to close up shop for the day when I couldn't help but notice an email from one Colonel Salamander from the Air Force. It read as follows. Mr. Chester Artherson, it is my understanding that you recently left the corporate island known as Fleur. I have been informed by a mutual business associate who, I assure you, is not on the Fleur board, that you left because of a rather disturbing technological trend. I would be very interested in talking to you about it. Colonel Salamander. Well, that was interesting. Which conspiracy did he work for, the communists or the fascists? Or was it an entirely separate thing? Fleur and Prow were dangerous, but so was the government. So what was I supposed to do? I decided I liked daylight. I emailed him back. Dear Colonel Salamander, I'm sorry to say that my initial experience with Fleur was, in part, due to a rather disappointing interaction with the U.S. government. You want to know what I know about memes? They're bad. Very bad. I know our government and Fleur both have the technology. I'm not a psychologist or an engineer. I have seen the life of a woman utterly ruined by them. If you need to send your men, then do so, but I'm done with the secret world. If I am forced, then I'm forced, but I will never enter the shadow world voluntarily again. Have a nice day, Chester A. Artherson. I watched TV and then took a nap. Then I ordered room service. Much to my surprise, there was not a ninja waiting to kill me when I opened the door. Maybe I could get my life back. Maybe. I did know that I intended to keep a very low profile until until Prow was not after me anymore. Fortunately, he was stupid. Several days passed. At least it seemed the world was no longer trying to pester me. The emails from Fleur managed to slow to a trickle. I think they got the idea that I thought that they were unbearable scum. Prowl kept trying to send me emails on false names. He used the same IP address each time he did it. The U.S. government quietly dropped their case against me, and I continued to get rich administering contracts and Fleur. I began to regain my sense of purpose in the world. I would get rich, have a family, do good, and enjoy myself. I had gotten lucky. Things could have been far worse. I was prepared to deal with any random appearances by Prowl. I had even had my lawyer, Lexington, drop a restraining order against the lunatic ahead of time, just in case. Thus, I was a bit surprised when Colonel Salamander sent me another email. Dear Mr. Artherson, memes were not the technology I had in mind when I first contacted you. I was a bit surprised you mentioned them. I have looked into Fleur's efforts and those of the U.S., and I must say that I'm enthralled yet horrified at the same time. I'm given to understand there are answers to other questions you are looking for here in Colorado Springs. Colonel Salamander. I immediately replied, Dear Colonel Salamander, I am interested in answers, but not at the cost of my own soul. All things Fleur are dangerous. Please send anything you wish to discuss with me by email, and I will consider it. Chester Artherson. I did not hear any immediate replies. I tried to think of what he was talking about, but the explanation escaped me. There was a knock at the door 3 days later. It was an impressive feat because it took rather extreme steps to keep Fleur people from finding me. I always paid in cash. I always stayed in a separate place each night, and I only had my phone enabled for random 15-minute increments during the day. The rest of the time, I took the battery out. I looked through the people and saw an Air Force officer in his early 20s looking back at me. Then I checked out the window and saw two very burly-looking Marines in a waiting car. This was rather interestingly high profile. I looked out the back window of the hotel room and didn't see anyone waiting. Good. I very carefully opened it, popped out the panel screen, I loaded up my travel bag, and then attached a rope ladder onto the window. The knocking on the door grew louder, but I ignored it as I proceeded to climb down 6 stories. The fact that I could still hear the nice, clean-cut young man at the bottom was a testament to his persistence and optimism. I yanked down the rope ladder and patiently rolled it up and put it into my pack. He hadn't broken down the door. Fascinating. I reached into my bag and pulled out a vial of cow's blood and sprinkled it at the base of the window, leaving a few drops on the trail towards a nearby manhole cover. I finally heard the door burst open, and then triggered the flashbang grenade I had set up with the tripwire. It allowed me to slip into the back door of a first-floor apartment I'd had the hooker rent for me using cash. She wasn't present. I didn't want her to stick around. I pulled out a bag of corn chips and watched with interest from the webcam I'd left on the shelf upstairs as the Marines looked out the window, the trail of blood, and the manhole cover. It was priceless. So what was I supposed to do next? My ruse wouldn't fool them forever. Of course, they obviously wanted to keep everything secret, otherwise the apartment complex would now be swarming with police, and my escape would have been meaningless. I considered my options. They may have been using spy satellites to find me, though I rather suspected that was a bit much. Again, 1 officer and 2 Marines do not a conspiracy make. I could go public. A normal media outlet could be manipulated, but if it was too small, then it might be dismissed. There were several webcasts that reported on the local news that I could go to, but the publicity was only a shield in some ways. That, and quite frankly, I still dreaded the prospect of living a public life like that. Then again, my current lifestyle was hardly ideal. Granted, I had been living like this to avoid Prow, but this put things in a good light. I could not keep hiding, and I could not make people think me worthless unless Prow stopped valuing me. My life was no longer my own. Then again, when do any of us truly retain control over who we are? I sat there, staring through the webcam at the annoyed Marine that crawled out of the sewer. I still had no answers. Well, no answers except that I didn't want to walk up to that Marine and laugh at him just now. Chapter 14. Journey. I was at a loss of what to do, so I took stock in my options. I had a small bit of gear from a spy catalog. I could try to go back to Fleur. That would take me rather easily, they would take me rather easily, but getting there might be hard. It really depended on whether or not Colonel Salamander had the rest of the federal government behind him. I could also meet with him, find out what he wanted, and potentially give it to him. This didn't strike me as a very good idea. I had already seen the fact that the government was willing to completely ignore the rule of law and lock me up in a secret prison. The next option was to run and hide. I had hidden fairly well at this point, but I hadn't really taken the trouble to remove myself from the face of the earth. That was getting harder and harder to do these days. I really didn't want to live in a cave for the rest of my life. I decided to approach the problem logically. I was not a spy, a soldier, or a military savant. Despite pretense to the contrary, I wasn't a politician either. I needed expert advice. But who could I trust? There really wasn't anyone. I knew Amberlove was a good person, but either she had been recruited or she was being watched. Family was distant and uncaring, and the poor, beleaguered, brainwashed girl or Prow was not going to give me any useful advice. None of them could be contacted safely anyway. I did some internet searches and tried to read some very generic policy or historical data. About the most applicable information I could find was very generic military theory, which said that the best defense was a good offense. That made sense. I had been reacting so long, I'd never thought about acting. But what was I going to do as an action? I had very few resources, and not much. Or I had a few resources, but not much. I certainly had nothing compared to those that were trying to use me. I considered using them in turn, but they both knew far more about what was going on than I did. Well then, that made sense. I needed information. I needed to know more about the situation than they did. The question then became rather easier to answer. There were all kinds of people willing to give me their version of events, but to get the truth, the real truth, I had to observe them unawares. I had to spy on their secret deeds and hidden files. In short, I had to do what they had been doing to me for years. I am not James Bond. I was not going to be able to sneak into a maximum security area and retrieve information that they kept locked away. But that was not the end of the matter. My years as a technical writer had taught me that generally the world is a place of lowered expectations. Most organizations were highly bureaucratic in nature, and if you knew the right place to look, you could find a treasure trove of information. You couldn't get all the information you wanted by connecting the dots or inferences, of course, but you could gather a great deal. Still, Fleur might have some vulnerabilities, but it was a fishbowl. I was a major celebrity there, and I also wanted as little to do with them as possible. On the other hand, a military base was a much bigger place. A fake uniform wouldn't be that hard to acquire. The problem there was I didn't know if Colonel Salamander had alerted the rest of the government to the fact that he was looking for me. Getting caught on the base would do his work for him, and I'd be facing federal charges. That was not something I really cared to repeat. For the moment, I was at a dead end, but then the idea occurred to me. Colonel Salamander probably lived in a house off base. No one could keep secrets from everyone without having complications. If Colonel Salamander was not part of either conspiracy like he said he was, could he really afford to keep sensitive material at the base? Given the fact that the government didn't seem to be able to keep track of its own laptops, maybe I was wrong. But while caution was a very good thing, I had long since given up trying to plan out absolutely every contingency. You couldn't. You could only plan for the likely or worst case scenario, and for me, spending any more time in prison was indeed the worst case scenario. Getting there was half the fun. They had spy satellites, which meant waiting until dark. True, they had infrared monitoring, but it would only look like a giant red and blue blob entering the sewers. Maybe they had night vision satellites, but I wasn't ready to wear a tinfoil hat to protect me from the orbital mind control lasers just yet. I made a mental note to never have an escape plan that involved going through the sewer again. Once I emerged downtown, I considered my options. These days, they were watching everywhere, but I was still working on the idea that Colonel Salamander only had access to some federal resources, not all of them. Otherwise, why only send 3 military guys instead of a dozen police cars? My first instinct was the bus station, but I crushed that. Renting a car was out of the question without a card, but driving was a good idea. But I felt I had a better use of my resources than paying for cash for a car. Airports were the places with the most surveillance, and I worked for a company that helped make facial recognition software, so I knew what it could do. So I went by train. Yes, there were still cameras, and I even showed them my ID and gave them my real name, but I paid in cash. My name probably did go in some central database somewhere, but remember what I said about the nature of the federal bureaucracy. It would take them a while to move that data to a central data clearinghouse. The federal train system was one of the oldest and most inefficient government agencies in the country. I wasn't supremely worried. No more than usual, anyway. I can't say it wasn't nice, though. It was a very leisurely way to travel. No one had time for that kind of lack of speed anymore. It did give me lots of time to think. I wasn't entirely sure about all my plans, but I felt better at least. The wind had blown all the leaves off the trees, and one of the passengers mentioned that the first snows would probably come in a few weeks. It was beautiful country. The Rockies spread before me in all their glory. The ghost towns were interesting, but not as sad as a few of the smaller dying towns too stubborn to let the economic juggernauts crush them flat. I did see a few children, though. That was promising. America wouldn't be the same with nothing between cities, with nothing but bears and people who ate them. I got out 2 stops before Denver. All that cash I could see wasted on the car that might have died somewhere in the Utah desert, could instead buy me 4 or 5 very cheap bus tickets through back channels. All told, the entire trip took me about 8 days, but I saw no sign of pursuit. I was indeed not on America's Most Wanted list, and I intended to stay that way. Colorado Springs is an interesting town. The presence of the Air Force Academy is very prevalent in most of the bars and restaurants. I saw more posters per square block than at an Air Force recruitment station. The mountains were pretty. Colorado Springs itself was surrounded by ugly, flat, brown hills that looked like mountains had crapped them both out. There was something about the place that turned me sour, though I couldn't exactly say what it was. Maybe it was large enough to fake the illusion of proper citydom with none of the charm of a small town. Step 1 was getting a car, for which I paid cash. While the wilderness here was harsh, it was not the desert. I had no intention of driving very far, or keeping the car more than a few days. It was hideously ugly. I didn't care. Then I tried the obvious. Yes, Colonel Salamander was in the white pages. I accessed the internet, the nearest wireless hotspot, printed the map, and voila, instant map. He did not, fortunately, live on the base. I had been right on that score. He did live in a very nice neighborhood, though, and my car stood out like a sore thumb. It took a couple of tries, but eventually I found the house I'd been looking for. It was a 2.5-story Fox colonial job with a very large, bright green lawn. Either land was very cheap here, or Colonel Salamander supplemented his income from creative sources. I suspected a combination of both. I waited until dark and parked the car at a nearby convenience store, which ended any chance I had of making a quick getaway, but I was also drastically reduced the chances of betraying me by rusting on the front curve. I was out of breath by the time I got there. I'd been working out, but the hills and altitude were a killer. Besides, I had made most of my efforts to that point in an aerobic exercise. I made a mental note to change that. This list was getting pretty long. That was okay. I had a long and bitter memory. So, there it was. The big house with tacky, majestic white columns. I was going to break in somehow. The place might not be as secure as a military base, but what if it had a silent alarm? Heck, what if it was a simple house alarm? The odds of an alarm and a gun in the house were rather significant. No, I needed another way in. It took a few moments, but I finally had an idea. I walked back to my car, got some gas in a gas can, and walked back towards the house. I went into the backyard through the unlocked gate, approached the pool shed, then I calmly poured gasoline over it and got ready to light the match. I hesitated. The family of this man might not know anything. Did I really want to drag them into this? Then I remembered the brainwashed woman who had thrown herself at me. These people might not believe her, but I still didn't know if I could trust them. I needed information from a source I thought they were unlikely to be obscuring. I lit the match. The whole thing lit up quickly, creating a wonderful cloud of smoke. It took a few minutes, but enough of the smoke alarms inside of the house began to go off and the lights began to come on. People began to come out of their homes looking stupefied by the fire. When the fire department arrived a few minutes later, the sirens woke up, and even more people in a small crowd began to congregate in the area in front of Colonel Salamander's house. The fire was put out rather quickly. I reached into the fire truck, pulled out a clipboard, and walked towards the back of the house. I waited patiently. When their backs were turned, snuck in the back way. The house was very richly furnished, and with some very interesting things from faraway foreign places on the walls, but I could take no time to look at them. I carefully went around and looked at the stairs. There was no one there. I made a mad dash upward, hoping that was the location of the office. It was. I found a closet with several boxes in it and hidden behind them. It was only after the fact that I realized if they had a dog, I was screwed. I tried not to think about it and hid in the closet and waited. I couldn't help but notice the irony and likelihood that someone somewhere would try and make up some symbolic analogy. I'd have hid under the bed if there was one. What was that symbolic for? My inner struggle? Time passed. Eventually the crowd went away. I could hear the cars drive off and the people move up the stairs. There was more muffled talking from the family. I could make out a few I love yous whispered with I love you too. Apparently, I created a family bonding moment. Family counselors take note. Then I waited more. I tried to decide exactly what my plan was. That, and I still realized how creepy all of this was, but I had to get the information I needed. Most of it was going to be on the family computer. More time passed. I could see through the cracks in the closet door that dawn had come. I didn't dare sleep because I snore. I didn't even want to think about what would happen if they caught me. Eventually, people got up. I could hear water running and multiple sets of steps of people walking back and forth down the hall. There were children, but I could not tell how many. Eventually, things quieted down. I heard a car drive away. Presumably, Colonel Salamander had gone back to work. Then a second car left. I listened. Nothing. I carefully opened the door to the closet and looked out. It was only then that I saw the second flaw in my plan manifested itself. One could spend forever dwelling on what might have been. It wasn't productive. Taking a chance, I rushed over to the computer. It had required a password to log in, but the children's access was wide open. It looked like the password was merely there to keep the kids out of the adult files. Now look, I'm no master hacker, far from it, but I can research and research very well, thank you. You would be amazed at the tools agents of chaos have distributed over the net to lower the barrier entering secured areas. Of course, most of all those carry backdoors that compromise the security of the person trying to use them, often sending vital personal data to people who knew how to use your financial assets better than you did. I got in, and I used the search routine I created to snatch and grab a copy of files I thought might be useful, and then I transferred them to my thumb drive. I didn't intend to look at those here. Time for phase 2. I logged out and put the jump drive in my pocket and crept towards the door. After listening very carefully, I decided that there was no one home. I entered the master bedroom and planted a tiny bug from my pocket behind one of the paintings hanging on the wall. The range of the bug was very, very short. I would have to stay in the house while I listened, or at least stay nearby. I planted another one in the hall. I saw no reason to waste the last two in one of the children's rooms. I carefully crept down the stairs, which groaned very loudly. Behold, my ninja stealth. After that, I decided the speed was my ally and planted one behind the flat screen TV and the last one in the pepper bottle in the kitchen. The most important task completed, I had a look around the home. I had worked as a door-to-door salesman for a month in college. I hated the job more than technical writing and was awful at it. I didn't sell a thing, but one thing I did learn was that you could learn a lot by someone looking around the house. No plan was perfect, but I had worn gloves and kept my prints from getting everywhere. I got my first good look at the house. The movies in the TV room were a standard mix of family movies and a few romantic comedies. The walls held a wide variety of military history books and dozens of military history videos, nothing really unusual or unexpected. The family photos showed 5 children, though it looked like 3 had grown up and had families of their own. There were a number of political books on the shelf, most of which were sympathetic to or written by President Hamburger, but there was a surprising number from the loyal opposition as well. Was it researched? Still, all fairly pretty pedestrian fare. When I turned to the hallway in front of the stairs, I did see something unusual. There were pictures of children, almost 100 of them, staring at me with bright, creepy little eyes. It was hard to say why, but one could tell they were in pain, a great deal of pain such as the rest of the world will never truly know. It was the garage door that saved me, snapping me from my silent reverie. The garage was right under the stairs, so I had no time to enter my previous hiding place. They would hear me running up the stairs. I opened the nearest door, took in looking for a quick hiding place. My luck held. It was the basement. I went down quickly, but as quietly as I could. I could hear them above me doing what sounded like unloading groceries. I breathed a sigh of relief and reached the concrete floor. So it turns out that the family did have a dog. My heart skipped a beat and my body froze as my eyes rested on the largest St. Bernard who had ever lived. We sat there staring at each other several seconds. It raised its head up a little, and I carefully patted on its head. It went back to sleep. The dog lay next to an industrial-sized bag of dog food, which had been ripped open with a few well-mauled toys. It had a moldy water pool that was attached to the pipe. Aside from that, the room was dark and empty. It also smelled slightly earthy. Sunlight squeezed in through the spaces between the rafters. I headed for the crawl space in the back and hid amongst the boxes inside, crouching on the dirt floor. I plugged in my earpiece and listened. I had to find the right channel, but eventually I heard the mother speaking. She sounded agitated and annoyed. "Would you just come over here and help me, Tila? What do you mean your children have homework?" She paused a moment. I could tell she was speaking to someone else on the phone. "No, that's not an excuse. You have made certain commitments." Mrs. Salamander paused and then said, "Do I need to talk to my husband?" I wished I could hear the other end of the conversation, but the equipment to bug a cell phone was larger than I was willing to carry. Please note, technically I do not know if it was a cell phone, but most of the wall phones do not have rings that sing RSPECT before being answered. She said, It would be a shame if he lost his job, she noted in a sharp, her voice electric and shrill. I could tell I didn't like her already. After all, she continued, didn't we get him the job in the first place? That is what it means by perks in the organization, Tila. You can't have perks if you don't do the work. Don't shirk your work, Tila, she giggled awfully at her own joke. There was a mumbled response. Great, thanks, Tila. I knew I could count on you. See you soon. There was only rustling and stomping sounds, as if some giant squirrel were playing around upstairs. I gathered that she was preparing for some kind of meeting. Tila showed up a short time later. Mrs. Salamander was looking pretty rude and domineering as she had been. They continued about their business until eventually more guests began to show up. There were problems focusing in any one conversation. As near as I could tell, they were all female. I wished I'd brought a way to record the whole thing, but for all I knew, it was the PTA. Eventually, Mrs. Salamander took charge. Much to my surprise, it was not the PTA after all, but a group that seemed to desire stronger laws protecting children. They were very well organized, and given the numbers I had heard them throwing around, they were very well funded, too. They didn't talk about where they got their funds, which made me suspicious, but these days I was always suspicious. The exact organization of the whole thing still slightly eluded me, but I was willing to try and find out later. I was fairly sure that they would be more on the computer files that I absconded with. The meeting ended with just as much buzz clucking as it had begun with. I could hear and understand very little. These things ended with Tila getting browbeaten by Mrs. Salamander to clean up. I could see nothing, but it sounded like Mrs. Salamander was supervising while Tila did all the actual work. Eventually, Tila left. What did strike me as fairly odd was that no one had asked Mrs. Salamander about the fire, and Mrs. Salamander hadn't really volunteered any information. This was doubly strange because during the conversation, Mrs. Salamander had felt very inclined to brag about how virtuous a person she was, how many civic programs that she and her husband were involved in, and how active her children were. So you'll pardon me if I was a bit suspicious. Okay, I was a lot suspicious. I had crossed a line by breaking into their house, but I felt that if I hadn't, I would be cursed to forever remain a mere pawn of fate. No one controls all their destiny, but I wanted as much control of mine as I could muster. Mrs. Salamander watched the, quote, news, and several other rather extreme trashy talk shows until her children came home. Boring. Colonel Salamander came home. Boring. Family had dinner. Boring. Now I could see why it was that people didn't... now I could see why this wasn't done that often. I mean, I had known it was a long shot, but I figured that if there had been some vast conspiracy, then keeping up the pretense would require a certain amount of work each time and day. It turned out I was right. Around 10 o'clock, Salamander put his wife and kids to bed and retired to his office. Then I heard him pick up the phone and make a call. Hello, Mark. How goes it? Again, I cursed myself for not bugging the phone. I could only hear half the conversation, which was getting very, very annoying. Yes, this is a secure line. No, I don't think they realize what we're planning. I'll send you the outline by encryption tomorrow. He laughed and then said, yes, it's always nice to have Uncle Sam do the work. Whom? I think they're a bunch of suckers. Look, Barbara has been working on this network for years. She had people from both sides backing her on the issue. She is her own side. Now that she has the basic framework for an alliance, she can't point to them, or she can point them any way she wants. And right now, she wants those Slur people. No, I don't know if she can work with their mojo or not, but they're using fake kids. We'll be using the real thing, not to mention that, for once, Barbara happens to be right. If you build a keep house, roaches will come to live there. What did they think was going to happen when they created a data haven? Yeah, right, no, I'll send you the form, right. Talk to you soon, of course. I need to go. Yes, okay, thanks, bye. He hung up the phone, muttering to himself. There were no excuses for self-denial. These people were monsters. You couldn't hide from monsters. You couldn't pretend that monsters would just go away. You killed monsters. You took them in the fields. You took them in the forest. You took them in the mountains. You chased them back into their petty little hidey holes of self-delusion and crushed them. And you did so somehow without becoming a monster yourself. Then you flew, invented the perpetual motion machine, solved world hunger, and created world peace all at the same time. I wasn't sure what to do anymore, but I was very sure I didn't want to do it where I was. It was past 11, and it was starting to get very cold down there in the crawl space. I decided it was safer to wait until daylight. Daylight came, but they didn't leave home. It was Saturday. Saturday night came and went. Fortunately, they went to church. I got out of the place as fast as I could. Only later, when I was 5 blocks away, did I realize that they had not once gone down to see the dog.
Chapter 15, Planning and Execution. I went back to my little hotel room and waited for the cops to arrive. Once the Salamander family found my bugs, the truth
was that it was just an excuse. I wasn't sure what to do. It also gave me a chance to look at the data I'd stolen from Colonel Salamander. The first thing I confirmed was that his general contempt for what he called the cult of innocence. Apparently, the cult members were a smaller third conspiracy to sway the other two towards the protection of children. Indeed, the more I looked, the more I confirmed what I'd been told. The great master conspiracies were generally more alliances of conspiracies rather than some unified whole. Some of them were entirely independent. I did have names and dates now, but they didn't mean much. I was done with house crawling, and I was not a murderer. Granted, I had come close a few times with Prow, but that was as far as it was going to get. Giving what I had heard to the media was even worse, since, quote, they, end quote, really did control them. Blogs weren't even quite as safe as I thought, since Mrs. Salamander's contacts and directions to her troops indicated that she had hundreds of followers. So, what to do? What to do? I tried making a few lists. Every idea I thought of involved trusting someone else, but there was no one else I could trust. This was about the time I considered checking myself into an asylum, only Prow was sure to visit me there, and this time I'd be in a straitjacket so I couldn't hit him. If only I'd never met Prow. If only I'd never gone to work for him. If only I hadn't fallen in love with Darla. If only I hadn't ever heard about memes. That was it. I had it. I needed Amberlove's help. She was the only person who had the sense to remove herself from this and, therefore, the one person I could trust. Then I realized if I brought her back in, did that not make me no better than Quissence Prow? And yet, by not telling Amberlove anything, was I not deciding for her? Prow used annoyance, violence, and emotional manipulation to get his way. I would show up to Amberlove, present the facts as I saw it, and get her advice. If she still saw fit to help me do something, then that would be her decision, not my own. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was the only one I had. I was not very confident in my car, but I deemed that the bus and train might be a bad idea at this point, so I began to drive towards New York City. I had obtained her new last name and address from Colonel Salamander's database. He had rather large files on Prow, Darla, and me. Apparently, Amberlove had kept herself busy and now had a very young daughter. She had been married about 2 years. The birth date of the child's certificate put her at 3. Interesting, but I knew it wasn't mine. The drive across the Great Plains was slow and boring. The car broke down 5 times, and 4 of those times I got help from very friendly locals. Thus, the Great Plains were a vast wasteland filled with honest, honorable gents, or something like it. I got to New York City. I arrived at Amberlove's door. I rang the doorbell. I realized that I had absolutely no idea what I was going to say. "Hi, it's me, Chester. I was in prison, but I got better. Only now I'm in the middle of several global conspiracies, and I could use some advice." Somehow that didn't seem like a good idea. A small child opened the door and looked at me. I looked back. Then Amberlove came to the door. She looked well, and had a small infant in her arms that she was rocking back and forth. "Chester!" She smiled, obviously surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I need some advice." That was the best I could say. "Well, of course, but why didn't you just call?" She seemed genuinely puzzled. "I'm trying to keep a low profile." She still looked puzzled, but then comprehension dawned on her face. "Ah, of course. It's Mr. Prow, isn't it? He's called a few times asking me if I'd seen you. You two don't get along so well anymore." "You could say that. Prow is only one of the reasons I'm staying as far off the radar as possible. That's one of the things I need your advice about." She looked bemused but shrugged. "Of course. Come in." I entered her apartment. There were 2 gray something setters that looked up at me from either side of yet another small child, a girl who was watching cartoons on television. The whole room was minor chaos, with toys and children's books strewn all over the place. For the moment, I felt a pang of guilt about potentially placing her children in danger. But then I remembered that in one way or another, they were possibly in danger, whether she knew what was going on or not. We sat down on the rather thick but worn leather couches. She crossed her legs, smiled, folded her arms, and looked professionally attentive. "So what's up, Chester?" I said, "I'm not even sure where to start." "How about at the beginning?" she said. "Where? There are lots of..." "How about with your arrest and imprisonment. There are a few things from Darla. I've heard a few things from Darla and Mr. Prow, but nothing direct. I want to know what has been happening to you," she smiled. And so I told her. I spoke of my experiences in prison. I told her about my time at Fleur. I told her about my escapades after I left Prow in the dust. At first, she seemed amused by my various antics, but as I spoke of entering the home of Colonel Salamander, her face grew darker. Still, ever the good listener, she let me finish. She absorbed it for some time, not saying anything. I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask, but I did not ask them. I had laid all my cards on the table for a fresh perspective and sound judgment. Aside from her respect for Quissence Prow, I had never seen or heard her do anything that I did not consider wise. The children had been remarkably patient up until this point, largely engrossed in the cartoon they were currently watching. The silent piece ended when the show ended. The oldest promptly demanded that the TV be changed from one channel to another, breaking the deep spell Amberlove had placed over herself. She changed the channel and then said, "I don't know really what to say, Chester. I mean, some things are obvious. Darla is doing some things that do sound disturbing. It sounds like you're right about wanting to avoid Mr. Prow. It sounds like Colonel Salamander is a bad person and you don't want to help him. But I know lots of people in government, and even if this conspiracy nonsense is true, almost all the real government has nothing to do with it. And Chester, you burned down his pool house so you could sneak inside? What were you thinking?" "Well, I had to find out why." Because I'm tired of being a pawn, that's why." "So you burned down his pool house? How is that logical?" I said, "I had to get information. To do that, I had to get into the house. Do you have any other idea how I could have done that?" She thought for several moments and said, "Nothing comes to mind. But that still doesn't make it an acceptable answer. Was it really worth it?" "I think so, but I admit I'm not sure." "Well, that's something at least." She seemed a little relieved that I wasn't entirely crazy. "So what do you think I should do?" I asked. "Well, I think you should try to stop Fleur." "Why them?" "For a few reasons. The communists, the fascists, and the cult of innocence seem to be way too nebulous and big for you to do anything about. None of them are really good people, but even if you had all the secrets of the other conspiracies, you couldn't really have anything they want, so they wouldn't really have any leverage with them." "Prow," I said, interrupting her in a flash of insight. "Right. Mr. Prow's obsessed with you, and they obviously need him for some reason, which gives you an in. In a perfect world, you could somehow use Fleur to slow down or interfere with the other three." I nodded. It made sense. "Do I contact Salamander and use him as an ally against Fleur?" "I don't know, Chester. How good a liar are you?" "Not a very good one." "Then what are you going to say if the subject of this pool house comes up?" "Good point. Right. Avoid Colonel Salamander. Any other advice?" "Check yourself into a psychiatric ward? You need help, Chester. Your behavior isn't rational." "Prow would just get himself locked up with me in there," she sighed. "Point." I stood. "Thank you for your help, Amberlove. I appreciate it." She looked incredulous. "Where are you going?" Away." "Sit down." I felt strangely compelled to sit down. I was used to the effect, and this answered any question as to whether or not she had gone through the operation. Whatever strange immunity I'd built up against memetics clearly didn't work with her. I sat down. She said, "You were going to do this without my help, weren't you?" Well, yes, you have. I have children. Yes, I do. Some of them are even mine. This isn't about going to a nice restaurant. This is likely to be deadly. Sure it is. But then again, sitting here and doing nothing doesn't bode well for our futures either. Take your pick. Sit there and let it happen, or get up and do something about it." "Well, I agree, but..." "And I intend to do something about it. Sorry about interrupting you so much, by the way. It's a terrible, rude, and vulgar habit, and you should never..." "What about your husband?" I asked. She glared at me. I couldn't tell if it was for interrupting her or asking her about her husband. "He left." "He left?" "Yes." "What happened?" She frowned. "I don't want to talk about it." "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Okay, well, who's going to take care of your children?" "I can call my sister." "Just like that?" She smiled. "Just like that. So," I paused awkwardly. "So?" "I guess we're going to Fleur together." "I guess so," she smiled, smirking. "Do you have a computer?" "I'll buy the tickets." It was the least I could do. Of course, I suspected they'd track it, but speed was of the essence. If they hadn't started yet, it was the fastest way. It was a risk, no matter what. "I can pay for my own ticket." "I'd rather you didn't." "Have it your way," she said, and she shrugged and left the room, presumably to call her sister. I had to look around a bit to find a computer. Eventually I did. Booking tickets to Fleur was surprisingly easy. Apparently, Fleur took direct commercial flights now. that just seems so weird to me, but not as weird as these kids of Amber Love's. I don't know if it was memes, good parenting, or a genetic addiction to television, but these children did not get up or do anything else the entire time I was there, not once. I got a place at a nearby hotel and made plans to leave with Amber Love in the morning. The hotel was awful, but it was cheap. I considered emailing Prow ahead of time, but decided against it. Why spoil the surprise? That and the fact that I really couldn't be sure what random and highly disturbing thing that Prow would do next. Why take chances? Amber Love and I took a taxi to the airport. We didn't talk much along the way. Something was bothering her. What's wrong? I asked. Do you remember that thing I didn't want to talk about? Your husband? Right, she said, and I still don't want to talk about it. We got to the airport, but much to my surprise, Amber Love directed the taxi to an entirely separate airline. What's going on? I asked. There's been a change of plans, she said, moving us into another line. I changed them. Amber Love looked out the window. Why? This made no sense. I was willing to cut Amber Love some slack, but this was definitely unusual. I had a change of heart. We're going to Colorado Springs, she said, had a slightly crazed look in her eyes. This was very un-Amber Love-like expression, and it worried me. Okay, are you going to tell me what those plans are? No. Crazy people. I was surrounded by crazy people. And why should I go with you then? She sighed, exasperated as we moved forward in line. Because you wanted my help. Because we're in public, so people might overhear us. And because I wanted to maintain something of the element of surprise. I thought about that for a moment. It kind of made sense. All right, I'll go along with it for now. She smiled, knowingly, and moved towards the ticket counter. She bought 2 tickets for Colorado Springs. We talked a lot on the plane. She wouldn't talk about all the details of where we were going, what we were going to do once we got there, but she listened to the details of my imprisonment with rapt fascination. There were no questions too obscure to ask. Some of them were downright uncomfortable. Most I answered. Some I did not. When we arrived at the Denver airport, we rented a car. It was a very comfortable luxury sedan. I had to admit, this would fit into Colonel Salamander's neighborhood much better than the last car I'd bought. We drove down to Colorado Springs. Finally, we pulled into the parking lot of a diner. Amber Love said she was hungry. I asked her what she was going to tell me when she was going to tell me what she was planning, but she just shrugged and smiled. The diner was a typical place. It served greasy food to equally greasy customers. I ordered a greasy grilled cheese sandwich and a greasy French fries. After dinner, we drove around Colorado Springs for 20 minutes, with Amber Love asking me to turn down random streets before I finally went nuts. What the hell are we doing? Waiting, she said. Waiting for what? That. What? That, she smiled and didn't say any more. What are you talking about? I know what we need to do now. I did my best not to hit her. My parents raised me better. Fortunately, I succeeded, but barely. Fine, but you drive. We got out and switched places. I directed Amber Love to Colonel Salamander's house. She slowed down to look at it for a moment, and then we drove by. She then pulled over by the side of the road. She used her cell phone to look up an industrial supply shop. We bought a blowtorch, a small metal press, and some sheets of metal. Once we got to the hotel room, Amber Love put the blowtorch away and waited. Then, at night, we drove to the middle of nowhere and she began to build a small metal box. I did not understand it at all until she took out a can of gray spray paint and applied a thick coating to the metal box. You're building a utility box? I said. She looked up, raised her visor in front of her eyes and smiled. Good guess, Chester, and what am I going to do with it? It took me about 2 minutes. I finally said, you're going to hide it near Colonel Salamander's house? She nodded and kept waiting. At about 3:30 in the morning, we loaded it back into the car and drove to Colonel Salamander's house. She dropped it by the car and put some kind of electronic device inside the car and then moved, with stealth and speed I did not know she possessed, to put the box next to Colonel Salamander's house. Then she raced back to the car. What was that? I said. She motioned me to silence and then drove away. Once we had gotten a sufficient distance, she said, that recorder will take the bugs you planted and listen. I'm honestly surprised they never got found despite your paranoia. It's got enough battery power for 2 days. That should give me enough information. Enough information to do what? Why, enough information to destroy the cult of innocence, of course. When you say destroy, that didn't sound good. I mean destroy. Yes, but destroy as in get rid of the organization, or just destroy as in or destroy? Destroy. I was tempted to ask her another question, but I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to know the answer. As the next 2 days came and went, I kept trying to decide if I should. We talked about her kids. She called them her kids even though they were from a previous marriage of her husband. She didn't say a thing about the cult, though, and I didn't ask. I noticed that she never called her sister to ask about the kids. She must have put a lot of faith in her sister. Early in the morning of the third day, we set out to get the box. While we were driving past the gas station outside the subdivision, she asked, "Did you know that almost all of the core leadership of the Cult of Innocence are descended from 3 little girls of the Salem witch trials?" I did not. She ignored me and kept on. I mean, don't get me wrong. People who take advantage of children in that way are the lowest form of human life. But what about people who take advantage of the natural desire to defend their children? They're the same people we need to protect our children from. Worse even. You're telling me that a politician is the same as a pedophile? The ones that were exploiting children for their own gain are? Yes. Look, they know exactly what they're doing. People care about their children. Even some people without children look back at their childhoods with nostalgia. Innocence is the unwritten value in this society. People have exploited concepts like patriotism or altruism throughout human history alike. Look at it this way. We both agree that the cult of innocence is bad, right? Yeah, sure, definitely. But you're not going to put them on the same level as the people they exploit. I don't exactly. Bad choice of words. You don't think that someone who gains power by stirring up public anger is the same as someone who attacks children? Yes. Honestly, I don't, I said. Really? How closely did you read the information that you took out of Colonel Salamander's computer? She asked. Quite a bit. Not that much, apparently. But that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that they're gaining power by latching onto society's most sacred tenet. Some of them do this for the right reasons, but Colonel Salamander and his crowd actually direct attention from stopping real problems and devote society's energy to tangible areas that coincidentally allow them to control the lives of others. Can't you see how those who use such tactics for personal gain to enslave others are just as problematic as those who perform such vile acts? That's beside the point. They may be doing something wrong. May? She asked. Okay, are doing something wrong, but that doesn't mean you still don't see it? She sounded disgusted. Honestly, no. I agree that they need to be stopped. I'm sorry. You're never going to convince me that political parasites are on the same level of evil as people who use children that way? What about the people who don't use them? She said, holding her fingers to her forehead as if she had a headache. Who traffic pictures but never actually do anything themselves. I thought about it. I guess they're just as guilty. Why? Because they're facilitators. Well, people who reach the same self-righteous orgasmic fury have needs fulfilled by pushers of a different sort. There's a difference between people who legitimately want to protect children and people who wield their self-righteousness as like a club, making people afraid to stand up to them. People like Mrs. Salamander, people like Colonel Salamander, and I don't intend to let them get away with it anymore. I shook my head. I don't believe that. I'm not defending the cult. I'm simply saying that you do believe I'm right, she said, like it was a real command, and she was quite angry. No, I don't. She looked shocked. What did you say? I said I just don't believe that. But that's impossible, she cried and broke down sobbing. She pulled up her knees to her children. Why, it's so inconceivable for me to have my own ideas. I said, only as soon as I said it, I knew I wasn't talking to just any normal, ordinary, run-of-the-mill person. I was talking to someone who had the ability to alter opinions of others at will, and the meme hadn't affected me. Why? That wasn't very thoughtful. She smiled and shook her head. No, it wasn't. Why are you smiling? I think our alliance is at an end, Amberlove. No. I'm not smiling because of what I did to you. I'm smiling because of what I didn't do. She spoke as quickly as she could get the words out of her mouth. Huh? I asked. She sat up. Do you know what it's like to never be able to tell anyone to do anything? I have to even watch letting others think that they know what I want, otherwise they'll do it. For some reason, that doesn't seem to affect you. Huh, interesting indeed. I had to look into that later. For now, we had other things to worry about. The sun was rising in the east. I saw a few people go out of their cars. It was only now that I realized that we were driving in circles. I felt lucky that we hadn't crashed or run out of gas. Stop the car. Stop the car. I stopped the car. It probably wasn't some kind of command. It was just common sense. When people tell me stop the car, I'm assuming they're going to vomit or something. That kind of activity is best done outside the car. What I was not expecting was for Amberlove to rush out of the car and out into Colonel Salamander's front yard and grab the recording device. She raced back to the car. I stared at her in shock. I can't believe you just did that. Go, she whispered fiercely. Fine. I started the car up and drove away. This would not end well. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. Finally, she spoke. I suppose I should apologize, but really, Chester, sometimes you can be so paranoid. No, I can't. Yes, you can. Nobody saw anything. The man commands jet fighters, so, with nukes. I was not happy. She laughed. So, Colonel Salamander's going to nuke us now? I sighed. Some people simply didn't have a proper sense of survival. She laughed. She would. We drove back to the hotel. Nothing happened immediately, but I remained vigilant. Sooner or later, Colonel Salamander, Mrs. Salamander, or the little salamanders were going to find those bugs, and when they did, they would ask old Mrs. Nosy across the street if she'd seen anything unusual. Unusual, like some crazy woman stealing their utility box at 5 a.m. Amberlove patiently listened to the recordings. I tried to help her, but it was too much. I lasted about 2 hours before I had to get out of there. I went down to the hotel bar to have a beer. The bartender gave me a bit of an odd look. It was only 10 a.m. I gave him an odd look back. Why was a bartender working at 10 a.m.? Neither of us said anything. I sat brooding. I had become quite good at that. After half an hour or so, I began to check on Amberlove. She was still at it, so I slept. She woke me in the middle of a very, very interesting dream and said, I have it. I know what I'm going to do to them. Didn't you know that before? Shut up. Look, the meeting you listened to was prepared to prepare for their big leadership conference. When they come into town, I'm going to memes at them. Isn't that unethical? And while I don't like them, how does this solve the problem of getting my life back? She said, I've thought of that. The only way to be safe for sure is if Mr. Prow and Fleur don't want you anymore. I can solve that problem for you. And what about Colonel Salamander? We're solving that problem now. I'm rather unenthusiastic about how vague that is. What precisely are you planning on doing at the leadership conference? I'm going to send them an email convincing people that all of the other people in that group are secret child abusers. That's it? I asked. Well, yes. That should be more than enough. She sounded surprised that I didn't think it was. How's that supposed to work? Once they all suspect each other, they'll start to destroy each other's lives. Just like that. Yes, it's simple but effective. Why do you even think they'll believe you? Because I'm me. I sighed. All right. Let's start with the obvious. This is in writing, right? How do you know your meme theory works when you write it down? She looked away. It does. I wasn't buying that. How do you know? Trust me, it does. Don't ask me more. Right. This just got better all the time. Even if it works, so what? They look, and in not all cases, there's nothing there, Chester. These are fanatics who firmly believe that they were betrayed by one of their own. What do you think they will do if they don't find any proof? And there she had it. Even if she didn't plant evidence, the cult would dig and dig and dig until they destroyed each other. I didn't trust it. It seemed too simple. They didn't even touch on the morality of the issue. The next 2 days passed with the two of us locating the email addresses of the main participants in the leadership conference. Still, apparently Amberlove didn't plan to leave it at that, since I saw her looking up the plans to the convention center in Denver multiple times. I tried to convince her to use a meme to make them simply change their minds and actually do good, to which she replied, given what I've seen, something had to be reinforced a lot of times over time to initiate a change. As near as I can tell, half of those people have no ability to change. The other half are so convinced of their pure morality of their position they won't listen to that either. Amberlove insisted to me numerous times as we drove up to Denver that the efforts at tracking down and prosecuting child abusers would still go on, but perhaps it was just me, but her words sounded hollow. There had to be a way to neutralize those who were evil and leave those who really worked for good in place to act. We know now, more or less, which is which, Amberlove conceded, but the problem is that the good and the real ones look up to the fakes. For this to work, they have to accuse each other. Why don't we just release the information we have? Because they won't believe us. They only believe what their leaders will tell them to believe. Use a meme. You're using that in your plan anyway. What's the difference here? Amberlove thought about it and smiled to me. You know what? You're right. So we found a computer terminal and uploaded all the material that we had to a web server. Then we sent an anonymous email to everyone on the leadership and membership list that Amberlove had gathered. Then we waited. At first, nothing happened. After about an hour, we noticed that more people in the computer lab seemed to be frowning. After 3 hours, we heard various shouting matches in vicious shouting matches in the halls of the convention center. I will never know why, but something told me to get out of there as quickly as possible. Fortunately, for once, Amberlove listened to me and we left. As soon as we did, though, I said, we need to send a counter-meme. Those people are reacting very badly. Amberlove disagreed. All we did was nudge them to believe what it was actually true. They're the ones choosing how they react to it. Well, then we need to nudge them into acting a little bit more calmly and rationally. She put her hands on her hips. Aren't you the one who said that kind of thing was wrong? What if the government decided that it was in everyone's best interest to obey the law and pay their taxes? Normally, I'd agree with you. Well, we've already used a meme. That changed things. We have a responsibility. She yelled this time, I don't have to do anything. I didn't do anything but point them at the truth. They chose how they reacted to it. It was at that point that we heard sirens. It was only one at first, but then another followed. Soon a whole howling symphony of ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars. Obviously, something had happened. Something had. Amberlove, to her credit, wanted to run towards the trouble rather than away from it, but for some reason, call it experience, I didn't think that was a good idea. The government knew about memes, which told me that sooner or later they'd trace it back to Amberlove and me. There had been the tickets we'd bought after all. I said, we need to get out of here. I have to fix... We can't. Look, if you were right, then these people wanted to do this to each other anyway. Quite frankly, I believe it. I mean, really. Now who's being insensitive? Amberlove, this is not a discussion. You're right, it's not. I'm going. She walked towards the car. Have fun. I stayed where I was. Amberlove got in the car and drove off. I should have felt responsible, but to be honest, I wasn't in much disagreement with as much disagreement with Amberlove as I let on. Oh, don't get me wrong. People in the cult of innocence are not among the most vile human beings they claim to fight against. But the majority of the cult seemed to be a different kind of monster. I hadn't intended this, but it had happened, nevertheless. I couldn't make Amberlove see reason. She was starting to annoy me anyway. It was time to find a way to deal with Prow once and for all. It was time to return to Hlur. Chapter 16. Return to Hlur. I knew what I had to do. The plan was very clear. I intended to sneak into Hlur and then create my own meme to counteract those that had come before Amberlove. In fact, I would ensure that there would be no more memes ever besides the harmless ones that occurred naturally. At least, that was my plan. While I had gotten out of the U.S. with no problems, my reception at Hlur was less than stellar. They arrested me as soon as I arrived. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. Hlur had a very small jail, and it smelled of vodka and fish. I waited 4 hours before Prow showed up looking unhappy.
Why didn't you answer your emails?
Because you're an idiot.
Don't start that, Chester.
Not Watson. Good sign.
What precisely?
What precisely is the charge I'm being held under? I asked.
Failure to pay child support, for one thing. There is talk of treason, but fewer people are taking that seriously.
Prow shook his head in disgust. Child support? What do you mean, child support?
Well, surely you didn't expect to get away without having to pay first.
For what? I asked incredulously.
Your son, of course.
I don't have a... And then I remembered my little tryst with female X in a drunken stupor. I had no idea who the mother was. Prow, my child, she...
He's the king.
The what?
Well, we had to select a monarch, and the heir of the Duke seemed to be a logical choice, especially since he was the first natural-born citizen of Hlur.
I sat down. That was a lot to absorb. Okay, start at the beginning. Assume I know nothing about this. Prow looked at me with disgust.
Did you read any of the emails I sent you?
I shook my head. Nope. Prow looked angry.
Why not?
I sidestepped the questions. Who's the mother of the child?
Her name is Mary Susan.
I thought about it. I had no idea who Mary Susan was. It was bad enough that we were now linked by a child. What if she was ugly? How much child support was she getting? Why hadn't anyone told me? Of course, they had tried to tell me, and I'd ignored them. Okay, wait. Most of my money comes from Hlur. Why didn't you just garnish my wages?
Hlur's justice system won't work like that. You have to be here.
Then why didn't you subpoena me or something?
We couldn't find you, I shrugged.
When can I see my son? Prow looked genuinely surprised.
You want to see him?
Of course I want to see him, you idiot. Why would you think otherwise? When was he born?
3 months ago.
Prow looked shocked. You started hugging me a lot earlier than that.
Of course. She found out she was pregnant after only 2 weeks.
I'm going to need a lawyer.
One will be appointed to you, Prow said.
I want to hire one, not some random civil servant.
With what money?
All your assets have been frozen. Frozen, not garnished? Interesting. Then how am I supposed to afford a decent lawyer? You aren't. Darla doesn't like you, remember? He smiled and left me alone. Thank goodness for small favors. I looked around my cell and found that it was still wired. After looking on the touchscreen interactive that was ubiquitous around Fleur, I found that my hearing was scheduled the next day at 11 a.m. I found out that Quiescence the First was the talk of a lot of blogs on Fleur. A surprisingly large minority did not like the idea of a monarchy, while most either loved it or thought it was some kind of hilarious joke. Apparently, the, quote, Queen Mother, end quote, was minorly cute but not too bright. She also got drunk a lot. I suspected she'd done it while she was pregnant, but somehow she hadn't been caught until he had been born. She was a walking scandal and apparently loved it. The more I read, the bleaker things looked. Some people had been outraged at the idea, but Fleur was going to spend money on the monarchy until someone did research and found out that I was now, quote, rich. Only the U.S. wouldn't freeze my accounts because it didn't recognize Fleur. Apparently, I was supposed to fund the monarchy rather than the other way around. Given her personal habits, I thought the child might not be mine, but apparently the paternity test was indisputable. I don't recall giving them my DNA, but that didn't mean they weren't going to have it. One good thing about that was that there were going to be some foreign press there. They found the entire idea fascinating. Where there was an audience, there was a way. Then I found out that I could still send emails. I began sending emails to a few lawyers on Fleur, but none were interested. Then I remembered the lawyer I'd hired back in California, Lexington. I contacted him, and he was ecstatic about the idea. The trial the next morning was a zoo. To start with, while Fleur had been building like mad in the year since I'd left, they still hadn't gotten around to building any kind of decent courtroom. Land and space were, simply, at too much of a premium, especially since people wanted desperately to be able to move there, despite the numerous threats from the Russians. To solve the space problem, they had converted one of the mess halls into a makeshift courtroom, complete with velvet podium and set on the table. Speaking of the judge, it appeared to be one Nimbus Quimby, a New Zealander I'd done some work for. At first I was glad because we had a good working relationship, but then he scowled at me. The lawyer appointed to me was none other than Michael Onyx. I was somewhat shocked. You're a lawyer? He shook his head. Not really, but I've got legal standing as an officer of the court. We don't have many laws, so passing the bar isn't really that hard. Since I'm already paid, plus the fact that I'm the only lawyer that doesn't despise you, it seemed the logical choice. Thanks, I said sarcastically. Michael Onyx looked annoyed. Hey, stop that. Most of us in security remembered how you stood with us at the wall and how you helped us right before you left. I smiled a bit. Sorry, for some reason I didn't think I had any friends here. I wouldn't say friends, but I'm grateful enough to keep you from being kangarooed here. Besides, it's a lot simpler now that you have your own lawyer. That makes sense. Honestly, it was a nice change of pace. The judge heard Mary's lawyer first. He didn't paint a pretty picture. We will show that His Grace deliberately ignored all attempts at contacting him. He is quite definitely His Majesty's father, as 3 accredited paternity tests have proven. Michael Onyx stood immediately after that statement and said, Your Honor, my client has deep emotional reasons for not wanting to contact anyone from Fleur. Given her circumstances, it was a perfectly rational response. In fact, until 24 hours ago, my client wasn't even aware that he had a son. Judge Quisby raised an eyebrow. What emotional reasons might those be? Michael Onyx smiled. There was something cold in his smile, something reptilian that I didn't like at all, but I was very glad he was on my side, for the moment at least. I kept my mouth shut, and he said, I'm afraid that information cannot be revealed at this time. Why not? National security. That caused an immediate reaction of shock around the courtroom. But I can assure Your Honor that, as we speak, my client's chosen counsel is flying to Fleur to represent him, and that he fully intends to pay child support as negotiated by his counsel. In fact, he demands full parental rights for his child. That caused an even greater stir in the courtroom, and the random talking grew so loud I couldn't hear anything else. Why was this shocking to them? What kind of monster did they think I was? I got some clue when I saw the look on Mary Susan's face. Apparently, she had not been expecting things to go this way. That was not a good sign. Since I was going to be having a relationship with a woman for the rest of my life, I tried to act civil, even if that relationship was only for the sake of our son. I thought about being a father for the first time. That tiny wonder at the opposite table was my son. He had my eyes and his mother's pinchy nose. I felt immense pride and horror. Was I ready for this? Not really, but I was going to have to be. The national security element pushed the story to the front page of several newspapers around the world. How could a tiny island like Klur even have security to worry about? My face was everywhere. I had people who worshipped me and people who wanted me dead, and I'd never even met them. My days of covertly sneaking into people's backyards and burning their pole shed was over. By the time night had come around, I hadn't heard from Amberlove. I called her several times, but got no answer. If she had been arrested, news about it wasn't appearing on the internet. My lawyer got in the next morning and met briefly with me. The judge agreed to allow him a week to examine the evidence and prepare the case. The judge wasn't sure what to do about it in relation to the Constitution. Lucky me. I still didn't know what the next step was, though I did know that somehow I had to infiltrate Hlur's defenses and learn how their meme generators worked. There had to be a way to make a meme that would block all other memes and force people to think for themselves for a change. Was that even possible? Then again, how much did I trust a world that had elected President Hamburger? When the formal hearing started, everyone in the room was nervous. Hlur had not exactly been forthcoming about the information about, quote, national security, though Michael had told me that the judge had been briefed. I could tell he almost looked admiringly at me as he took the stand. Admiring? What the hell? Whatever. The proceedings were short, efficient, and entirely one-sided. I was actually surprisingly bored by the whole thing. The real problem, in retrospect, had been Mary Susan's rather extreme emotional shock at not having things go her way. Because she had her world turned upside down, she gave her lawyer in extremely irrational directions, and she refused to work with my lawyer at all. In fact, the only thing keeping Mary Susan from being entirely screwed was the fact that I didn't want to completely screw her over. I did, however, get the judge to agree that while I would pay a reasonable child support, a random act of sex in which Mary Susan with her did not entitle her to even a significant share of my earnings. We weren't married, and it was 2 weeks after the fact that she'd learned that she was pregnant and still hadn't talked to me. Finally, since Hlur had made my son the monarch, Hlur could afford to pay any funds for royal events and the like rather than me. All in all, I was quite pleased with myself. Things did not usually go my way, so while I enjoyed the first day, I found myself becoming increasingly paranoid. What was going to go wrong? What was the catch? Surely there had to be some cosmic hammer out there to strike me with for the audacity of good fortune. And yet, disaster did not come. At first, I kept to myself in my quarters, still trying to get to grip on everything. I didn't answer my phone or my email, though I did hire a secretary to field calls of a life-threatening or freedom-altering magnitude. I got a bill from my lawyer and a few news articles about some crazy dictators suggesting that I should be arrested for my arrogance, but eventually I realized that it would have to deal with the world, and I still had not heard from Amberlove. It was troubling, very troubling. So I went outside. There were not a horde of people waiting outside my door, but I found out later from Michael that there was a very strict laws in Hlur against harassment by the press. This was particularly odd for Hlur, given how fanatical they were about such things, but Michael replied, "Your freedom to live your life is more important than their freedom to make a buck at your expense. They can still print whatever they want, as long as it isn't a lie and as long as they don't harass you about it. Still, that has turned some of the press against us, but that won't last long." He smiled slightly and walked off. I smiled back, but I didn't mean it. While I empathized with their press law, his very attitude towards memetics caused me to condemn it. Okay, fine. People were stupid, but that didn't stop me from wanting them to be smarter. The eyes of everyone in the restaurant were on me. No one but the waitress said anything, though she did act somewhat flirtatiously. "What'll you have? What's the special?" "We have a few things on the menu." There was something odd in her voice, but I was deliberately not paying attention to it. "Anything specific?" "The BLT is good, pretty good." "Let's try that then." She said, "Let's," with an amused smile and a flip of her notebook that I could not ignore. She was very attractive. Then again, I just doomed one female to imprisonment, another to slavery, and a third to make me a father for cash, so I was somewhat cautious. I smiled back, but didn't say anything until she brought the sandwich. "There's your sandwich," she said. "Thanks." "You're welcome." There was that quirky smile again. "So did you hear the news?" she asked. "I haven't really been getting out much." "Really?" She sounded surprised. "Well, it was kind of surprising to suddenly that I'm the father and a world celebrity. I have checked my email. Now, this just came out in the news, so they might not know." "Know what?" "So this is what my fame now meant, that I would have other people knowing more about my life than I did? Had a harmless prank, my attempt to become a duke, now caused me to forfeit my right to privacy? According to U.S. laws, I was by definition a public person, which meant the paparazzi could harass me to no end and I couldn't do anything about it. She shook her head sadly. Mary Susan plans to sue you. She says that the trial in Fleur was not legal because Fleur isn't a nation. She has complained that Fleur wouldn't let her take your son off of Fleur. She's what? Suing you in U.S. court. Great. If I went back to the U.S., I was putting myself in the custody of the conspiracies. I decided not to take that chance. I stood up and nodded to the waitress. Excuse me, she nodded, smiled sadly, and then winked. Of course. I paid for my food and dashed back to my apartment. I picked up the phone. The waitress was right. There, Mary Soon was bold as brass, ready to sue me and take our son. Why, I hadn't even seen him in a week. That would change. Hello? My lawyer asked. Are you watching television? If you mean the lawsuit, we're aware of it. She served papers here. Yeah. If there's any consideration, we think she's an opportunity. Thanks. I hung up and went back to the restaurant. The waitress said, Say, you look hungry. Would you like another sandwich? Sure. 5 minutes later, she showed up with a meticulously prepared tuna fish sandwich with crust sauce and a sprig of parsley on the side. The toothpick held all 4 quarters together, pinning the lettuce, bread, and tomatoes, while the tuna fish put off the ooze on the sides. It was extremely messy to eat, but very good. As I sat there eating my sandwich, occasionally looking up at the television, watching talking heads that had apparently knew more about me than I ever did, I noticed the total silence in the restaurant. As I looked around, I noticed at least 5 or 6 other people staring at me. I kept eating my sandwich. They sometimes ate something of their own. Eventually, I finished and we kept staring at each other. Nice weather, I finally said. A big burly man in the back with another woman said, It sucks. I nodded. We're in Siberia. Kamchatka, said a man in his early 40s and 20. The waitress said, I heard it was Siberia in the news. Where did you get that name? He shrugged and smiled. Risk. The burly man laughed. The board game? Yeah. I wouldn't teach geography to my son based on a board game, the woman with the burly man said. Everyone laughed and the tension in the room tangibly cleared. I paid for the food again and went to my room. This nonsense had distracted me for long enough. That was when I remembered. Mary Susan had not taken my son with her. Where was he? I immediately called Michael Onyx. The first thing I asked him was, Where is my son? He replied, I've been wondering when you'd ask. He's with us. We are taking care of him. We weren't going to let Mary Susan just take him with her. He's the king, after all. According to Fleur law, you have custody of him, not Fleur. Excuse me? You're regent. When did that happen? 2 nights ago. Everyone on the governing council felt guilty about being so easily fooled. While I appreciate the sentiment, that's not all. He sounded hesitant. What is it? It's a good thing you call. The lawsuit is generating a lot of nervous feelings here. I'm sorry for their loss, I responded with no attempt to hide my feelings. It's serious. A lot of powerful people in Fleur are calling for the repeal of the monarchy and their title. They're also calling for your expulsion. I'm not surprised. Darla is leading them. Okay, that hurts some. Her primary argument is your lack of interest in your son. They have another vote scheduled for tonight. This changes things. At least I presume it changes things. You are going to take charge of your son? Hell yes, I'm going to take custody of him. I didn't realize until the offer that I was yelling on the phone, Where is he? We'll bring him to you, he said, then hung up the phone. And a short while later, Michael Onyx and maybe half of the security team showed up with baby furniture, baby clothes, baby food, baby pictures, and a baby. They set it up, and the two of them even stayed behind to, quote, help, end quote. Help, in this case, meant make sure that I knew the first thing about raising a baby. I didn't. I learned fast, though. I learned that babies are loud and that they were messy, that they're adorable, particularly when it's your own child. There's a bond, a kind of wonder at knowing you helped create this squirming, smiling, giggling thing in front of you. Did I mention that they were also loud and messy? The 2 guards who stayed behind helped me get through the night. These were the people I was trying to destroy. I began having second thoughts. Maybe Fleur wasn't so bad. Maybe it was just me. Maybe it was Prow. Then I remembered my son's name was Quissence Prow. I tried not to think about it. As soon as the sun rose, I got online and made arrangements to have a nanny help with, quote, quiz, end quote. I probably couldn't legally get his name changed, at least not here, but I certainly could raise him to be using something more normal, maybe Buzz or Phil. I think May and Panther, the 2 guards who'd stayed, and ordered breakfast. They had to show me the basics, and it would be 2 days before the nanny I had hired could show up. I hadn't even had time to interview them. Buzz began to cry and cry loudly. He wouldn't eat. He was clean. I tried everything I could think of to get him to stop, but he just wouldn't. I almost tried booze, but deemed that would set a bad precedent. Finally, I turned up the television in hopes that that would work. Remarkably, it did. He calmed it right down, too quickly for my taste. Were there memes coming from the TV? Should I start wearing a tinfoil hat yet? I tried to get some work done, but to no avail. The television was simply too distracting. Pretty soon, there were going to be 2 mouths to feed, so I had to generate some money. Then I realized I was famous. I didn't want to be famous, but surely there had to be some way to get some money out of that. Or was that a trap? Paparazzi were already hounding me. I had become an icon and a symbol in a battle of wills and ideology that pitted nation against nation. Did I really want to make it worse by trying to cash in on it? Moreover, everything I did or said ended up being consumed by the public domain and twisted to their individual purposes. Maybe I could take a subtler approach than simply saying, I'm famous, pay me money. I thought back at the restaurant. All the illusions painted about me by Mary Susan had melted away. Maybe something else could take its place. These thoughts came to a screeching halt as Buzz began to howl once again. Whatever had been on had now been replaced by a talking head, talking about other talking heads and the generic bias in the media. How amusing. How appropriate. I tried the standard rotation of why is the baby crying now and discovered that this time he was hungry. It was nice to know that I was making some kind of progress at least. Finally, he slept. I was able to put in a few orders for documentation and software and actually found people genuinely friendly and interested in my normal business. I selected the best contracts and found the people I needed to help run them. It took several hours of doing, but it was very satisfying work, and I had actually accomplished something. Just as I was nodding to sleep, Buzz woke up again. Somehow, he'd known I was going to sleep and had left the pleasant dream-filled slumberland of infants to stop me. Maybe it was tinfoil hat time after all. This pattern continued for 2 days until my new nanny arrived. She was Russian, moderately pretty, but slightly obese. She smelled of some kind of odd spice mixed with diesel fumes, and had all of her belongings packed up in a wicker basket. She cooked up a meal for me immediately, though that was not in her contract. I wasn't complaining, though, and I wasn't sure what she had in mind. I didn't want to ask her. She spoke more Russian than English, though according to what little I could gather, she wasn't Russian at all, but considered herself Mongolian. She didn't look Mongolian, but what do I know? Her name was unpronounceable to me. Unfortunately, it was written in Cyrillic, and her accompanying ID had at least 4 different ways of spelling it. How do you say your name? Lizana. Lizananda? Lizana. Lizanampa? Nanny. And Nanny it was from then on. Chapter 17, Meeting with the Council. In the end, it was my feckless sense of humor that gave me access to my desired destination, rather than any association with Quissence Prow. It was a rather arbitrary decision by Ferret to include me on Hlur's ruling council, and once the precedent was set, I was invited to sit on all their meetings. In time, that would give me the information I needed. I looked around the room. The 5 chairs were very plush, with a hastily added 6. The room included the newly created royal crest, with a suitable symbology in deference to my title as regent. The chairs held 4 men and 1 woman. A single servant occasionally came in to restock the buffet and wet bar. Ferret started the meeting. I think we should begin by summarizing the situation to Mr. Art, His Grace. Ferret was American. We didn't do aristocratic titles well. I bore him no ill will for that. Aside from his genetic existence, I bore him no ill will at all. Mr. Ferret looked around the room for consensus and saw that all present looked at him impatiently. Apparently, they had as little love for self-aggrandizing introductions as I did. Good. We would get along famously. He continued as he looked at me. There's a proposal before Hlur to roughly increase the size of our nation by 10-fold. One of the island nations that was destroyed a decade ago by rising sea levels is offered to sell us their nation in exchange for full citizenship of all their members. The immediate advantages to this proposal are instant recognition by the UN as an actual state, instead of the sunken ship nonsense the United States continues to use as rationale against us, and an equatorial site to begin eventual construction of a space elevator. The disadvantage is that several other island nations now claim this area as part of their national territory since it's rich in natural resources. By taking it into our territory, there's a good chance that we could literally plunge our nation into war, which is all the excuse the Russians, Chinese, and possibly the U.S. need to attack us and try and wipe us out. At least that is how the argument have been going back and forth for several days now. I had read the notes, thank you. I could understand formality for some things, but meetings, for their own sake, just sickened me. How had this man ever made himself a millionaire? Maybe he just got lucky. I looked around the room. I recognized Abraham Bell. He obviously wanted to make the deal with Tuvalu to get Hlur access to space. Angel Bright had the bright idea, pun intended, to make a space elevator, and they figured they finally had the material to do that with. They only needed a proper location. Ferret had recused himself from this decision. It didn't take a rocket scientist, no pun intended, to see why. Hlur was a patchwork of different interests and alliances. It was a natural magnet for a bunch of rugged individualists who believed that every man could and should be an island. That was fine in practice, but politically speaking, it meant that people were hard to please. Thus, by claiming some frivolous conflict of interest excuse, he removed himself from the equation. In this case, it was because he had a natural interest. If he didn't have a vote, he didn't have to anger anyone. I, on the other hand, was entirely disposable. With Bell and Ferret out of the way, that left the conflict between Gilligan Orocalyptos, Helen Wainwright of Flexitron, and Kegi Devourer of Duoi. I didn't know these three as well as I did Abraham and Ferret, but Hlur was a fishbowl, so of course I knew a few things. Gilligan was named after the popular television show of the same name. His parents were rich hippies who thought the idea would be funny. Gilligan hated the name but refused to change it. He was stubborn to a fault, but firmly believed that the ocean held the future for mankind. You would think that he and Abraham might not get along, but in this case it wasn't true. Abraham saw Tuvalu as an even better chance to build up Calypto's assets, since the second artificial island meant much easier expansion of the ocean micronation infrastructure. Hlur was getting very expensive to expand. Helen wasn't a stupid woman. She'd been quite attractive in her day, but too much plastic surgery was already starting to take its toll. Flexitron's main focus right now was being a data haven. It had brought a lot of money into Hlur, more than the oil even, but a lot of that money would evaporate if half the world went to war with Hlur. Conversely, aside from a few minor technical advantages, such as another backup site, her company really only needed one secure location with a government that wasn't breathing down their neck to do the kinds of things that they were making money on. She was adamantly opposed to the Tuvalu idea. Kegi was an enigma. He seemed more like someone you might see hosting a game show than a military contractor. He had all the charm you saw for someone of the upper crust, but his froofy white hair and utterly casual dress style disarmed you. The man looked like he was retired. He acted like he was retired, sprawled all over his chair as if it was giving him a massage, with his feet propped up on the gleaming black electronic display on the table. He had a cunning mind, though, and he also knew that a lot of his contracts came from governments that had started to become threatened by Hlur. He was nervous for a guy who wasn't nervous, but he was not as nervous as Helen. They all looked at me expectantly. I wasn't sure if I had the facts right, but I had to start somewhere. I said, right, well, it seems to me that the primary concern here is that you're afraid of making major world powers want to destroy Hlur by pressing them too far, right? Helen said, the Russians are just waiting for an excuse. The Chinese and the United States are becoming increasingly nervous. The efforts of the UN are working, but they will take time. What's the rush? Abraham pounded his fist on the table. They are the rush. They're going to attack us sooner or later anyway. We've got a little bubble of freedom here, but every moment that passes is another that some random thing could happen that would cause them to attack us anyway. The only freedom is in space. I looked at Helen. How sure are you that they'll attack Hlur if the Tuvalu deal goes through? Very. As I said, the Russians are just looking for an excuse to attack us again. They weren't happy that they lost the last time. All it really takes is the U.S. and China joining them morally, and suddenly we're toast. Well, what governments do we have on our side? Ferret pulled out folders and handed them around the room. Quite a few, actually. India, 73% of the EU, and almost 75% of the other nations in the world back us, being admitted into the General Assembly, at least in theory. The problem is that the Security Council is basically guaranteed to veto it. Abraham shouted. They can't veto it. This isn't some military action. It's a recognition of a nation state. I agree, but it is what it is. There are written rules, and then there is tradition. Since most new nation states of late have come from the Security Council actions like Kosovo or East Timor, then the Security Council gets to decide when it feels like things are done with them. We're a totally unique case. Kegi said, why aren't the memes working in Russia, China, and the U.S.? They aren't working in the U.S. because they've got memes too. they're not as good as us at it yet, but they can minimize the effect we have. The primary reason they're not working there, though, is because President Hamburger never gave a damn about the American people in the first place. Russia and China are democracies. Ferret might not have been taking a side, but he was certainly running the meeting. Helen said, "Then why aren't the Medes working on their rulers?" Ferret answered, "Because they have altered the because they have altered narcoleptics on their advisory staffs now, countering any memes we produce. The larger nations' intelligence services have finally figured out some of the basic secrets of memetic warfare, but they're still far behind us in the U.S. I saw an opportunity here. My goal was to destroy Hlur, wasn't it? And yet, here I was talking to the very people who ran the thing. By coming up with the worst possible vote and the worst possible plan, I could potentially doom them. And yet, as much as I disliked Hlur's cavalier use of memetics, they weren't the problem. Memetics was the problem. Hlur was just the worst offender. And if I could somehow magically wave a wand and make Hlur disappear forever, memetics would still be around. No, I needed access to the meme generator machinery, or whatever it was, and that meant that Hlur had to stick around a while longer. Which begged the question, how did I solve this problem? The Tuvalu deal was too good to pass up for Hlur's long-term interests. But pissing off the United States was never a good thing when it could be avoided. Pissing off the Russians, on the other hand, was never a bad thing. I had a slight idea. Are there any small things that the U.S. has been asking Hlur to do? They all sat and seemed to think about that for a bit. Finally, Helen said, well, yes, actually, to a degree. The CIA and a few other U.S. intelligence agencies would love to have access to the information we have in our data havens. I refused them for now, but I suppose... Ferret slammed his hand on the table. Absolutely not. This is not going to happen. They have threatened the integrity of this nation for far too long to give in to something like that. I said, so it's a matter of principle? Ferret nodded. Principle and pragmatism. Half our citizens here are here because they're disaffected with the likes of the United States government. Really? What if I told you that high-level people in the U.S. government thought you had large amounts of inappropriate material in your data haven? Helen said, define inappropriate. I think you can imagine, I said, the kind of that no one really wants to be accused of having, the kind that isn't legal in any place you'd want to call civilized in the world. We make sure that kind of thing isn't in the data haven. Helen frowned. She did not look happy. How do you know? We've got some rather impressive monitoring software. Given everything else I've seen and heard about Hlur, I'm inclined to believe you. But that doesn't necessarily change the fact that sometimes it isn't enough to be simply innocent, because if enough people believe you're guilty, they can make your life a living hell. Helen looked around the room, worried. Everyone looked back. If we just let governments go wandering through our data, it entirely defeats the point of having a data haven. It means that any government can simply accuse you of having inappropriate content locked up somewhere, and you have to provide them the keys to the kingdom, she said. I think you, pretty much, have the situation. Governments that are democracies represent large hordes of people that don't like having this kind of stuff on their computers or existing anywhere. To be honest, I'm inclined to agree with them. Ferret looked at me like I was insane. What? I think this stuff... Let me clarify. You believe that it is okay for the government to simply wander willy-nilly into anyone's data just because someone might be hiding something somewhere? I was about to say yes, but thought a moment. No, I suppose not. As evil as that stuff was, privacy made it reasonable to require a search warrant. To search, they had to have a reason to search there. No, of course not. Ferret looked visibly relieved. Apparently, I was not quite a heretic, but I could see that he was thinking. Next time we get a guy to sit in here with us, we might want to learn a little bit more about what he thinks to himself. Probably a good idea, Ferret. Ferret looked at me and said, we're off the subject. Keggy said, way off target. Ferret said, please get back to the topic at hand. Topic at hand? This is the topic at hand. You're deadlocked. I'm telling you the best solution is some kind of third option that appeases the United States and the Chinese that still lets you take the Tuvalu deal. It doesn't really seem to be a question. Ferret said, I think that is fine as long as we don't sacrifice our national sovereignty. I sighed, sovereignty? That's really what this is about, isn't it? I mean, that's why we put Hlur together in the first place. We wanted our own country where we made our own rules. I said, if you don't agree to compromise on some things, you're never going to accomplish anything. Ferret said, compromise is fine, good in fact, but there are some things you don't compromise on. Well, you can compromise on being willing to give the United States or China something they want, as long as it doesn't affect our sovereignty. Well, all right then, I said, desperately thinking. Why not use outright bribery then? Abraham chuckled. Bribery? Yeah, sure, why not? Pay the U.S. and China a huge chunk of money. Ferret said, I think that, given the budget of both governments are significantly higher than the entire GNP of Hlur, I find that extremely unlikely. I said, Not necessarily. After all, individual politicians make up the component parts of state governments. Find the right one to bribe, and you can be happy. Ferret said, we played that game for years. Of course we have pet politicians in Washington. Who doesn't? But things have become a lot harder for us these days, for obvious reasons. Well, can't you just increase their bribes to a higher level than usual? We could, in theory. But we're being watched a lot more. That means that they're being watched a lot more, which is going to make them nervous. I nodded, sure, but surely there has to be some kind of bribe that won't look bad publicly? Some kind of donation to a school fund in the district of the right senator, for example? Kiki laughed. If there's one thing you can learn about when you run a corporation, there isn't any news that can't be spun in a negative light if you try hard enough. Such optimistic people. This was the bright haven of tomorrow? Looked more like more of the same. I kept at it. Look, I realize it's a long shot, but the Tuvalu deal could very well be the Louisiana Purchase for Fleur. You get territory, space access, and a potential shot at greater legal legitimacy all in one blow. Ferret sighed. So I guess you're voting in favor of the deal then? On condition that Fleur can actually do something to blunt the potential danger of the U.S. and China. You sound like you're not enthusiastic about the idea. Ferret didn't say anything. You didn't like it, did you? That's why you didn't vote against it? Then why didn't you vote against it? Ferret said, I recuse myself. There's a big difference. Helen said, can we get back to the subject at hand? Just what exactly are we going to do to appease them then? Abraham said, just a moment. I want to know, Ferret. If you were against the Tuvalu idea, then why didn't you say something? Gilligan just sat there smiling. I didn't like that smile, but to be honest, did I really like anyone in the room? Regardless, I said, maybe he was afraid of offending you. As far as how to appease the United States, maybe we can do some research. Gilligan suddenly stopped smiling. That was an odd thing. It wasn't so much the fact that a bad reaction to something I said was unusual, but the fact that he didn't seem to want anyone doing research into how to appease the United States government. I considered saying something, but decided against it. Ferret loved the idea of postponing the meeting. Yes, I agree. We'll talk to Michael Onyx and have him find out what we can. I suppose that we can reconvene a meeting in, say, 4 days? Helen said, there are other items on the agenda that need to be addressed, and the Tuvalu people won't wait that long. I said, fine then. 24 hours? Surely they can wait that long. And the other items on the docket? Very well. We can examine those. The first thing. He stopped as Gilligan cleared his throat. What is it? Ferret asked. Gilligan pointed at me. All heads in the room turned and looked. What? I said. Ferret finally said, I think what Mr. Ororo is alluding to is the fact that we need you to leave. Actually, I thought I'd watch if you don't mind. Anything I could learn about the inner mechanisms of Fleur could get me what I wanted. Helen looked at Abraham. I don't mind. She looked at Keggy, who shrugged. Gilligan said, I mind. These meetings are supposed to be confidential. I had, more or less, voted the way he wanted. You'd think he would be thrilled, of course. I said, of course, if you'll excuse me. Ferret was quick to follow up. Actually, Chester, why don't you go ahead and talk to Michael Onyx anyway? I'm sure you can think of what you need to tell him. What you don't know, he can access. We should be done here soon anyway, regardless. I nodded and stood. Sure. I laughed. As I slowly walked down the hall, I tried to hear any lingering comments that might have been made about me behind my back, but all I heard was the telltale click of the airlock as it closed behind me. I went home. I decided to catch up on some email. There was still no sign of Amberlove. I was about at a point where I was going to go up to Prow and get him to do something crazy to rescue her. There was a place in the world for insane, impossible, and stupid plans, and this was one of them. In the meantime, I was getting a lot of endorsement offers from numerous companies I'd never heard from. Some of them were almost embarrassing. I got emails threatening my life, asking me for money, or proposing marriage. Almost none of these things were from anyone I'd ever met before. I did get emails from people I barely knew or hadn't seen in years, few of which I'd really call friends. They tended to lean a little bit more in the direction of asking for money, though a small handful of endorsement deals or quasi-romantic overtures came from people I'd known. I'd send polite emails to the more sane communications telling them I'd get back to them later. I had been doing this for over 3 hours and still hadn't heard anything back from the Fleur board. It was time to get a little bit more proactive on all this. There were national defense secrets, and the biggest secret of them all was the one I was primed to get access to, the reason I was still here. I called Michael Onyx. Michael answered, though he sounded rather annoyed and busy. His tone softened a bit when he saw it was me. What can I do for you, Chester? How's Kim? We're worried about her. Or, we've been working with her. She's still pretty convinced you're a god to be worshipped and obeyed, but she does just fine the rest of the time. She even has a job in one of the more secure areas. What do you mean, the rest of the time? Michael Onyx hesitated. Any mention of your name. It seems we can't really undo this. We've tried. No one understands it. A tiny annoying voice in the back of my head said, what if she simply wants to be this way? Some people need something or someone to worship. Lots of people become gods to others. It doesn't mean anything about who that person really is. I ignored my impressions on the matter. I was not someone who wanted to be worshipped, and even if I found some pleasure from it, the circumstances that had brought Kim to such a state were totally unacceptable. I asked Michael, so what exactly are your long-term plans? Michael didn't say anything at this point. So you really don't have any, do you? We've run out of ideas, Chester. She seems fine for the most part. You can hardly keep her locked up forever, I said. We probably won't. We're making advances all the time, and sooner or later we'll get some kind of breakthrough. Is there any way I can see her? I didn't want to see her at all, but thinking of whoever Kim was before she got her mind fried would probably not want other people to become the way she was. I was willing to use that to learn more about the hidden areas if I have to. Didn't I just tell you? I know. I meant behind some kind of two-way mirror or something. It's not like I want to just go up and say hello. Yes, I think we could arrange that. Are you sure you want to? Well, if she's acting normal like you say she is, then it's a good thing. I mean, it means I can take at least some solace that she's more or less kind of fake recovering. I see what you mean. Sure, I'll start the gears rolling. Thanks, I appreciate it. I hung up the phone. Well, it might not be unlimited access to all of Fleur's facilities, but it was a start. Once I had taken care of, I did some quick research on the computer and asked Amberlove's sister. And called Amberlove's sister. All I got was the answering machine. I left a message asking her to call me and left it at that. I was taking a bit of a chance, but I owed Amberlove big time. About an hour later, Ferret came by the door. He looked pale. Something had frightened him badly. What is it? I asked. New problem. Big shocker. What is it this time? Your ex-wife. She's hooked up with some very powerful people. The same people you said were going to accuse us of allowing child exploiters to use our data haven. There are no longer any doubts about that fact. She has accused us right along with them. She says she has proof, and furthermore, she's implied rather thinly that, that isn't my ex-wife. Fine, then, ex-girlfriend. She was a one-night stand, and I didn't know I had until after the fact. Ferret looked at me funny, as if not believing the statement for some reason, and then shook his head, ignoring it. Whatever. The important thing is that she's implying, with only the most vague hints, that you might be doing something with your son that was... What? Well, what the hell are you going to do about it? She was going to pay for this. I didn't know how, but they were all going to pay. How could you defend against charges like that? All it took was somebody pointing the finger, and she had a very loud voice and a very big finger with which to point. What choice do we have? We have to give them access to the data. Helen isn't going to like that. Helen is only part of Fleur. We can fight off a lot of things, but this isn't one of them. Something snapped inside of me. I couldn't say what it was, really, since I'd long thought I'd snapped the last time I really could, and that Prow had sent me over the edge into oblivion one too many times. Whatever it was, I wasn't going to give in to these people. Has the council voted on this? No, but I'm fairly certain they'll see it my way. This is too big. I don't think so. Do you know the saying about paying the Danegeld? No. Once you pay the Danegeld, always pay the Danegeld. What the heck is the Danegeld? It's a ransom. I answered. A ransom for what? Never mind. It isn't important. If you don't get the quote, I'd rather not have to explain it. What is more important is the fact that once you give in to this kind of thing, your independence is over. Let me put it this way. Do you think I'm guilty of this? No, but I still want to know what... How would you feel if someone accused you of something like this? She hasn't outright accused you. She just kind of hinted at it and let the media speculators fill in the blanks. Of course not, I said. If she actually said something, I could sue her. As it is, she's just kind of getting as much political leverage as she can. You can fight this. I don't think you understand, Chester. I don't want to fight this. I don't really like you, and neither does Darla. You've been a thorn in my side for a little too long, and as far as I'm concerned, this is a perfect chance to resolve that problem once and for all. His whole demeanor changed. His body didn't look panicked at all. He had a crooked little smile that implied he'd been making it seem like he was worried all along, but this was actually his master plan. Just when I was about to lay into him, especially since his behavior was borderline schizophrenic, in burst Quissence Prow. It was perfect timing, as usual. I have determined, he said in an unusual and extremely overconfident manner, that the source of our most recent troubles is Amberlove. Most importantly, she has sent us a coded message for help. I wanted to ignore him, but this was one of those rare occasions when somehow... But it was one of those rare occasions when somehow he had gotten things right that forced me to say, and what precisely gives you that idea? Because she has hidden a second meme within the first meme that she created. The first meme involved people hating Chester and Fleur in general, but the second smaller meme was to get people interested in the same perfume that Amber Love initially sold at the counter she worked at. Only you, Darla, or I would know about that. And the guy who owned the department store and anybody else we told or anybody else he told? Maybe. But there is also the fact that this meme causes them to not only buy the perfume, but it makes them act in exactly the same way. Ferret looked at us, his face a paroxysm of emotions. Here was a man who became whatever he had to in order to meet the secret agenda that he kept locked away in his heart. He could sell anything to anyone, and yet here was the flaw in his character. When confronted with something totally outside of his plans, so far beyond the scope of his perceptions that he did not know what to do, he was thrown off balance. It was my firm belief that people like Ferret had no real true self to revert to besides their selfishness and pride. But aside from my presence and general mucking about of his original plan by refusing to be a patsy to, or albeit accidentally, this was not a threat to him from us. As such, his ugly nature did not rear his head, only confusion. Woe to Prow if he saw what I saw, though. I studiously looked at the moron to avoid catching the gaze of the monster. Prow looked at Ferret. "What are you going to do about it?" Ferret said. "Well, we're going to rescue her, of course." "I'm in," I said. I could see Ferret had only said what he felt Prow most wanted to hear. Given Prow's expression, Ferret had read Prow right. A rescue attempt was in no way sane, given the kinds of places I imagined she was locked up in. But in most ways, it was my fault she was there in the first place. I felt obliged to try and get her out. Given that Ferret still seemed to think that Prow was vital to the future of Fleur and its defense, it made sense that he pretended to do what Prow wanted him to, but that didn't mean he'd actually give us any useful resources to find her. Prow beamed. "Excellent. I think we should start forming a planning committee later tonight to go over the details." "Shouldn't we find her first?" I asked. "I'm relatively certain I know where she is," Prow said confidently. "The perfume thing again?" "Precisely, Watson. By examining the areas most affected by the secondary meme, we can triangulate her precise location." "And I presume you've already done this?" I said, ignoring the Watson comment. "I have. She's in Colorado Springs." That's what I'd thought. I wondered how much I should tell them about my experiences with Colonel Salamander. On the one hand, I didn't want them to know that I'd been fraternizing with the enemy. On the other hand, I was the enemy, and I felt no obligation to give them information they didn't need to know. Finally, I decided to say something. "I think I might know something about this," Ferret said. "What do you know?" "The person who probably has her is Colonel Salamander. Amber Love and I were interacting with them the last time we saw her." "Them?" Prow said. "Interacting?" Ferret said. "It's complicated. They wanted me to help them," I shrugged. "Help them spy on Fleur," Ferret said this matter-of-factly. "Potentially. I turned them down," I said innocently at Ferret. He wasn't buying it. "Did you?" "Yes." Ferret leaned back. "And you expect us to believe that?" Prow said. "Who are they?" I said. "That's complicated." Prow said. "Define complicated." "I mean, it's rather embarrassing." I sat down. Ferret said, "Well, you'd better get this over with and tell us who these people are and what they want from Fleur." Salamander calls them the Cult of Innocence. One of its leaders is Salamander's wife. Most of them don't really care about anything but themselves. When he tried to recruit me to help them, I checked them out. I didn't like what I saw, but I didn't know what to do about it. I went to Amber Love for help. We meme-zapped them, but a bit too well. I don't know exactly what happened, but they were not being nice to each other when we left. I decided discretion was the better part of valor and left. Amber Love didn't and wouldn't. She wanted to make sure that they were okay and went back. She probably got caught. There, honest, complete, and yet short. I left out unneeded details like fires or dogs. Prow looked hurt. "Why didn't you come to us for help?" "Because." "Because why?" "Drop it," Ferret interrupted. "What else do you know about this Colonel Salamander?" "Not much. Well, that's not entirely true. I downloaded the entire contents of his hard drive, but there isn't anything there that I think that Michael stuck his finger ordering silence as he speed-dialed Michael Onyx. "Michael, yes. We've got a problem. I need you to prep for an extraction on foreign soil in 24 hours. There's a critical mission data in Artherson's room." "No, I didn't. Don't call him your grace. Quit trying to be funny. Yes, I've got a warrant. I'm giving you one." For the moment, he looked furious, but then he looked at me. You're willing to give us the data we need, right?" "Of course, but then we've got his permission. Get his computer and any portable data storage units and bring them to the ops for analysis. People to look at them." "Hey!" He hung up the phone, grinned, and said, "What?" "You didn't have to do that. I could have just given you the files." "What if you accidentally forgot something?" "I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea of you people just randomly pilfering through my stuff." At this point, Prow said, "What's the matter with you two? We're talking about saving Fleur, and more importantly, we're talking about saving Amberlove. You do this all the time, particularly you, Chester. We start with something incredibly simple, like damsel in distress, and suddenly you want to turn it into some political commentary. What is complicated here? Amberlove is in trouble, and we need to help her. Fleur is in trouble, and so we're going to save it. I am wrong sometimes. I admit that I can make mistakes. They weren't trying to invade my mind or control my thoughts, but this is exactly what people who have Amberlove under their thumb want to do right now. Can you imagine what it was they did to her to make her cooperate with them? We have to save her. So can we please stop talking and go do something? And before you go saying that we need to properly plan things, let me say that planning things out involves us sitting around a table, planning with facts and figures and tiny maps with squiggles on them directing you to avoid the bears. Planning is not sitting around whining about how much ennui you have and how much the world is out to get you. Planning actually involves planning without pleasantries, like who had what for breakfast and how much they want their orange juice with it. We're in serious trouble here, and you two can think and all you two can think of is yourselves. It sickens me. Excuse me, Quissence, but what is your problem? Why are you defending yourselves? Why are you still standing there? Do I need to beat some sense into you? Yes, I've lost bouts in prison, but I've lost a few bouts in prison, but let me tell you, I've made up for it since then. I have made sure I spent my time in the gym every day for 2 hours, working out such that if push comes to shove, I'm prepared for it. Now, either of you two think you slack-jawed yokels are going to come with me, or are you going to be in a world of pain? That wasn't a request, Chester. That was an order. I'm louder, and right now I'm more important, because I think I know what we need to do to get Amberlove out of there, which is why I have a plan, and the two of you have your issues, which could be resolved another time. Ferret tried saying something, but it was unintelligible as Prow said, "As I said, I'm louder than you and can make sure this conversation ends right now, so shut up and get moving. First I get loud, then I get painful. We have things to do and they need doing. Yes, I realize that I'm doing what the two of you did earlier, but I'm verbally trying to hurt you from the ops room where we can meet with Micronation and do something more productive. Why aren't you moving? Why are you still standing there? Move! Damn it all!" I left. It wasn't that I wanted to give Prow the satisfaction of being right. He wasn't, and I think he knew it, but he was succeeding in giving me a headache. That, and I saw the concealed pistol in Ferret's jacket pocket, and a glint in his eye that he was sorely tempted to use it. I was too worried that it might be next. In the next few minutes, all of us met in ops. Micronation briefed us all with the seriousness of the situation. Prow was right, as usual. The extra intel Artherson provided us was the edge we need. The cult is deep. They have prime influence with Laura Boring, Vice President Boring's wife, and as well as the Senator Weasel, Senator Hedge Fund, and Senator Rasputin. They have all their hands in the proverbial cookie jar. The mechanisms of the cult are not directly important, because once we retrieve Amberlove, we're fairly sure that we won't be able to maintain their mimetic assault. They won't be able to maintain their mimetic assault against us. They're threatened. By what? I asked. Ferret answered the question. He acted as if the scene with Prow had never occurred. Without the cult, most of their member organizations would do what they set out to do, which is defend children. As it is, they are able to use children to shame anyone they feel isn't properly conveying their message. Memes are a wild card, because there isn't anyone to blackmail. Until they get their own narcoleptics and hardware running, they're behind on their ability to influence the public, and that threatens their ability to exert power and influence. So that's the plan, I said. So what's the plan, I said. We rescue Amberlove, Micronation said. We rescue her and get her home. I'm going, of course. I'm taking 6 of my best men with me. You'll know 4 of them. 2 you won't. They're new, but I can vouch for them. You're coming as well, since you have the most familiarity with the cult's nature. Ferret looked shocked. You're not bringing Prow? Why would anyone bring a mentally unstable person on their super-secret mission? Micronation said, he's more valuable here. We can feed all our information back to Fleur, and he can see it there. Besides, if we lost him, Chester, and Amberlove on this, we'd have a big problem. The surprise package requires a constant link to Fleur anyway. What the heck was the surprise package? I wasn't sure what interested me more, that I was now considered a valuable asset to Fleur or the surprise package. I also noticed that he didn't include the fact that capturing the head of Fleur's security wouldn't be too good either. This was a whole new level of burning down pool houses, but I had friends this time who were far better at it than I was. They were professional pool house burn downers. Chapter 18, Amberlove. Amber Love found it difficult to decide upon a sensation similar to being in a sensory deprivation tank, primarily due to the fact that there were no senses upon which she could depend to equate the equation thereof. There was nothing like bobbing about formlessly in order to release stress. The odd thing was that she had kept her memory, even though she had lost her identity. No, that wasn't right. She knew exactly who she was. What a stupid statement, after all. Hadn't she just said that she had kept her memory? No. As she had been saying, the odd thing was that she had lost her ability to really decide for herself what it was that she was going to decide. How did anyone decide anything at all, really? What were the components that came together to make an I into I'm going to do something? These thoughts were quickly brushed aside by the voice from beyond, which directed her to craft another meme. The voice told her to say very bad things about Fleur. Since Amberlove wasn't really Amberlove anymore, Amberlove did what the voice told her to do. The thing that Amberlove didn't understand was why the voice needed Amberlove to restate the thing that it had just said, and then, of course, Amberlove knew that it was because the voice wanted a meme crafted. Her memory told her that she had been brought here by Colonel Salamander once he had found out who she was and what she could do. He had spoken at great lengths about all kinds of techniques learned from years of experimentation at breaking down an individual's will. She tried to remember the details, but then a warm, pleasant feeling spread over her, and it became unimportant. What was important was saying what the voice wanted her to say. Destroy Fleur. Her voice formed the words as her lungs expelled the words from her body, based on the neurons sent along her central nervous system from her brain, which might or might not exist, depending on whether or not the voice said that it did. For Fleur is an evil place. Listen to your leaders. Obey your leaders. Trust your leaders. Do not question your leaders. Even as she said the words, she believed them with all her heart. She was the mouth of the voice, and if she could not speak for the voice, then who would? Touch was a sense that was difficult to remember floating in the tank, but she found that she could still feel the vibrations of the words inside her head. She thought, therefore she was. This gave her a sharp but intense pain just at the base of her spine. Amberlove knew that she wasn't supposed to think such things, and her body betrayed her. When her body betrayed her by manifesting her stress, then a technician in the nice room below adjusted one of the many wires or intravenous tubes filled with drugs. Of course, she remembered hearing the technician, but she had never actually seen him. She'd assumed it was a him because of the voice. That didn't mean the hand of the voice were the same, which was silly of her, but then again, she did silly things sometimes. She knew deep within herself that she should probably have listened to Chester. Then again, Chester was okay. If she had not gone back to undo some of the damage she had done, would Chester still be okay? It was hard to know the unknowable. Something twisted and rebelled inside of her. Even though it was impossible, so the voice told her, her innermost core refused to forget who she was, at least entirely. She whispered faintly, so faintly that those hearing could not hear with their conscious minds, but those whom the meme was directed could, between the cracks of their great perceptions. Buy Quissence perfume. Act just like they did on TV. Do what everyone else is doing. It hurt to think like that. It hurt to be. Yet she had no other choice, for if she failed at this last glimmer of hope, she would be lost. And she could not allow herself to do that. It felt hard, for it was hard. She could barely even remember that it was important to get away, much less that there was a reason to do so. She held on, somehow, but each moment was more difficult than the last. If she did not get help soon, there would be no more hope of resistance. It did not help that she was beyond time, for without the ability to sense her surroundings, she had no idea of knowing if an hour had passed or if it had been a month. Theoretically, they would have to feed her, but the tubes might be doing that instead. She doubted they were too worried about her muscles atrophying. For a moment, she thought she heard something through the glass of the tank. It might have been her imagination. Her mind filled her lack of senses with all kinds of phantom things, shadows of what was not. A landscape of gummy white mountains filled the webbish mindscape of her horizon. Back, she reached to a time before the benevolent surgeon had cut her brain a second time to give her mastery over her sleep. Hypnagogic hallucinations manifest themselves when she was bound by paralysis. She was beyond it now, and yet it was her anchor. These vivid, realistic images gave her shelter against nothing in which she had been imprisoned. Time passed. She felt several assaults against her mental refuge, but the bastion held. More time passed. She tried to imagine a clock, but had no reference to which to compare. All she could do was count. She kept losing track between 30 and 40,000. She tried this several times, but found it difficult to focus after that. Flowers began to bloom, and a white-hot sun moved through the sky. The light was welcome and was proof against the darkness. For a moment, a hideous pain beckoned her at her right wrist, but she held to her haven, and it helped her. The sun set, and the moon rose. Stars shone from the sky, and a few of them became shooting stars. One by one, they fell to earth. She made a wish, and the stars in the sky became cracks in the glass. Light, true light, was not the warm, faultless light of her mind, beamed into her eyes while the water dripped from the tank. Comet fall became gunfire, and she was swept out past the glass and plastic into the gooey tile below. I opened my eyes and felt like myself again. I wasn't sure what they had put into me, but it was pretty powerful stuff. I made a mental note to never get captured again. Not that I had ever intended to get captured in the first place, mind you, but you get the idea. The room was a lot smaller than I was expecting. It was really more of a closet than some kind of a vast chamber where dozens of technicians had been monitoring my ever vital function. It took a while to clear my head. I could barely move, but I wanted to stand. I needed to stand. With every ounce of willpower I could muster, I pulled myself up the metal frame of my former prison. I heard someone shouting at me, but couldn't make out the words. I didn't see any other people in the room with me. The light was very dim, but there was a light shining in my eyes from the floor. What was a travel pod doing here? Were they going to try and sell me muffins? Yet as I looked at the little light a bit closer, I realized that it wasn't a normal travel pod at all. It was much meaner looking. The thing practically bristled with guns, and it had treads instead of wheels. At first I thought it was here to kill me, but the tone of voice kept telling me that it was my friend. Then again, the voice had been rather friendly too, and I knew now that it had been lying. What was a girl to do? I tried talking to it, but I could barely move my lips without drooling. That was rather unseemly, and I didn't want to look unkempt. In retrospect, I doubt I should have worried much. After what was probably the 800th time trying to get through to me, I heard a voice of a man on the other end. "Can you hear me? Nod if you can." I nodded. "Good. There is someone here who wants to say hello to you, Amberlove." Hello. It was Chester. He had come for me. I had known he would come for me somehow. At least, I had hoped he would. For once in my recent history, I was pleasantly surprised. I mumbled a greeting, but could not form coherent words. "Amberlove, can you walk out of there?" "Hell no." I groaned something that conveyed the proper message. It probably sounded something like, I'm afraid I don't remember all that clearly. "Amberlove, can you hear me?" Yes. That was a good sign. Good. Very good. Listen, we've used a lot of droids to get control of the building. Sending people in is going to entail a lot more risk. If we have to do that, people are probably going to get killed, and we don't want that. Can you stand? No. Well, at least she's honest. Hold on a second. We'll get back to you. I was not happy at the silence. I wasn't entirely awake, but I was indignant enough that my rescues were more concerned with my rescue than my emotional well-being. I mean, sure, I love you, or you are a sex goddess, or even a simple, how are you feeling? You must have gone through a terrible ordeal. We'll get you out of this would have done. Where was Darla? She wouldn't have put up with this nonsense. Finally, Chester's voice came back through the droid/travel pod. "We've got an idea. Can you lie down flat?" That I could do. The travel pods quickly formed a ring around me. Two of them shoved something flat and metallic under me, and then they shoved something flat under me a second time. It took me a few seconds to realize what they had done, but somehow they had woven an impromptu stretcher beneath me. It was brilliant. Down through the hall we went, slowly and tentatively at first, but at some point they must have gotten their act together because the stretcher stayed light and we began to increase speed. I occasionally heard Chester's voice in the background offering assurances that everything would be all right. I couldn't hear much at first, but then I heard a cry of alarm somewhere down one of the halls, followed by an immediate dart of sniper rifle. "What?" I managed to get out. "We weren't able to get everyone out of the building after all. We've tranquilized one guy, but it's only a matter of time before someone finds out. He also cost us 4 minutes because we're going to have to go around him, but don't worry, help is on the way." And just like that, they backed me up and around several more corners. We raced through pristine halls and straight into a cargo elevator. The elevator itself opened and we went inside. I guess they had either hacked into the system or had more of their little robots controlling things. The ride up the elevator took forever. My heart raced faster. I tried to move a few of my muscles and get to my bearings. These travel pod things might be fast, but something told me that there was a little more than that was going to be required. I could feel the stretcher they had me on bend and adjust a bit when I did this. At first, I thought I was moving and I was going to make them drop me, so I stopped. But after a little more time, I tried again and they held me just fine. The elevator doors opened and we raced down yet another hall. I slowly began a series of mental exercises trying to control every muscle, starting with my legs and moving my arms. I didn't feel atrophied, though. At the time, I wasn't sure what that would feel like anyway. I tried raising my head, but still felt very dizzy. Whatever they had been pumping into my veins was still taking its toll. We stopped for a moment and then went down a flight of stairs. I couldn't help but scream, since it felt like they were going to drop me. They didn't drop me, and I felt very embarrassed. Everyone is still outside, Michael Onyx said through one of the travel pods, but please don't do that again. Please be calm and relax. We don't have time to tranquilize you since we're not going to be able to put that into your system. We don't know what they put into your system. Well, we can't have you screaming like that again. Sorry, I mumbled. I was sorry, but I was also pissed off. The nerve of them thinking about tranquilizing me. Don't tranquilize me, I murmured. I wondered if I could make a meme when I could barely talk. It was worth a try. Of course we won't patronize you, Chester said. No, there's no trapeze in the complex that we're aware of. You know what I'm saying. Of course we're not going to go in all guns blazing. I could tell by the tone of voice that he understood every word I was saying. I swear, sometimes I hated him. That was, of course, when I wasn't busy mooning over him. Sometimes I hated myself. We moved through some kind of kitchen area and onto the back of the truck waiting on the loading dock. There must have been 100 of the little travel pods by now, which raced up the ramp right after me and into the truck. They made a ramp with a plank mounted on some of the food crates, then the truck started. My heart began to race. It was one thing to be carried by a few cute but very advanced remote-controlled cars. It was something else entirely to be in a truck that somehow I knew was being controlled by remote. When I am in a moving vehicle, I want a person at the wheel. I tried to protest, but found my words jumbled again. How in the world had I created memes for the cult if I couldn't talk? Wait a minute. That made no sense. They might paralyze my body somehow, but surely that wouldn't inhibit my speech. But a bunch of people were afraid I'd been brainwashed, could have. In a flash, I could move again and talk, but I didn't say anything. I was in a desperate situation, but wanted to clear my head. Could Chester have done this? I didn't think so. He hated memes, which meant that Michael Onyx, this person, was responsible. He had a lot of crazy robots around me with guns and darts and who knew what else. He wasn't someone I wanted to be on the bad side of right now. He was, after all, trying to rescue me. The car jolted. At first, I thought it was a speed bump, but then the car continued to jolt up and down. Something was wrong. I decided to accidentally roll forwards towards the front so I could get a better view of the front. It wasn't easy, but I managed to do it. Unfortunately, I couldn't see anything but glints of daylight, telephone wires, and the tops of a few buildings from where I was. I sat up. I didn't care what Michael Onyx did at this point. He could dart me, but he certainly couldn't memes at me. And, actually, he did have reason to be afraid. I could get them to do an awful lot before I went out from one of their little dart guns. And turning down the volume wouldn't stop them from reading my lips. I suspected even my body language might work. In fact, given some of the experiences I'd had with people who didn't speak English, I was pretty sure body language had an awful lot to do with how the whole thing worked in the first place. As soon as I stood up, I was thrown back into the body of the car, landed on a travel pod, and felt something sharp and pointy near my flesh. I didn't think it was intentional on their part, but unfortunately it didn't draw blood, but it did help me behave in a slightly less foolhardy fashion. Once the car smoothed out for a bit, I moved in front to take the driver's seat. After a few seconds, I wished I hadn't. There were 6 security guards at the checkpoint in front of us, and all of them had semi-automatic rifles pointed at us. Almost as if they were a trained drill team, they brought their rifles to bear, aimed, and fired. The glass of the windshield shattered in 1,000 different places, and I cut my hand as I drove back from the ground. The guards continued to fire at us, but their gunshots went from the front of the truck to the side, and then through the back window. The bullet holes in the walls were only a couple of inches from my face. I guess they had orders to shoot to kill. That's okay. I was giving myself orders to shoot them too. I said, if I pull one of these travel pods and it pointed at the people following them, can you shoot them? We can do better. We can give you manual control. Any experience firing a gun? I went to a pistol range once with a former boyfriend. I think we'd probably better keep control from here. If you can grab hold of something and raise one of the drones, it would help us. The metal of the car is too thick for us to drill through. Rather than ask them what that meant, I grabbed the drone closest to me and held it up in the air. It immediately began to fire behind us, shattering even more of the shattered glass. The sound deafened my ears, but I heard a lot of screeching tires and breaking glass in the distance, so I was pretty sure I was doing some damage. I didn't plan on sticking my head up above the window to find out. The travel pod was getting heavy to hold, but it kept shooting, and at one point I heard a tire explode. Several of the travel pods chuckled, which was very disconcerting. Intellectually, I knew that they were probably being operated somewhere remotely by real people, but it sounded like they were insidious little machines that gloried in death and bloodshed. That they had saved my life helped, but only so much. I tried resting part of the machine on my head, but it hurt my neck. I did have a little bit of atrophy, and after a while, I simply couldn't hold it up anymore. It got off one more shot before it clattered to the floor. I heard all of the laughter go silent. For a second there, I thought I'd broken it, and then I realized I couldn't have broken all of them. It got too heavy, I said guiltily. What? One of the travel pods admitted. Oh no, sorry, it's not that. We're watching the cavalry. What cavalry? Oh, sorry. Here, look. The screens of one of the travel pods showed an aerial view of something that looked somewhat like the drones the military used for reconnaissance, but they seemed more streamlined. They were also, very obviously, and more heavily armed. Won't they have their own drones, I asked? Not like these, the technician on the other side said of the link as she chuckled. The drones fired on several cars that were pursuing them, causing one of the cars to burst into flames. I felt horrified. These people were dying because of me. How many of these monsters worked for the Cult of Innocence, and how many of them were just soldiers or police doing their job? The truck turned a sharp right. One of the travel pods flew back and slammed into the side of the wall while I desperately flailed about looking for anything to hold on to. I managed to grab onto the cargo strap and held on till my knuckles were white. I heard very heavy gunfire outside, both from above and below. I could hear the drones roaring back and forth at incredibly fast speeds. Then I heard one explosion, followed by another. The truck that we were in slowed. The pain in my shoulder told me that I had probably dislocated it. I slowly stood up and moved to the front of the truck, knocking the travel pod in the driver's seat out with my good hand. How long do we have? I asked. Long enough to get you out of this and to the rendezvous point. I said, as long as I'm not the one who has to hotwire the car, then I'm all for it. I opened the door and looked outside. When I saw an extremely narrow mountain road that we were racing along, I was very glad I hadn't been able to see it. I tried not to think about the fact that a toy car had been driving the bigger car the whole time. I tried very hard not to think about it. I heard a helicopter flying towards us. Is that one of yours? I asked hopefully. Yes, it is. There's someone who you should recognize on board. Of course it was Chester, not the screen, the real deal. Hello, Chester, I said, smiling awkwardly. The helicopter looked really weird, military clearly, but almost like a stealth bomber had had sex with a Huey.
Chapter 19, Reckoning. Chester. Well, there she was. There was an awkward pause as we both stared at each other and smiled, which made even less sense given how we'd parted company the last time, but go figure. People are strange. Glad you're okay, I said. Yeah, me too. Thanks for helping getting me out of there, Chester. You're welcome. I would have gotten her out because she was trapped. I'd like to think the Fleur people did it for that reason, but it was a bonus that they were also fighting for a just cause. We returned to Fleur. At first, I'd been worried we'd have to dodge the entire United States military, but Michael Onyx explained that it would take time for them to gather any evidence incriminating us. That won't take as long as you think, I told Onyx in a plane on the way back. They might not even find out that it was us, Amberlove said. I shook my head. Don't count on it. You would not believe how thorough they can be when breaking down evidence. Amberlove laughed. Don't believe that they have magical powers either. Just because they show it on television doesn't mean anything. I laughed. Look, even if we get lucky, how long do you think it is going to be before someone at Fleur lets something slip? I mean, it's pretty much a given that they have spies here, and they can spy on everything anyone ever sends on the internet. Michael Onyx said, Actually, that might be the case now, but we're looking to change that. Huh? Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. I hate this cryptic nonsense, I said. Why can't you just tell us what's going on?
Because we're in the middle of a war, and you don't just tell people what they don't need to know in a military situation. Amberlove broke in, concerned. You really think that we're in a war now? What else would you call something like this? I said. They'd probably call it a terrorist action. Yeah, well, same to them, Michael Onyx said with a grunt. We were given a hero's welcome when we got back to Fleur. I did not feel like a hero. I wasn't a hero. But I knew that the men with me were. So I just kind of marched with them, rather than as one of them, as we stumbled down the center line. There were people lined up on either side in the frigid air to see us, including my son and his nanny. They escorted us to the assembly hall. Of course, the hall couldn't fit everyone in Fleur, but gradually over time we had come to realize that there was going to be a need for something better than the cafeteria for this kind of thing. I say we because I meant it. I really considered myself a citizen of Fleur because after seeing what my own country had done to Amberlove and the fact that they put someone like President Hamburger in charge, it meant that I was ready for something better. I was an American, and I was a Fleurite ist, a guy from Fleur. There was only one tiny problem. I still couldn't let them use memes to survive. I had to find a way to stop anyone from ever using them again, even if that meant taking away the best weapon that Fleur had to defend itself. Honestly, I was pretty sure Fleur was doomed without them, but that wasn't going to stop me. Apparently, Fleur's fire marshal wasn't on duty because the room clearly had more people in it than it had been designed to hold. There was standing room only, though somehow they found room to part as we walked in and sat down on the opposite ends of the room. The area where we were seated seemed to have some kind of invisible force field keeping the crowd at bay. Knowing Fleur, maybe it actually did. Michael Onyx stood up in front of the crowd and said, I know how word about this op leaked out. I don't know how word about this op leaked out, but it obviously did. I guess they mean what they say about small towns and secrets. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Michael was surprisingly charismatic. I never knew he could work a crowd. He'd always just been there, lurking in the shadows. But now that the secret is out, let me set the record straight by saying that yes, we did conduct a military operation on U.S. soil. We had to keep them from counteracting the only thing keeping them and the rest of the world at bay. You probably all heard rumors about memes and our method of spreading them. Let me assure you, some of those are true. But soon, very soon, the U.S. is going to figure out what we did, and they're going to respond. I wondered why he was so confident. It worried me. Onyx raised his hand and gestured to the crowd. A lot of you have family back in the States. We understand if you want to leave now. Though be warned, you might be labeled a traitor just for having worked here. We're initiating an evacuation for anyone who wants to leave. A few people in the audience looked very relieved, but most simply reflected grim determination. How had it come to this? America was still the best place to live on Earth, at least I thought, certainly better than this hellhole, and yet a part of me felt that grim determination along with the rest of the room. Maybe that was because right now, right here, there was more America in Fleur than there was in America. Onyx raised his hand and said, I'll take a few questions now. A few dozen hands went up. He picked a somber male towards the back. The man asked, What are you going to do? Michael Onyx smiled. I can't go into specific details, but we're going to defend Fleur. The important thing you need to know is that we wouldn't be fighting if we didn't think we could win. Yes, you in the back. He said as he pointed towards a woman in her 40s. She asked, Are you calling out the militia? Yes, we are. More than that. Everyone will have an assigned role in defense of Fleur if they stay. We will need absolutely every last bit of help we can get on this. There were about 24 more questions, but they were all, pretty much, variations on the same thing. There were no questions that I felt really worth asking anyway. Did I mention that I'm a bit of a snob? By the time we were done, Onyx was reduced to, I don't know, I can't tell you that, or I just said, I can't tell you that. He looked exhausted when we were done, but still came up and slapped me on the back. I need you to come with me, Chester. Excuse me? It's time for your final security clearance. You're a good man in a fight, and we can use your opinion on some tough decisions that we have to make. There is something about combat that makes people come together. I did almost nothing useful when we went to rescue Amberlove, but suddenly we were comrades in arms, and that made me trustworthy. The sad thing was, I was going to have to betray that trust if I was going to save the world. As we walked through the corridors underneath Lure, I saw even more activity than usual. Children hugged their parents goodbye as we headed for the evacuation craft. Technicians with wires and poles moved swiftly around them. I even saw a few travel bots carry stuff from point A to point B. Part of me wanted to ask Michael questions while I had his attention, but my heart just wasn't in it. Michael Onyx wasn't the talkative type, so neither of us said anything. The war room looked very new, but very small. It had only 4 stations, which Michael informed me were linked to the op center upstairs. The door on the opposite side led to Hlure's secret labs, which were actually pretty large for a room on Hlure. 2 of the labs were dedicated entirely to the robotic travel bots. Hlure seemed to be constantly refining them, and there were half-built robots all over both rooms. There were rooms linked to the other ops center where the bot operators linked in. Michael Onyx said, "With a quantum link, we can control any machine that is linked here anywhere on the globe. Some of the lab codes say that it could be 1 billion light years from here and it would still be linked. It certainly opens up interesting possibilities for space travel." Finally, he showed me the meme room. I had been expecting a bunch of narcoleptic to be in some kind of vat, like in the Minority Report, or the one Amberlove had been in, but it was really only 7 terminals linked around a ring in a center. Only 5 of the terminals looked like they'd ever been used. "This doesn't look like what they did to Amberlove," I said. Onyx nodded. "That tank was to disorient and control her. It didn't really have anything to do with gathering, refining, or dispersing memes. That's all software. The magic all happens in that box here." He pointed to the server in the middle of the ring. I said, "So this should work a lot better now that Amberlove is here?" "Yeah, I don't know how it works, but not all narcoleptics are created equal. It really only barely worked until Darla came along, and according to the file, Amberlove is Godzilla by comparison." "Godzilla?" I was hardly a ladies' man, but even I was smart enough to say something like a goddess or really strong by comparison. So you know all those questions you wouldn't answer up there?" I asked. "What about them?" I smiled. "Can you answer them down here?" He thought a moment and then nodded. "Sure, but the short version. I got to present the full report this afternoon, and I don't see any reason to reinvent the wheel twice. Michael really didn't have a way with words. I almost wondered if English wasn't his first language. Weird. "Okay, most important question. What do you really think they're going to hit us with?" "Multiple attacks. They're going to try Black Ops first. That will fail. We're prepared for that." He smirked ever so slightly. "And after that, they're going to hit us with a force that we can beat, though it will be enough to rile the people back home into wanting to smash us." "That doesn't sound good," I said. Onyx checked his watch and then looked back at me. "It isn't. The fact of the matter is, if the U.S. is really determined to destroy us, there's nothing we can do. Some of our drones have a lot of power. They pack a lot of punch. But that isn't going to do us much good if we don't live through the process." I licked my lips. "What's your plan, then?" "We need to hole up until Amberlove can put out enough mimetic influence to get them to stop." He sounded very confident for such a plan, which was, so clearly, nuts. "What am I supposed to do?" "The same thing you do for Quissence Prow. Be there. We're not sure why, but both Prow and Amberlove have been far more effective at what they do, respectively, when you've been with them." I nodded. That didn't sound so bad. I didn't believe I had some kind of supernatural mojo for a minute, mind you, but I could humor them. It took about 5 minutes for Amberlove to arrive. Prow followed a short time after that, with Darla coming up at last. Amberlove looked around. "Well, I guess the gang's all here." Darla hugged Amberlove, but it was a forced hug. Apparently something had happened to their friendship. Darla said, "What do you want us to do, Onyx?" "All business." That was Darla. "I want you to brainstorm a meme that will stop them from attacking us." What had happened to the briefing? Maybe it was the part I got or something? What concerned me was the fact that Prow was happy. Prow was ecstatic. At first I thought it was his usual insanity, but he wasn't saying anything. Then it hit me. He was working with Darla. "So," I said. "So," Darla said, looking at me and crossed her arms. We all stood there silently. Onyx said, "Get to work. We're depending on all of you." I thought I caught him rolling his eyes at us as he left. "I have a plan of action." Prow raised his finger. Apparently, he had just been waiting for Onyx to leave the room. "No thanks," Darla said. "I've got an even better idea." But I didn't even have a chance to let you speak?" "Yes, that's right, because I know what it is." Prow blurted out, "Because you told me what it was half an hour ago." "I never—" "Yes, you did." Prow shuffled. "I did not. That was a different idea. Darla laughed warmly. And then what is it, then?
I thought I could do a profile on people like Chester that Chester interacted with in a cult, and then try to discern what their next course of action might be.
Prow smiled wisely. Darla laughed louder. That's the same idea, Quissence.
No, it isn't. Is it?
Amberlove started giggling. I couldn't even help but join in. It was so typical. But it was also a helpful break from the ice. Prow looked at Darla.
And what was your idea?
Darla tapped her foot a moment, then walked around the meme console she'd worked on before. She sat down and began to type. After a few seconds, she nodded to herself. I think we should only use the meme that I originally created to help convince people to support Lur. Why change what we already know works? Only this time, Amberlove can make it stronger. You can help me think of places to put it.
And what do? I asked.
She looked at me, frowned, and said, Sit there and do nothing. Amberlove said, That's not what Michael wanted. I outright Michael, and I don't believe this nonsense about Chester making Prow even more effective for a minute. That made two of us. Amberlove smiled. Is it any crazier than narcoleptics slinging memes across the globe? I believe in Quissence Prow. I believe in you. Chester is just Chester. I winked at Darla. You are so repressing a deep-seated love for me. She slapped me. Let's just say that when Darla slaps, it's painful. She said, Does that clarify things for you, Chester? Only proves how much you love me. I was clever enough to catch her hand when she tried to slap me again. I was even clever about capturing the second. I was not expecting the headbutt. By the time I woke up, Amberlove was the only one in the room. We worked out some of the basics while you were out. Don't mind Darla. She's just under a lot of stress right now.
Don't mind Darla? What was this, professional wrestling?
Is there a medic on the way? I asked. No, it's just a concussion. I shook my head in distaste for Amberlove's comment. Just a concussion? Just a concussion? Are you serious? She smirked. Quit sulking. Are you insane? I looked at her in the eyes and added, What happened out there while I was out? Have you thought of anything? Amberlove said, Didn't I just tell you? Concussion. Prowl came up with a few crazy plans. But he changed his mind rather quickly when he learned the facts. Like what? I asked. I'd rather not say. She sounded very sad. Oh, come on. No, seriously, I'd rather not. She looked at me and winced. Finally, she smiled again and said, I think you should rest. Things will work themselves out. That isn't the most productive attitude. She snorted. Since when is my attitude supposed to be productive? Since we found out that we're probably going to die or be in prison unless we think of something fast. She smiled. We'll be fine. Rest, Chester. Sleep. She tucked me in my blanket, winked, and walked off. She had left me alone. It took me a few seconds to realize that I was alone on a cot in a mean room. The question was, what was I going to do? And how was I going to do it? I sat down at the console and began to bang out words. The computer groaned in protest, and soon half a dozen error messages came up telling me how what I was doing was horrible and please don't do it again, and if I stopped then it might consider forgiving me. I ignored it until the computer locked up and I had to reboot. This time I looked for some help files. There were none, but there were some comments by the developers in some of the source code. It was largely guesswork, but I kept going, not even knowing entirely what I was looking for. And then I hit the mother lode. It explained in great detail exactly what I would need to do. The memetic software was clunky, but for me, the only part that mattered was finding out where to put the message and how to distribute it. Amberlove had already provided the power through her insights. I just had to supply the meme. There were some passwords I couldn't get around, but some of those links were just worked by ignoring the password and clicking the OK button. My biggest break came when I was able to take the one of the demo memes, crank it open as a text file. Apparently, they were more worried about someone altering one of the existing memes than someone doing something using the system who wasn't supposed to be there. After reading the notes, I soon found out why. Some words and phrases were more effective than others. Fortunately for me, someone had created a spreadsheet which listed all of them in one easy-to-find location. I felt like Dr. Frankenstein putting one bit of a word together here with another bit there. It wasn't entirely perfect, but I was quite proud of it when I was done. It read, There are things in this world called memes. They are not bad, but they do bad things. If you drive a car and fly all asleep at the wheel, does the car crash? It sure does. Why do you do that to your mind? Memes drive your mind when you aren't paying attention. Your attention is required. An outcome is desired. This is a meme, but a good meme. This is the meme to end bad memes. Just when you just fall asleep at the wheel, you have to wake up. Wake up, Sleepy Jean. Wakey, wakey, John boy. There's no free lunches anymore. You humans have to think for yourselves from now on. No more memes, except this one meme to rule them all. You are free, whether you like it or not. The blinking lights on the console indicated that it had successfully saved. All I had to do was press the button and it would spread through Hlur's network. I heard someone behind me, but before I could turn around, I felt the barrel of a gun on my neck. I heard Ferret's voice say, "Stay where you are, Artherson. Don't do anything stupid. Now why don't you tell me what you're up to?" I'm not a soldier, but I had had enough combat to know that most people hesitated to take a life, even people like Ferret. I did something stupid. I pushed the button. Ferret swore and slammed me on the back of the head with the gun. The previous concussion made it worse, and I collapsed to the floor. I did not black out, but I wasn't able to pay much attention to the world around me. I heard Ferret swear a lot and bang at the keyboard. I heard the computer process something and keep processing something despite Ferret's efforts to stop it. He swore some more, and I saw him aim at the computer. He almost pulled the trigger, but then stopped, took a deep breath, and methodically began to pull out each and every cable the thing was attached to. I started to get up. Ferret noticed this and slammed me down, but this time he had his foot on my neck. "What did you do, Chester?" In Chesterland, I said, "I told the world how much of a jerk you are." In reality, I said, "Nothing," which we both knew wasn't true. Ferret put more pressure on my neck. "Last try, Chester. What did you do?" I tried bluffing. "Don't tell me what to do. You just came in here and point a gun at me?" He moved to snap my neck. Naturally, I was not too inclined to let him do that. As he lifted his foot, I rolled out from underneath him, forcing his foot to stomp down on the floor. He then kicked me in the head again, and I felt something burst. Pain shot up and down my extremities, and I stopped trying to dodge his foot. I did not black out, but I did sink to the floor. I heard voices and then an alarm. Ferret cursed and stood up very quickly. I heard him run away. I tried to get up, but my arms kept collapsing underneath me. The pain in my head kept increasing. I climbed to look at the screen. The meme had gone out. That was about all I could do before I collapsed, and then blacked out again.
Chapter 20, In-Game. I was fairly convinced that the afterlife was not an office in Hlur. While I felt miserable, I was, quite clearly, not dead. Pardon the melodrama, I slowly stood up and looked around. Ferret hadn't come back to finish the job. There was an alarm ringing through my ears. I could hear the occasional explosion in the distance. I grabbed a nearby chair while the room continued to spin around and around. I moved to the door. I heard voices coming from one of the rooms nearby, one of which I recognized as Darla's. I was not in handcuffs, so they might not know what I had done with the meme generator. Maybe Ferret had just left me for dead. I decided that I could not take the chance and staggered around towards the elevator. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion above us and cheering. Apparently, Hlur was not the only group taking fire in all this. I breathed a sigh of relief as the elevator doors closed in front of me. The pain in the back of my head was getting worse. I pushed the button for the top floor. I wanted to know what was going on, but I also wanted to get the hell out of Dodge. I almost backed out of the elevator, or I almost blacked out as the elevator rose, but I struggled to consciousness. 3 floors came and went, though it felt like an eternity. 3,000 years came by and went. The doors opened. Running soldiers, flames, explosions, and certain death, and the men's haberdashery awaited me. I looked up into the sky and saw a dozen unmanned drones shaped like helicopters fighting something large and very black and very bulky. I stumbled into the cafeteria. It had been converted into a giant LAN party, but no one was having any fun. All of them, about 200, had very intense expressions. As I gazed on the screens, I realized that I was looking at vivid, real-time images of the battle over the compound in the Pacific. Several of the drones seemed to be jets of some kind, only they seemed to be battling at least 3 different aircraft carriers, and that was just what I could see. I noticed a big, wide television screen in one side of the room. Hlur had drones fighting all over the world. Subs and jets and helicopters and something on land, although what it was hard to determine. There were a handful of people looking at the grid and occasionally typing into a keyboard and just watching the crowd around. One of them noticed me and pointed me out to the others. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. I considered running, but I felt faint and sat down. I wasn't going anywhere. 3 of them came closer. I recognized one of them as the young man who worked for Onyx. To my relief, none of them looked angry, just very concerned. Obviously, Ferret hadn't told them about my treachery yet. The tallest one asked, "Are you all right?" After a pause, he added, "Your Grace," at the end, quite awkwardly. He knew me, even if I didn't recognize him. There was a weary look in his eyes I'd never seen in someone his age. In fact, they all had it. Whoever thought that post-traumatic stress syndrome couldn't happen to someone who controlled a drone halfway around the world clearly didn't understand people. There was a difference between a drone and a video game, and anyone with experience at either knew that. I answered. I bumped my head and blacked out. "What's going on?" Halson, the one I knew, smiled slightly. "We're winning, for now." The taller one nodded. "Yeah, but we're pissing off a lot of people, too." An alarm went off at the console on the wall. "Speaking of which," the third said, and dashed back towards the keyboard. All the screens in the room suddenly went black, and everything except the alarm went silent. The only light came from a few cracks outside the door and LEDs on the computers. It had that eerie flashlight on your face effect, making all the others appear sinister and wicked. Halson whispered, breaking the silence. "They got the relay." "I thought the whole point of quantum data teleportation was that it bypassed all that," I asked. Halson's taller companion shook his head. "No, Halson means the relay that holds our end up on the quantum link. We're networked to it." "Well, where is it?" I asked. "It's down on the 2nd level. The third, still whispering, "I don't remember any trips being down there." "Well, something sure is," I said, as I grabbed a gun off the counter and started to limp away. Halson started to protest, but I cut him off. "Show me where the relay is." Halson didn't look happy, but he listened to me. Rank, even crazy rank, hath its privileges. Back down into the bowels of Fleur we went. I expected to hear the sound of gunfire, but there was nothing there. We bypassed the damage one of the panicked people had caused to the hallway, but that was merely debris, really. I wondered, for a moment, why they didn't just destroy Fleur, but then I realized the civilian casualties would look bad. That, and I guessed that they wanted to take it intact for their own uses. We came across a long hallway full of green glowing boxes with a ridged slant on one side. Halson whispered, "These are the links. There's nothing wrong here, so it must be in the network terminal." He pointed on the opposite wall. I saw someone hiding in the shadows. "Lysol," was my first reaction, as Prow's knobby-headed assistant turned around and pointed a pistol at me. He started shooting. I shouted, "What are you doing?" "They offered me a pardon," was all he gave as an explanation as he shot 3 more times. I ducked behind the door. Wasn't this guy trained CIA? Why was he such a bad shot? "Yeah, they offered me a pardon too, and look how that turned out." "You did that to yourself." He shot 4 times, and I could hear him putting up another clip. My body went into automatic. I tore around the corner and leapt on top of Lysol. We fought for the gun. He shot me in the stomach and hit me in the head. I suddenly felt nauseous and threw up all over him. He got another shot off, but then the lights came back on. Halson shot Lysol on the head. I couldn't care less as I just lay on the floor, rolling in pain. I heard many words around me. I saw 4 or 5 people running around doing technical-type things. There was a small, obscure part of my mind that was utterly grossed out by having a dead Lysol brain on my face, but I could barely move. They had to pry him out of my arms to carry me outside. The lights flickered on and on, off and on, and I saw spots. I vaguely heard some kind of cheering and remembered a paramedic looking over me and saying something about internal bleeding and dying and needing a hospital. All I knew was pain. Pain going up the stairs, pain from shouting, pain in my throat from throwing up again, pain as I felt someone punch me in the stomach, and then my head felt heavy, like it was filled with water, and then there was no more pain. Epilogue. Amberlove. 5 years passed. Chester wasn't dead, but he might as well have been. I had been able to collect almost all of his story from his pained mutterings. The scanners said he had no higher brain function, but the fact that he just kept talking kept them from cutting the cord. Just like Chester, too stubborn to shut up and die. Even when his own living will mandated that they cut the cord. Not that the population of Fleur wanted him dead. It took a full day for Chester's meme to take effect, but when it did, it changed the world. And how? Saving Fleur was the least it did. People were different now. Well, most people. The long-term effects were still working themselves out, but I had great hope for the future. I closed the book and looked at the ceiling. I'd written the last words with a deep sense of melancholy. I was in love with Vegetable. The doctor said that the odds were that he was never coming out of the coma, but it was a very weird coma. They'd never seen someone talk in a coma before. I felt that I could be kind with him, even if I was only listening to the odd little narrations. Then again, that wasn't strikingly different than our original relationship. Chester didn't exactly listen to me a lot. I considered hooking up with my ex-husband, but Chester's meme hadn't been enough to free him from the effects of living with me for a year and a half. There was a part of me that truly wanted to believe that he was responsible for the change himself. I don't know. Chester had managed to free Kim, but a lot of Fleur's experts are fairly convinced it was because Chester crafted the words of the meme himself. I don't know. I wish I did. I picked up the book I had been writing in and moved slowly through the halls of Fleur, passing through them and under one of the greater monuments that they'd built. They had a monument fever in Fleur now, some kind of side effect of Chester's meme. There were some people who were convinced that the rising generation wouldn't be affected by it. Most people didn't believe that. After all, it wasn't like the world was now a utopia, though some might call it such. There were still wars and violence. Crime and poverty still plagued many areas. The world could only change so much in 5 years, and in some ways, if you did have a time machine and could leap from one year to the other, you wouldn't notice many differences on the surface. And yet, in other ways, the world was a totally different place. Some countries, mostly democracies like the US and Europe, had a citizens' awakening. People started attending town hall meetings and government hearings. They started reading the news. Everyone had to, and they hated it. The news had to start having substance again, so entire elements of industry were turned on their heads. People still liked fictional explosions and cheap dramas or comedy, but when it came to actually living their lives, they were literally forced against their will to think for themselves, and it hurt. One man described it as having your smarter older brother inside your head making you do your homework when you really wanted to play video games and eat ice cream. But things did get better. Businesses and governments were suddenly paying a lot more attention to what people wanted. And it wasn't just the politics of the mob, but well thought out, detailed, and crafted attention. The Founding Fathers would have been happy if they hadn't been horrified by the fact that they were doing it because Chester had made them. Who am I kidding? I made them. I had known that Chester was going to do something like this. That's why I had left the main blank. But Chester had a way of making the right decisions in things like this. I'd hardly call him a moral compass, but sometimes he knew just what to do. And this was one of those times. But I have just as much blame as he does. And what was the alternative? Memes were terrible, and Chester was right. I only have to look at my ex-husband or the tapes of what Kim used to be like to know what a world where people can have their brains shut off at will is like. Chester didn't tell them to be good or bad. He didn't say that they had to like this philosophy or that philosophy. He just said that they had to start thinking for themselves, and that's what they did. The countries that didn't have a safety valve for their newly awakened citizens were a lot worse. The people in those nations that tried peaceful, non-violent protest at first, but that didn't work. The problem was that they couldn't just go back to their lives and pretend like nothing had happened. This was the bad side of Chester's meme. Some countries were plunged into civil war. Some just saw massacre after massacre as people kept protesting. Eventually, in most countries, the people were able to convince the government to give them liberty by simply refusing to work. They basically refused to do anything at all. A lot of governments caved in at this point, but it was the hardcore elements that tried forcing people to work at gunpoint. That worked in North Korea for a while, but eventually that government became more and more insane until they tried to nuke someone. That solved the North Korea problem. I walked past the memorial and towards the park. Fleur had grown a lot in the last 5 years. People were pouring all kinds of money into it, though most of the growth in Fleur Prime was now underwater. They were making a regular underwater metropolis down there, but everything they dug underwater, they tried to expand things up on the hill for things that didn't work underwater, like parks and a stadium. Of course, the growth in Fleur Prime didn't compare to Tuvalu. Chester had made the right decision as usual. The space elevator was due to be completed in 5 years, and when it was, the whole of the heavens would belong to us. I was actually going to be able to see space. It was so exciting. It was so exciting. I wish Chester were here to see it. Oh, there were some things he wouldn't like at all. I smiled and took a picture out of my purse. Darla and Prow had such a lovely wedding. They were the new Camelot. Darla was the queen, Prow was the king, and little Quissence the first was their prince. Of course, technically they were merely Duke and Duchess of Tuvalu, acting as regent for Quissence I, but everyone treated them like royalty. I sat down at the bench and looked up. The sky was a perfect blue today. Good weather for Fleur. Darla and Prow made me think about Chester, about how outraged he'd been at Prow raising his son, or at how outraged he'd be at Prow raising his son, about how Prow wouldn't even understand why Chester would be angry, and how I was in love with essentially a dead man. True, Chester wasn't really dead, but in some ways that was worse. I started a few relationships. I wasn't totally stupid after all. In the end, none of them worked. I wanted Chester, and no matter how hard I tried to, I still did.
This has been a me production. We hope you enjoyed it.
This has been the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. Buy my book, Have Name Will Travel, at Amazon and other markets. RedAnvilCreative.com contains all our podcasts. Copyright
2022!
To fight the forces of evil!